Ypres and Ulick will be attending the meeting electronically through Microsoft Teams. Items 1 and 2 are executive sessions and direction to staff. Ms. Clerk?
The executive session is noticed as item 1, Tucson Electric Power Company's application to the Arizona Corporation Commission, ACC, for a certificate of environmental compatibility for the Midtown Reliability Project, docket number L00000C240118-00232, case number 232, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-431.03A3 and A4.
All righty, may I have a motion to go into executive session, please?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. We'll be taking about 40 minutes. 35, 40 minutes. We'll be back for the general public in about 35, 40 minutes. a motion to return to study session, please?
So moved.
There's a motion. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Honorable Mayor, I'd ask for a motion that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session relating to TEP's Midtown Reliability Project, and to continue to compel TEP to comply with all of the city's ordinances, regulations, conditions, public notice requirements, and processes, including the city's special exception requirements.
Ready, set. That would be in the form of a motion. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. For item 3, Councilmember Ulick and Vice Mayor Dahl requested this time to discuss flood control projects and city limits. Councilmember Ulick, Vice Mayor Dahl, it's up to you to decide who starts the item.
Thank you,
Councilmember
Mayor,
Ulick.
and thank you, and thank you, Vice Mayor, as well. Really want to give maximum time to the Regional Flood Control District and our administrator, just to help us understand the Regional Flood Control District and its purview and funding mechanism, as well as the city's responsibilities and parameters, and really to make sure that the public also has full view into how we are working toward better flood mitigation across different projects and looking at maintenance and other issues. So Vice Mayor, I'll turn it to you.
I'll just pass it on to the manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. With us here today are Director of Transportation Mobility Director Sam Credio, and representing the Flood Control District of Pima County is Eric Shep. And this is an ongoing dialogue between the city and the county and how we partner on stormwater and flood protection issues. And I think what they're going to be able to share with you today is a lot of examples of where those interactions have been very positive for our community and how we've been working together really well, especially over the last few years under the guidance of this mayor and this council. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Director Credio.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Manager, and good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. As the manager said, joining me today is Pima County Regional Flood Control Director and Chief Engineer Eric Shep. I do have just a brief overview of the material included for this item, and then Director Shep and I will certainly be available to answer any questions. By way of background, I just want to remind you that the City of Tucson has been actively managing floodplain resources since about the mid-1970s. And in fact, the city is the regulatory agency responsible for its own floodplain ordinance. The floodplain ordinance does allow the city to be a participating community with the National Flood Insurance Program, which the city receives credits based on our performance in various floodplain and erosion hazard management activities. The Tucson does have a community rating system, CRS rating of 6, which provides Tucson property owners a 20% discount on their high-risk flood insurance policies. Now, additionally, you, the mayor and council, are and do serve on the city's floodplain board, which provides oversight to the floodplain administrator, who also serves as our city engineer and is joining us today in the audience, Alfred Zuniga. And the duties of the floodplain board include the following: considering variances, adopting the floodplain ordinance that I mentioned before, adopting the floodplain management plan, updates, and having the authority to enforce city regulations within the city limits. The floodplain administrator utilizes the mayor and council adopted floodplain management plan to address community-wide flooding hazards. It's also worth noting that we're currently updating in the 5-year update for that floodplain management plan, and we do plan to bring that to mayor and council for adoption in December of 2025. Now, shifting gears a little bit to Pima County, the Regional Flood Control District is also a participating community in the National Flood Insurance Program. The district is the statutorily designated floodplain management agency within Pima County. They actually have their own floodplain management plan, which encompasses the entire Pima County. Now, I think it's important to talk about the partnership that we have with the Flood Control District. And, one of their most significant regional involvement is related to capital projects, which I'll talk about in a moment, but also regional watercourse and flood control facility maintenance and floodplain studies. Now, we're fortunate to be able to partner with Director Shep and his team on the completion of 5 neighborhood-scale water harvesting areas called stormwater parks, and that is Cherry Avenue Park, New Hope Church and Elvado Neighborhood, Sunland Vista Park, Meander Bend Park, and Alvernon Park. The way that we were able to get these completed is that the Pima County Regional Flood Control District does have an IGA with Storm to Shade, in which the Pima County builds the infrastructure and Storm to Shade maintains it. Additionally, the district has completed numerous floodplain studies within the urban core of Tucson using newer technologies that more accurately represent the flood risk in urban sheet flooding areas. And over the past years, they've completed studies on watersheds such as the Flowing Wells Wash, including Navajo and Wilson Washes, just to name a few. And then lastly, the district has been working very closely with Tucson Water to locate, design, and construct projects that both reduce flooding, but also increase the potential for water discharge. The district will actually be constructing a pilot project in the Rita Ranch Regional Detention Basin, which the district owns, and Tucson Water will monitor the recharge benefits of this pilot project. The memo goes on to state many other responsibilities of the district, as well as some of the other projects that we work collaboratively on. We've also included an attachment to this item of many projects that have both been completed and are upcoming with the district. And in closing, I also want to mention that every month we meet with the district, both members, staff members from DTM, but as well as PDSD, to talk about all things related to flood control in and around the city of Tucson. And with that, Mayor, Director Shep and I are here and available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
All righty, Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you. And I will encourage and will certainly be sharing the links to the materials. It was a really comprehensive outline, and appreciate the clarification and the alert about the December 2025 update to the the new 5-year plan, or update to the plan. As you know, all of our ward offices are alerted to flood issues and concerns about particularly washes. And so just in terms of clarity, both for our own offices and myself, as well as the public, would it be who has the authority to make decisions, for example, to place grates over culverts? I know that was done maybe a year or two ago at Wetmore and Stone in order to protect the flow of water and protect the public. Who makes decisions over whether a culvert or underpass, or whatever you call it, would be installed?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Ulick, for that question. So I'll go first, and then I'll ask my colleague to chime in as well. If the culvert is within the city limits and is it within the purview and maintenance of the city of Tucson, then we would make that decision with input from our floodplain administrator on whether or not grates over a culvert would be appropriate. I think as we start to talk about culverts that begin to impact regional floodplain, I think that's where Director Shep would want to weigh in on that.
Councilmember Ulick. Yeah, the placement of grates over culverts, we've talked about that. I will say that the Flood Control District discourages that practice. The culverts underneath roadways were designed to convey flood waters with minimal risk to the adjacent properties and public. When grates are placed over those culverts, the grates themselves resist flows and have the potential to start causing problems that did not previously exist. And then, as we all know, in our urban watercourses, when a flood happens, there's lots of debris that comes down too, whether or not it be vegetative debris, polar pops we see in the rivers all the time, or bigger things like mattresses, pillows, et cetera. And when those get caught on the grates, then you have a very significant diversion of flows that is causing a potential for greater damage in areas around the culverts that were not previously there. And we think that it would expose the county to liability, and we think it exposes the city to liability for doing that. So we would discourage that.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate your response there. And I know that you understand all the different reasons why neighborhoods might make those requests. And I understand the importance of evaluating it as you've indicated. Another question, and thank you for, I really want to make sure I'm conveying some of the ideas and concerns of residents in Ward 6. Another question came up about I don't know what to call them, the utility hole covers, the manhole covers that are in our streets, which often flood. Do those connect to any kind of drainage system, or are those covers for other types of utilities?
Mayor, Councilmember Ulick, those, from what I've seen, the majority of those manhole covers are for our a wastewater sewer system. And so those do not connect to the stormwater system. There are stormwater manholes, but those are far and few between. The ones that you typically see, especially in the intersection of local neighborhood streets, are typically going to be Pima County wastewater manhole covers. Did you want to add something?
Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Councilmember Ulick. So when the flood control district over the last few years has been mapping regulatory floodplains within the city of Tucson, particularly the urban core, and we, as part of that, we actually map the effectiveness of the storm drain system. So you do have some storm drains. They usually are there to move small rain events, and they're not very effective during large rain events. And so there is some ability to increase the amount of water that gets into that, but they're undersized, and during large storm events, they don't work very well. But as part of our new mapping that will replace TSMS, we have a better idea of where we have more capacity in the storm drains and where the storm drains are already over capacity and you can't take more water. So we have that information.
Councilmember
Okay,
Ulick,
great.
if I could just weigh in for a
Yeah.
second. Eric, could you
Yes.
define TSMS?
Yeah, so the Tucson Stormwater Management System is a mayor and council adopted policy related to how stormwater quantities are determined, and it's kind of the basis for how you guys regulate floodplains and design infrastructure. Though that was great at the time, as methodology and the tools have progressed, the amount of work we've done to do new mapping, or urban sheet flow mapping, has been impossible to do up until recently with the new technologies that's out there. And we know that we don't have points of concentration. We know, as you see on the water goes in the streets and goes up and down street intersections and occasionally into yards and occasionally into houses. And the new tools allow that to happen. And we would advocate that it replace TSMS, the Tucson Stormwater Management System, over time.
Thank you for the clarification, Director Shep. And then just to close out the topic of manholes in the street, whether it's on the sewer system operated by Pima County or a stormwater system operated by the city or the county, all of the field crews, I just want to give them all the kudos. They will react to a manhole that's been displaced and take care of it before they ask the question of whose manhole it is. And then I'll also say that there's also, pre-monsoon, generally some proactive work that's done to tack weld some of the manhole covers down to prevent them from surcharging and being dislodged. It's not a perfect system, but I would say it's one of the areas where nobody reads the cover of the manhole first. They go and they solve the problem, and then we figure it out afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. A couple more quick questions. With regard to the manholes, the reason the question comes up is if your house is about to get flooded because the street's full of water and you see it flowing over a solid manhole. I thought it was an interesting observation that if those were not solid, if they were again graded, would some of the water be diverted into the appropriate system? But what I'm hearing is no, that's the wastewater system, and we can't divert stormwater into wastewater. Am I understanding that into the wastewater system? Is that correct?
Mayor, Councilmember Ulick, that is correct.
Thank you. And then one observation, and we can move on, and I know we'll continue all of our work neighborhood level across, I know, all the wards. I noticed in the materials, the scoring system that's utilized, and there are like 6 or 7 activities or ways that we can score points. And just maybe I'll just say out loud that one thing that I'm real interested in partnering and working on is to use as much money as we can for those bricks and mortar physical fixes. And I know there are other categories, and there is a need for educational work, and the other activities are important. I'm just looking for resources for these mitigation efforts for the neighborhoods. And I don't know if either of you want to comment on that. Eric, I don't know if the flood control district levy that we all pay, is that something that goes to the Board of Supervisors, or what are the funding mechanisms for the district and city activities, just for our information?
Yeah, the flood control district, Councilmember Ulick, the flood control district tax levy is from property throughout Pima County, including the city of Tucson. It becomes part of the county's budget. We're actually a standalone department as a district, so when the board makes decisions on behalf of the flood control district, they have a different hat on. They sit as the flood control district board of directors. But essentially, it's being passed as a part of the overall county budget. We're a special revenue fund. We do look for and seek projects from Director Credio and Floodplain Administrator Zuniga about projects that we can do in the city. You can see from the spreadsheet, there are lots of projects. There's along the regional watercourse. Those benefit the city. Our work on the loop benefits the city. Right now, over the past few years, we've been working on the stormwater park, and that was actually an idea derived from the city where because of the complexity and the difficulty to reduce the flooding in the old urban areas of Tucson along the Christmas Wash and the Wilson Wash and the Bronx Wash, et cetera, rather than shoot the moon and try to aim for the 100-year flood and abating the 100-year flood, we thought maybe death by 1,000 cuts was the way to do it, and put in stormwater parks that each little park might not have, or might have a marginal effect on floodplain management. But if we are have the benefit of being able to place a number of them, perhaps we can bend the curve on flooding while also creating other amenities for neighborhoods along those lines. So that's where we've been focused. If we wanted to go back and revisit how to reduce the flooding that impacts some of these areas, what we need is room. We need space. If you look at some of the other urban watercourses where we have bent the curve on flooding, the Tucson Diversion Channel has the Keno Environmental Restoration Project as the big detention basin that allows the downstream infrastructure to work. If you look at Arroyo Chico, it has the Del Ura Golf Course and Cherry Field and Park Avenue detention basins that make the downstream infrastructure at downtown links work. And what we would need is something of a scale like that in order to be able to reduce the volume of water to make the downstream infrastructure work better. And room is at a premium. It competes with economic development, it competes with affordable housing. And so there is some discussion that we would be interested in having and investing in that area, but we need a plan of where that might be.
I have one question, because I know that in recent years we've had the Storm to Shade Green Infrastructure Program. Can you talk a little bit more about our partnership with Pima County Flood Control?
I think it's a great relationship. So when the idea came to kind of go small, I'll say, and do these smaller projects which only have a marginal flood control benefit, but have all of these other benefits. Our concern was when we're out doing maintenance on the regional water courses and in Pima County, having a little constellation of properties that we would need to maintain inside the city, it wouldn't be the most efficient or effective use of our time. And so Storm to Shade showed up and said, hey, we don't have the capital to be able to build these things, acquire the property, and we have bought, we've used some parks, but we've bought some parcels, and we're willing to buy other parcels and put in the infrastructure, and we would maintain the drainage infrastructure, which needs infrequent maintenance, but the day-to-day stuff of trash cans and pruning, that is with the city. So it was actually a great symbiotic relationship. And we have 5 projects in the ground now. I think we have 3 or 4 that are in the planning stage, and we would like to continue that. I think it's great for the city. It's a great use of this. Again, it's only a marginal benefit for flood control, but it has a lot of other benefits across the board.
Thank you, and I know that Councilmember Fimbres has his hand up, and then we'll come to the Vice Mayor.
Hey, Madam Mayor, I have 2 questions only. Is there an ongoing maintenance schedule to keep washes free of debris and to track which washes have continuous homeless activity?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, yes. So the City of Tucson Department of Transportation and Mobility and our Street Maintenance Division performs the wash maintenance of the washes that we are responsible for. We perform this wash maintenance on a schedule, both pre and post monsoon, to ensure that the flow lines are clear. Additional wash maintenance beyond that is request driven, and I know that I've spoken to some of you during our monthly briefings about some of those areas where you'd like to see a little bit more activity there. Regarding some of the encampment activity in our washes, we partner with our other city partners on the encampment protocol team to make sure that if there are any encampments, they are being tracked, resources are being provided. Leading up to monsoon, we're always working very diligently with our city partners to make sure that if anyone is occupying the wash, that we can make sure to find them a safe place to be ahead of the monsoon season.
Appreciate it, Eric. Thank you, Sam. The COT has a community relating system of rating of a 6. What does that mean, rate, besides providing Tucson's property owners with 20% discount on what low risk and high risk flood insurance policies?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, thank you for that question. So, this was a question I know that we provided some information on. The purpose of the CRS is to support the National Flood Insurance Program. It has 3 main goals: to reduce and avoid flood damage to insurable property, strengthen and support the insurance aspects of the NFIP, but also foster comprehensive floodplain management. In fact, just before this item, Director Shep and I were having a conversation about how can we work together to improve those scores. One of the ways that we can do that is by working together on our floodplain management plans and trying to align those together and taking advantage of some of the activities that will help improve that score. And so we're already brainstorming about putting together some meetings to get ready for that update for Mayor and Council so we can take advantage of some of those activities to increase our score, thereby increasing the discount to Tucson property owners.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Eric. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Sam. Pima County Regional Flood Control District has a CRS rating of 2. What does that mean? Besides providing residents with an insurance, unincorporated Pima County with a 40% discount flood insurance policy premiums.
Ms. Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, thank you for bringing that up. Pima County's Class 2 rating places us among the top 10 communities in the nation, and perhaps more importantly, higher than Maricopa County, which has a budget 5 times ours. They're only a Class 4. I think what it means is it's a demonstration of our floodplain management acumen. We do a lot of things. I do think that the city might be able to take credit for some of the things we're doing. So in order to become a Class 2, there are some prerequisites. You have to be able to do flood warning, for example, and we have the ability along certain water courses to be able to use our alert system, which is our system of rain gauges and stream gauges, to be able to provide real-time alerts to people. And we can do that on the Santa Cruz River, we can do that on the Rito, and so there are parts of the city that benefit, and that is a prerequisite to becoming a Class 4. Having a robust floodplain management plan is the other one. It's a long, year-long, stakeholder-driven process. We, having gone through that process in 2020, we're kind of going through it right now, but to the point of that plan, we learned a lot, and it created a 5-year operational plan for rules we might want to write, capital projects we might want to proceed with, land management strategies for acquisition of properties and things along those lines. So it was a pretty effective plan, and I do believe that if the city moves closer to the way that our plan operates, the city would benefit, and if it can meet the prerequisites, can move up in the CRS score as well, which then would be great for not only for flood damage reduction and flood response, but also for the premium benefits that the folks who require flood insurance would have.
Appreciate your help. Thank you.
Thank you,
Go ahead,
Councilman.
Madam Mayor.
Alrighty, so I believe it was Vice Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, and then we'll put Councilmember Santa Cruz on the queue.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Shep, for coming to present at City Council. Great to see you. And the fact that the city and county are working together in this area is just wonderful. I've been a big fan of flood control for decades. You have an unsung role in the Sonoran Desert Conservation Plan that was just fabulous. Buying lands that could be flooded, but saving them as habitat. And I think the example of what we did at the big basin near the sports park is an example of how large stormwater capture areas can be useful for habitat or for recreation at Cherry Creek. There's a need for those. And by the way, you personally are doing a great job. I've seen this shift in our thinking of that stormwater is a horrible thing. It's an asset, it's water. And rather than getting rid of it as fast as possible as the storm drains that we used to put in, using it in place to grow trees, to grow habitat, to water fields is just wonderful. There's also a need for the small, and I'm glad you spoke about them, the green stormwater infrastructure projects that sometimes can become parks and sometimes they're just trees along the street. Our low-income neighborhoods in Tucson, a lot in Ward 3, have temperatures that are 10 degrees hotter in summer, and as the summers are getting hotter, it's just outrageous. Hotter than the wealthier neighborhoods, due largely to tree canopy and vegetation coverage. But I also know from experience the last 3 years in office that it's much more expensive to do GSI in urban areas where they're needed the most. For example, we have a project that we're going to celebrate the completion of at 11th and Flores in the Thrive in the 05 zone, where we can create a beautiful neighborhood scale GSI project. Has over 60 trees. Saturday we're going to celebrate it, but the cost was just under $450,000 to implement that. So Ward 3 is always looking for ways to partner on smaller scale projects that directly benefit and have some flood control. Maybe if we have thousands of them, they would, you'd give them a better credit. And for instance, I know there's a planned new stormwater park in Ward 3 at Navajo and Mojave, and it's taking forever, HUD, but we're getting through it. And we're all looking forward to seeing that completed. Finally, I have a question. So Roswell, New Mexico has experienced an unusual flooding event, maybe because of climate change, and maybe Tucson area will start seeing those. Is there any credence to the reports that I've heard, Director Shep, that it was aliens creating the flood to cover up the tracks of their visit? Thank you, Mayor.
You're not expected to answer that, sir.
I was going to segue. I was going to pivot, but the flood control district is working on understanding that the climate is changing. we are working on, actually, one of the goals of our floodplain management plan that came from our robust floodplain management committee told us to consider climate in future floodplain management and floodplain management regulation. And we took that to heart, and we're fortunate enough inside our stable of very smart people inside the flood control district, we have climate scientists and meteorologists, and they've been working for the past couple of years to take our historic rainfall record and then use the IPCC scenarios and project what rainfall might look like in the future. And interestingly enough, the amount of rainfall is about the same, but it's how it's distributed as changes. There's less small storms and more frequent really large storms. And the really large storms, the 1% chance storm, which is what we all regulate to, will go up, and we think it goes up by about 15%. And we are starting a process to modify our regulations to start regulating to that so that we can reduce, obviously everything that we've authorized and that is built is at prone to that risk, but we can grow in a way that doesn't exacerbate that risk and start planning for the climate that we think may already be here. Yeah.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Good afternoon. I have a few things. Let's start with probably what's Ward 2's number one thing is Tanque Verde Creek and Agua Caliente. We're experiencing significant flooding every year. No matter what happens, we have homes that are being flooded. Some of them are in the floodplain. It seems that there are some fixes that are available. I'd like to partner with you guys on that in order to at least mitigate and lower the risk. I know that we're not going to prevent flooding where flooding exists every year, but we have some folks on the fringes and they're flooded every year, and it seems like some of the things are downstream. It seems like there's some decisions engineering wise that were made in the 1980s and 90s that kind of we're paying for right now. And so I'd like to be able to collaborate with your team in order to address that.
For sure. Absolutely.
The next piece is about stormwater harvesting. So we've got these stormwater parks that are really exciting. We have one of the most robust rainwater harvesting programs in the country. I know that stormwater harvesting exists. I know there's ways to do it where we can actually harvest some of that runoff and send it into our water system. And I think that's something that the county and the city can aggressively work for. Also, a treated stormwater and reclaimed water blend is a bit safer, and it gives us the opportunity to create something that where we can even upgrade the A++ water we're producing out of the wastewater. So I'd love to see us have that opportunity. I think that can work with what we said before about Agua Caliente as well. We've been trying to get a response from DTM for neighbors near Bonanza and Tanque Verde who are having trouble with a detention basin. There's a detention basin out there, and we probably need to figure out a way to have that detention basin maintained a little bit better. And so I don't know whether it's a flood control issue specifically or a DTM issue. I think it's something you guys actually collaborate on quite often. But I just want to be sure that piece is that part of the wash. It's a vast number of different water pieces, floods just about every year, and the sand goes over the street, and we keep having to fix it. And I've actually, at one point, I advocated just to not fix it and let the wash flow through because it may be better. It's causing that water obstruction. But I'm not a hydrologist, and I'm never going to try to pretend to be one on TV. But I'd really like to have some response with that. Next up is we've got 78 different watersheds in Tucson, and all 78 washes create this kind of network to our bigger ones. They're all tribs. And so at the end of the day, no matter how much discussion we have between city and county, we're partners on this. And ultimately, in Ward 2, where we have like the Hidden Hills wash, we have the Rose Hill wash, we have different things where we have a lot of overgrowth. I'd like to get some authoritative discussion and some funding discussion on A, how we can make them walkable and part of our walkability network, and B, what's the healthiest for our washes? Is it a lot of underbrush? Is it a minimal amount so it flows better? And what the aim is. There's really no exact consensus on that. And so I was hoping to get some time with you to kind of go over a few of those things. I know you're busy and I'm busy, and so I'm reaching out publicly, but I would have called you anyway. But anyway, I just thought it was a good time to bring some of those things up. And I appreciate hearing about some of the team ups. I'm really interested in doing a team up with you guys in Ward 2 as well. And that's all I have to say.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, happy to meet with you and discuss. As you said, the water courses are each individual, and they might have a different answer depending on what they are, including ownership, what the original design condition was, if there's an opportunity to leave vegetation in a channel, and that doesn't harm people, that's what we prefer. But sometimes they were designed with minimal vegetation, then we want to remove them so we don't harm people.
Yeah, let's get together with a few team members and see what we can come up with.
Councilmember Santa Cruz?
All right, yeah, thank you so much, and for Councilmember Ulick and Dahl for bringing this to the table. I know that we've had a great project that just went in last year at El Vado New Hope Park. I feel like we got the engineers and the practitioners nerding out together to create a very beautiful food forest pocket park in the neighborhood. And that location isn't the only one, obviously, in Ward 1. With the challenge of the freeway, we often hear from a lot of neighbors about the flow of water because the freeway is a barrier. And so they have to deal with these flooding issues. But I look forward to the continued collaboration because I think these are some havens in our neighborhoods. But like you said, you need property. You need to acquire property to be able to do that, and that's one of the biggest challenges to really address flooding. Thank you for the update.
Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz. Yes, so far these stormwater parks have been, I call it serendipitous. We've been opportunistically finding parcels. One of them was a tax lien parcel, which we were able to acquire and turn that into the Seneca Basin. There was some that were blighted properties that we were able to acquire from a willing seller, and we turned that into a park. So you guys are better situated to know where the blighted properties are and where not only can these stormwater parks create all the great amenities, but we might also solve a problem too. But we don't know where those are. So if you have an idea inside your wards where we might lean in, we need a willing seller. We tend to not condemn properties for this, but where you have a willing seller, that's what we want to know. I know that you've talked in the past. I've talked with Councilmember Dahl about the vacant and blighted or neglected sites. If you're focusing on that, there is an opportunity for us to partner, and we can turn those sites into something nice.
Yeah, thank you so much. We don't have any additional time to continue the conversation. Thank you for the update, Director Shep. I think a few things that we have to make sure that we follow up on our end with your department is how to keep those washes free of debris, I believe, because there's sometimes furniture that is thrown into the washes. So how to keep them clean and make sure that both the city and Pima County Flood Control are clear in terms of whose responsibility it is to alleviate and clean and remediate that debris. And then, of course, what are the projects, right? We mentioned a few here at the table. What are the projects that we can partner on with or without Storm to Shade to make sure that we're providing that protection for the residents of Tucson in terms of flood control. So that is something that I'm super interested in, making sure that the return on investment in terms of the city of Tucson residents and what we put into flood control district, that we're being smart about our partnership and what we are invested in and where we still need to go. So thank you, really appreciate you coming and doing an update. Thank you, Sam, for keeping us informed on this, and then, of course, keeping the relationship between you two so that we can deliver the best service for our resident. So thank you, Councilmember Ulick. I don't know if you had any closing comments. Vice Mayor? All righty. Thank you. Really appreciate it, Director Shep. All righty, so we're going to move to item 4. This time is reserved to continue the discussion and provide direction on the development of the RTA Next Plan. City Manager Tamir, I don't know if you wanted to open or if we're just going to go directly to Mr. Credio.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We can go straight to Director Credio. He's been leading the effort here.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and good afternoon again, Mayor and Council. I will just provide a brief update of the conversation that occurred at the meeting of the RTA Board of Directors that took place on September 26th. So that way you don't have to watch the 5.5-hour video of when this conversation took place. It was a very lengthy conversation. In the end, there's really 3 key points that I want to make sure to brief you on. The first is the RTA board took a significant step forward by voting to advance the draft RTA Next Plan to the public outreach phase. We did include a copy of that plan in the attachment to this material for this item. The time is now to incorporate feedback from the general public and hear exactly what they feel about this plan that has been deliberated on for so long. The second is that the RTA board approved a target election date for the extension of the regional half-cent sales tax for November of 2025. That's important for a few reasons. One is that it does provide a little bit more time to obtain some meaningful feedback on the plan. I think if a May election was going to continue, it was going to be rather rushed based on the schedules that were shared with the board. And then the last thing related to that is that the RTA board did direct the RTA executive director to hire an independent public outreach and engagement consultant to conduct the outreach related to RTA Next. And why this is so important is because we need to make sure that all the voices of our communities are reached and are heard, and that they have an opportunity to provide input in a plan that is going to impact them for the next 20 years. Lastly, there was a rather long conversation about the completion of the current RTA plan, and I believe the sentiment of the RTA board is that everyone remains concerned about how the completion of the current RTA plan could impact the RTA Next election. And that concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Credio. Any questions, observations, comments on the RTA Next? Councilmember Cunningham?
I only have 2. This is not RTA Next, this is RTA. I want to get clarity on when East 22nd will start moving dirt. Just putting that question out there. 2, more importantly, we probably want to, at least as we go forward, if we're going to be partners in this, our major thing is obviously corridor renewal. We've had this discussion like 15 times. There's 11 different names for it because we want to be in compliance. But the bottom line is that there is value to corridor renewal through the RTA. There's high value because we are not fully funded for the corridor renewal we're going to need over the next 20 years. So this does present an opportunity for us. And so I think we should probably be very clear in that discussion. I think the voters deserve it, and I think it would help us we've come so far with the streets over the last 12 years where we were. And so to have an opportunity to be able to maintain that is huge for us. So I can't stress how much corridor renewal I want, along with making sure that the RTA projects that got left off don't get counted against us. And I know that Ted and Carolyn have done a really good job in bringing what they brought. I mean, see if we can't hit a bullseye. That's what I'd say.
Any others? Vice Mayor? And then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
This is a question from a constituent, so I might have this a little confused. So there's the RTA board adopted baseline pessimistic revenue, but there's extra stuff that we get that kicks in if we exceed that pessimistic revenue. How long do we think it will take to exceed the pessimistic revenue? I'm glad you understand the question. Thanks.
That's right, yeah. Mayor, Vice Mayor Dahl. So the RTA board did adopt the pessimistic revenue projections for the plan. And there is a provision that if the baseline projections come to bear, that a portion of that would come to the city of Tucson. I think the mechanics of that, while they've been generally discussed a little bit at this table, not so much with the RTA board, have not been completely worked out. But I believe what we would like to see is that true-up is done every 2 to 3 years, because you should see on an annual basis whether or not the revenue projections are outpacing the budget.
Councilmember Santa Cruz, and then Councilmember Fimbres, and then Councilmember Ulick.
I want to thank you, Mayor and City Manager and Director Credio, for continuing to show up at those meetings. I know that they have been challenging and advocating for the best possible outcome for our city residents. I think the only question, right, that we still have is how is RTA 1 gonna be accountable and clearly communicating with our city residents of how much funding is left over for the projects that were in the city of Tucson. That I think it's helpful for us to have a complete picture if we're gonna sell this to our voters as a good thing for them.
Mr. Credio, I guess this question is for either Mr. Tamir or Credio regarding the cost to complete our TA1 projects. I think that's something that the city of Tucson, our team has been asking for some time. Was there any clarity at our last meeting in terms of our TA1 projects and an idea if we're gonna be able to deliver to the voters all of the RTA1 projects?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, for that question. I think that is probably the most challenging part of the conversation that occurred with the RTA board during that meeting, is that it's really the first time that we've heard publicly that there is not enough money to complete all of the projects in the current plan. We knew that there were 2 projects in the 5-year TIP that were not fully funded. That was the Grant Road corridor and the First Avenue corridor. But what we heard from RTA staff is that there's roughly $200 million of projects that, or a deficit that is not currently accounted for in the current RTA plan. There are some strategies being discussed, but there was no additional clarity on how that funding gap will be shored up in the near term.
And Madam Mayor, if I could add to that, that's on top of the 4 projects that have already been moved from RTA 1 to RTA Next. So this is a new additional gap on delivery of RTA 1. And I'll just also say the only strategy that's been offered that I've heard from PAG RTA is cities go figure it out.
Okay, so
Alrighty, there's a lot of questions, but there's a line that of my colleagues that have raised hands. So Councilmember Fimbres, then Ulick, and then
Thank you,
Cunningham
Madam
again.
Mayor. Sam, I want to thank you for your efforts on this stuff. The RTA Next plan is crucial. How do we get the citizens to vote for it and support it?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, I think the best way that we can get the citizens of Tucson and the community to vote for RTA Next plan is demonstrate success with RTA 1. And we are doing everything we can to deliver the City of Tucson projects, not without barriers that are external to the city, but we are going to continue and deliver that promise to deliver those projects.
Good, appreciate that. Is there a plan for how the 121 million will be used for the next Tucson operated transit service? The staff asks.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres. So the $121 million for the new Tucson operated transit service is yet to be defined. I think that the best way to answer that question is that we would make a recommendation that is in line with the comprehensive operational analysis that would guide us on where we would want to see that additional transit service investment being made.
Thank you, Sam. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Ulick, and then Councilmember Cunningham, and then Councilman Lee.
Thank you. Very much interested in the questions regarding RTA 1 and really strongly urge that in our partnership in looking at this, that we drill down on that element of what is unfunded, what may not be completed. I think we need to be fully transparent about what the strategies are for funding and completing the projects promised in the RTA 1, and really just engaging in an earnest conversation. And that can only be done if the RTA continues to work with us on aligning for RTA 1 completion as well as RTA Next. So I truly appreciate that. And I think getting it out, RTA Next, out to public comment is a healthy step. I think it is time for the public to have an opportunity to review what that vision is and to ask questions. And I think the RTA probably will hear a lot of reinforcement for many of the questions and concerns and ideas, and hopefully constructive solutions that have come up around the table and have been really championed effectively by our mayor. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Sam, what was the painful $200 million number again? What was that?
Mayor, Councilmember Lee, that is the deficit to deliver the current RTA plan. That's how much short the RTA is going to be in delivering the plan.
Is it 200 million?
I believe it's 200 million. I can get you the exact number from the material.
So that's something we've been talking about, being very concerned about. And I think the answer of let the city figure it out is BS. We don't have $200 million laying around to finish these projects. So first of all, I agree with what Councilmember Ulick said. This really needs to be an important part of the conversation, especially if we expect the public to have faith in a second RTA. So other than have the city figure it out, are there any more conversations scheduled to happen about how they're going to address this? That's question one. And then the second is, do we know which projects are now at risk again after we went through this process 2 years ago to de-scope and defer projects? Do we know which ones might be impacted? So as Councilmember Ulick said, we can start to get ahead of this, because that's not a good thing we're dealing with here.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Lee. I was looking at the mayor because I believe they are trying to schedule another special RTA board meeting between the early November and the next regularly scheduled December meeting to talk about this very topic. Regarding the projects that are at risk, that has been an interesting conversation with the RTA, because the RTA maintains that there are certain projects that are statutorily required to be delivered because they have not started a phase. For example, 22nd Street East has no former phase that have started. It's a standalone project that has to be delivered in the RTA plan versus the Grant Road, which has completed prior phases. And so per the RTA's interpretation of the law is that the Grant Road corridor has satisfied that requirement of starting construction by June of 2026 versus a project like 22nd Street East or Harrison Road Bridge that has not. And we question that, and I know the mayor has been very vocal about whether or not that interpretation is accurate, but what that leaves then is projects like Grant Road 5 and 6 that's currently unfunded, does not have any funding to move forward with right-of-way, and so therefore we don't have a clear idea of how and when that project's going to be delivered.
Councilmember Cunningham.
All right. So you're saying the 22nd is going to get done?
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, 22nd Street, Camino Seco to Houghton is fully funded currently in the RTA plan and in the 5-year TIP.
I want to make it really clear then. we already gave up one of our projects in Ward 2. If they can't finish 22nd, I'm pulling my support. I can't in good conscience tell voters to support something that they couldn't deliver on. So I'll just make that very clear now.
Well, in the 5 years that I've been working on the RTA board as the representative of the city, we've always had questions about the availability of funds to finish all of the projects that were promised to the voters that the RTA would deliver. And so what I've done is requested internally a list of all the projects and how much approximately those projects are going to cost versus all of the funds that are coming into the RTA, so we can prioritize the projects. But I firmly believe that the executive director of the RTA should not be choosing for us. That is something that mayor and council need to help make the decision as to how we move. Unfortunately, most of the projects that are not finished in the first RTA are inside the city of Tucson. There are a few, one project from the county, one project from Marana that were moved to the RTA next. And so really it is the city of Tucson holding the bag in terms of how we're going to deliver those projects. And it should not be the city of Tucson and its residents that are left holding the bag in terms of how we pay for those projects. So that is a big question, even though I celebrate that we found a compromise on the RTA Next plan. Now we need to figure out how we move forward to be able to deliver the projects in the first RTA. So those conversations are starting. I know that my colleagues on the RTA board have those same concerns and questions, so we're not the only ones that are thinking about how we deliver those RTA 1 projects. Previously, other towns and Pima County have been able to use Pima Association of Government funds to be able to fund those gaps in the projects. And that's a big question that we have going forward. Will the city of Tucson be able to use those Pima Association of Government funds, mostly federal HERF and state HERF, to plug those gaps in funding? So we will absolutely keep you informed. I want to make sure, Tim, that we have that list of projects that are left prioritized, by the city of Tucson, how much approximately we feel those are going to cost. And then I still have not received, and I think my colleagues on the RTA board felt very similarly, that we still don't know exactly how much funds are slated to come in to the RTA. And so we're going to continue pushing the executive director of the RTA to give us a clear answer as to how many funds we will have at our disposal to finish these projects. Am I missing anything, Tim and Sam?
No, Mayor, I think you've captured it really well, and that is going to be the critical conversation over the next few months. I agree that it's good that we've gotten to the point where the RTA Next compromise is out for comment. I think the conversation about when do you make the voter ask on an RTA Next is premature until you actually can complete RTA 1.
Alrighty, just in the interest of time, we're going to have to move on to the next item, but this is a conversation that we will continue, making sure that you all have your input into our processes. With that, we're gonna move to item 4. The time has been reserved, no, this is item 5, sorry. Time has been set aside for the Housing and Community Development Department to present the 2024 People, Communities, and Homes Investment Plan, which is also called PCHIP, to Mayor and Council. Mr. Tamir.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Here with us today is our Director of Housing and Community Development, Ann Chineka, to talk to us about the PCHIP program as an update, and they have a presentation that I believe they're going to go through with us.
Thank you, City Manager. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. As the City Manager said, we have a short presentation, in part to highlight the great graphic design work of our graphic designer, Rachel Hutchinson. But thank you for listening to this update to the People, Communities, and Homes Investment Plan. Yeah, I will. So the first PCHIP plan was developed in 2020 and adopted by Mayor and Council in January of 2021. The then Director of HCD, now Assistant City Manager, Liz Morales, she challenged us with creating a plan based on both public input and data to identify the needs and priorities of the community. The intent was to bring transparency and clarity to our grant making that we give to community partners. So this update of PCHIP will build off of that original plan, but also because of the extensive work done with the community in listening and looking at the data, I've challenged staff to also have this be not only a document that guides our external work, but that also guides our activities and resources internally. And so we do sometimes get asked, why is it called PCHIP? And so I do want to highlight the work of staff, and in particular, Lena Perrell, who's here today. So the first couple pages of this plan update does a really good job of laying out why investing in these 3 areas really creates pathways to opportunity. And so Lena is the primary lead on this project. She did the data crunching as well as writing the plan. And so I've asked her to give a really short summary of what's included in this plan update.
Thank you, Ann. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. At the heart of this plan and HCD's work, there are 3 interconnected areas: people, communities, and homes. In HCD's work, we aim to create equitable pathways to opportunity, ensuring that all individuals, regardless of their background or circumstances, experience dignity, belonging, and the ability to thrive. We see a critical step towards equitable opportunity as providing stable, quality, affordable homes, but we also see this path encompassing more than just housing, and it extends to the essential services that people need to thrive and the attributes of strong, resilient communities that support us collectively. The plan is organized into 4 main chapters accompanied by 3 appendices. So Chapter 1 lays out the Pathways to Opportunity framework, an overview of HCD and the plan development process, including a literature review and community engagement efforts. Chapter 2 focuses on the data we analyzed, highlighting trends and challenges in the areas like affordable housing, homelessness, and poverty. Chapter 3 details the goals, objectives, and actions derived from our research, community engagement, and stakeholder input. It also highlights 6 cross-cutting principles that intersect with each of the plan's goals and objectives. And then lastly, Chapter 4 describes the PCHIP grant-making process and funding sources in detail. So our engagement efforts took place between April and June of this year. The previous PCHIP was developed in 2020 during the COVID-19 pandemic, which made our outreach efforts more difficult. So for this PCHIP update, we had even more opportunities for inclusive and equitable community engagement. We provided monthly updates to the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development for feedback. We conducted a community survey that received almost 500 responses from community members between April and May.
We held different kickoff events, both in person and on Zoom for P-CHIP, and participated in city and community events like Ward 1's Día de las Niñas, where we had give kids P-CHIP dollars, where they got to decide what they wanted to fund in their neighborhoods. And in June, we facilitated 12 focus groups with stakeholders, including people with lived experience of homelessness, service providers, affordable housing developers, community safety professionals, and advocates for housing justice. And then our goals, objectives, and actions that are outlined in the plan were shaped both by the data and the feedback from the community. For example, our survey revealed that the community views a lack of affordable housing and homelessness as two of Tucson's most pressing challenges, and the data supports this. Median home prices have risen by 86.4% since 2017. Median rents have increased by 66.4% since 2017. And in 2022, 51.1% of renters in Tucson were considered housing cost burdened. And the number of unsheltered homeless individuals in Pima County has increased by 126.2% since 2018. And it's also important that our goals reflect and align with our other city plans and initiatives. So I'm going to turn it back over to Ann to go over that.
Thank you, Lena. It was important to us to recognize the policy direction mayor and council have already set. And so efforts such as the housing affordability strategy for Tucson that mayor and council adopted in December of 2021, the prosperity initiative that mayor and council adopted earlier this year, which is really looking at how to alleviate poverty. And then, of course, as we're updating Plan Tucson right now, really thinking through how we work closely with planning and development services to make sure our update to our plan is reflected in the current update. So in the goals, objectives, action sections, there are icons reflecting what strategies were taken directly from the housing affordability strategy and what initiatives, what actions were taken directly from the prosperity initiative. And then finally, and perhaps most important, we continue to try to bring transparency to how we allocate funding to external partners. And so every year we go through a process of allocating funding for affordable housing development in alignment with the low-income housing tax credit timeline. And then every 2 years, we go through the application process for our nonprofit organizations. We need to kick off that process as it's been almost 2 years, if you believe it. At the last time we did this process, we received good feedback from all of you in terms of ways to improve that process. And so we really tried to incorporate that into this P-CHIP update. So our intent is next month in November to issue a call for projects and make sure we advertise to all organizations in the community. Staff is always available to answer questions. We also host Q&A sessions to make sure that any questions, we can make sure to resolve those. Then once the applications are due, staff will do a threshold review, making sure those applications meet the requirements based on the funding source. We always convene community review panels, so that's made up of subject matter experts who don't have a conflict of interest, as well as members of Commission on Equitable Housing and Development, and hopefully, ideally, members of your own staff will sit on the community review panels. This year, we are planning on incorporating a robust equity impact analysis into the scoring process, working closely with our Office of Equity. And then the goal is taking all that scoring, developing a list of preliminary recommendations to bring to you all for consideration so that you can discuss, give feedback, talk through it before we bring it back for adoption. So we really want to include you in the process earlier as we bring you that final list. And so with that, we are done with our presentation. Happy to answer questions, and with your direction, we would bring this back for adoption at the next regular meeting.
Alrighty, colleagues, any questions, comments, observations? Alrighty, Councilmember Cunningham.
Couple things. So going back to the slide with the PCHP, which I'm loving this, by the way. This is an opportunity for, you don't need to bring it back. it's an opportunity for some creative solutions that work outside the system, and it's something that we've been advocating for. I've told this story about 15 times. I'm going to tell it again today, and that is that when I was a young man, there was a situation where I was in between apartments. I was living up in Phoenix, Arizona, and I was in between apartments. And for about 2 weeks, I got a room with who was going to be my roommate at the YMCA. It was like $84 for the 2 weeks for both of us, and that included utilities and everything. And it was a solution where we didn't have to apply through services. There were some requirements and expectations as any tenant and leaser would have. But the bottom line is it created a respite through I guess you'd call it a private sector, even though the YMCA is nonprofit, but it created an option without having to try to go for help. And it was part of that. The other ones that we've had is we also had a lot of different mobile home housing in the past that doesn't exist as much anymore, or some of the mobile home housing has become very high end, and some of our lower income folks who don't really want housing aid per se have been priced out of the market. This gives us the chance to have those pieces put in, and I think we can probably find some solutions for that. Nobody phased out these different types of programs like YMCA respite care or respite for RBs. It just kind of organically happened over a period of 30 years with different decisions, all well-intended decisions. And one of the things that we're running into is we have some folks that are living in, say, a camper or some type of RV, and they don't have a place to park it with sewage, electric, and water without spending what they would on just regular, you might as well rent a place. So we've got to have some bring your own, BYOB, bring your own house. We have to have some BYOH where it's affordable for people, especially when it comes to the garbage collection, human waste, or sewage, water, and electricity. If those hookups can be facilitated, it might work out for some folks. It doesn't even need to be a permanent. A lot of these things the other thing I think what's really important is that we delineate between permanent housing and temporary housing. And I've advocated this for a minute when we have a few folks that absolutely they need a permanent housing plan from us, and we will help them get there. But we have a lot of folks, as long as we empower them and inspire them, then they can get a little help from us for a while, but they can move out of that. And so we have to take a look at both tracks in order to get folks where they need to be. We need them to meet us where they are, we meet them where they are, and we can get people where they're going. So those are the things. This is a great plan. Again, congratulations for your team. I know, Ann, you've only been in this role not as long, but you're off to such an incredible start. So we have your back 100%, and we're going to keep going for creative solutions. I think that the reason that no city has, if there was a silver bullet and some city had solved this, then everybody would be doing it right now. Everybody's trying everything. And so we're going to too. And hopefully we'll find something that fits for Tucson and can be something that can be duplicated around the country. Let's be leaders on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Just so that we can clarify for the community, can you talk about how much funds we have in P-CHIP and where those funds come from?
Yeah, so for the call for projects for November, and I'm going to give approximate values because we're still always waiting for HUD to finalize some of these numbers. But annually, through the budget process, Mayor and Council allocate $1.4 million in general fund dollars for nonprofits for supportive services that is included in this plan. For community development block grant funding from HUD, for human services, there's annually approximately $760,000. For emergency solutions grant funding, so this is for services for the unhoused, annually there's approximately $460,000. And then for housing opportunities with persons with AIDS, again, this is a HUD funding source. Annually, there's usually a little over $1 million. So that, and then for affordable housing for home, this year we anticipate making available about 1.5 million for our affordable housing development partners. And so that's approximate. When we do the call for projects in November, there will be the exact dollar amounts in terms of what we intend to give away with all the criteria listed. So for the nonprofit grant making is 2 years.
Yeah, 2-year cycle. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yeah, no, I wanted to start off by thanking Director Chaneca for this PCHIC process to reflect our commitment to the Prosperity Initiative that Mayor and Council adopted earlier this year. I think this program is essential in advancing the goals and priorities that you've outlined today. I think by focusing on homelessness, we will not only be providing immediate relief, but also addressing a lot of the root causes. The solutions like supportive housing and access to resources will enhance our community's overall well-being, ensuring that everyone has a safe place to call home, making sure that we are focusing on reducing poverty is essential in creating the conditions for better outcomes for our families. Our efforts to provide job training and social services will make sure that our individuals have the resources that they need to live, dignified and with self-sufficiency. So I think at the end of the day, this plan really centers people. And as a council member who's always centered our most vulnerable community members, our youth, our elders, those experiencing poverty, I think it's a meaningful policy that's going to make a difference in people's lives. So thank you, for your thoughtfulness and putting this process together. And I also just want to thank your staff for coming to Dia de la Niñez and being part of that community outreach and really engaging with our young people so that they understand what this process is.
Thank you, council member. That might have been one of my most fun days on the job ever.
I know Dia de la Niñez is wonderful. I do have a couple of comments. First, I want to bring back your attention to what the community is saying. And I know that this is your survey, but we also have a survey that was done for the budgeting season that really reflects the very same issues that you have in front of us. Lack of affordable and attainable housing options is also reflective of the budget survey and other community engagement opportunities that we've given our community. Affordable housing and being able to attain affordable housing options always comes up at the forefront. Homelessness, crime and safety, as well as poverty and concern about generational poverty. The work that this mayor and council have been doing in terms of passing the housing affordability strategy for Tucson that we never had before, passing the prosperity initiative that commits us to finding the root causes of poverty in our city, including crime and safety in our community. Passing even what we're going to hear right now with the Tucson Resilient Together, focusing our commitment to looking at climate change with an eye to equity and how we invest the resources within our city to make sure that we have an equitable opportunity, and how it intersects housing and climate work, intersects with the money that is being investing in appliance fixtures and public housing, and how we're putting it all together, how it really is holistically, right? Chief Casmar says putting the right work in the right hands, and that's a motto I think that we've all, but the city manager and our assistant city managers, our department directors, as well as mayor and council, are committed to doing. But really, I mean, the median home price increase of 80, almost 86, almost 87% of how much homes, how much rent has increased is just absolutely unbelievable. And that's why our residents have it at top of their mind, because it really is cutting into their costs every month in order to be able to survive and provide not just a place to be safe for themselves and their families, but also they have to think about food and all of the expenses that come with everyday living. And so I really appreciate how you've described the funds that we're putting into this, but many times I don't think people see the complete picture of how much money the city of Tucson and its mayor and council have chosen to put into the issues that our community is saying that they want us to pay attention to and help resolve. The funds that you just talked about, 1.4 million in general fund and CDBG money, emergency stabilization, home funds. This is just a little piece of the puzzle of the funds that this mayor and council chooses to invest in affordability and in unsheltered homelessness, investing in crime and safety for our community. So I know I went off on a tangent, but the work that we're all doing together is very complex, and it's a holistic approach where we're using a lot of evidence-based solutions to have long-term benefits for our residents. So I don't have any additional questions, but my colleagues might have questions, observations, or any other comments. All righty, good job. Thank you so much for all the work. We really appreciate it. All righty, so we move on to item 6. This item is a quarterly update on Tucson Resilient Together implementation progress. And Mr. Manager, you'd like to open up this item?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. This is our quarterly opportunity to update you on all of the many implementation actions associated with Tucson Resilient Together, Mayor and Council's adopted climate action and adaptation strategy for Tucson. And with me here is our Chief Resilience Officer, Fatima Luna, and our Urban Forestry Program Manager, Nicole Gillette. So with that, I will turn it over to Fatima.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to update you again. I think this is the 6th quarterly update, and so today with me is Nicole, who is going to provide an update on the urban forestry program. So in the attachment 8, as part of the supporting documents, we provided a detailed report on all the actions taken by city departments, but also the climate action team. So I will not go over all of them. So today I'm just gonna focus on key accomplishments and also key updates, which can be grouped into 5 categories, and then I will finish with next steps. So first, the city of Tucson continues to secure funding, and city departments continue to secure funding to advance climate work. DTM and Suntrans secure $1.4 million to upgrade aging infrastructure and also bus stops during this quarterly period. Parks and Rec secured $3 million from a land and water conservation grant to reduce turf, asphalt, install green infrastructure, and also plant over 300 trees at Jacob Parks. And then finally, PDSD secured $1.7 million from the DOD to support workforce development and energy conservation, building codes, and this is part of the second phase of RECI 2, of the RECI grant. So second, we completed a coordinated heat season. So this summer, we worked closely with the Pima County Health Department and other multi-jurisdictional partners to increase our heat resilience efforts. And so these collaborative work resulted in the city the region increasing for having 13 cooling centers last year to having over 40. We also distributed over 900 heat relief kits across the community, mainly to the unhoused, but also in some mobile home parks. And most importantly, we learned a lot this summer. So we're going to take those lessons learned and improve our heat response and preparedness strategy for next summer. Third, in working with the city's energy manager, Michael Cansaro, we launched the energy sourcing study. So using climate resilience funding, we contracted GDS Associates to conduct a study, and these officially began late August. So in general, the study aims to help the city identify alternative sources of energy to accomplish or advance our climate goals and carbon neutrality goals. So in particular, it's going to look at the feasibility of municipalization. It's going to look at both power purchase agreements and virtual power purchase agreements, community choice, aggregation, and microgrids. And yeah, just to provide you with a general timeline, the study is intended to be completed by May of 2025. And GDSD is going to provide or give a presentation on the study's scope of work and also the timeline at the next Commission on Climate, Energy, and Sustainability meeting on October 25th at 2. So I'm happy to share the link with any of you who might be interested. And we also plan to bring them to you all, Mayor and Council, on January 2025, once further progress has been made. And so fourth, the city continues to lead on climate, and we are being recognized for that. So Mayor Romero, welcome Acting Secretary of Labor, Julie Sue, and along with other local leaders, they highlighted the importance of protecting workers from extreme heat. The city's heat protection ordinance and administrative directive were highlighted as well and recognized. Additionally, I was able to represent the city in the first ever White House Extreme Heat Summit. And I just share the amazing work that the city's doing to increase our heat resilience in in Tucson. I share it in DC. And then, so the city's recently adopted heat action roadmap, bless you, received an award from the Arizona chapter of the American Planning Association in the Strengthening Communities Resilience and Sustainability category. So it's pretty amazing that the plan was adopted in June and already received an award, and that's a testament of your important work. And so finally, I'm very excited to share that Karina Martinez, who is in the audience, has joined the climate action team early this month, actually. She is our community relations coordinator, and Karina brings a wealth of knowledge in not only community engagement, but also on extreme heat and manufactured homes. So Karina's role would be focused on not only increasing our community engagement and outreach efforts, but also building relationships across the different sectors as we implement the plan. And so in terms of the next steps, so we're moving forward, our goals for the next several months are to, one, focus on the implementation of the FEMA Resilient Hub Planning Grant. 2, draft a sustainable procurement policy for your review. 3, continue to work with city departments to transition the gas power landscape tools to electric. We're also coordinating the 2025 Southern Arizona Heat Summit, which is planned for February 1st, so mark your calendars and more to come on that. We're also developing a dashboard with key performance indicators, and then we'll continue to pursue funding opportunities to implement climate work. And so with that, I'll pass it on to Nicole.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to see everyone again. I was doing a little bit of reflecting because we're coming up on my 4th work anniversary, which I'll never forget because it was the day after the election. So I'll always remember. And as we come up on my 4th year, it means that we're entering the 5th year of Tucson Million Trees. So it was a good moment to sit back and reflect. And just remember that we've been through a lot and we've accomplished a lot, and it's sometimes felt like a whirlwind, but at the end of the day, we've done a lot of amazing work, and we sit here and we get to discuss and then look forward to what's coming up for the next 5 years of Tucson Million Trees. So really wanted to start with a thank you to all of you, because I think I can never take for granted leadership support and your guys' deep passion for this work, and that's really what has allowed us to sort of make leaps and bounds in all of our various efforts and programs. So thank you to all of you, and looking forward to the next 5 years of Tucson Million Trees as well. So that being said, we've really been focused while I've been here sort of looking internally, right? We've been looking at our internal programs and policies and building up an urban forestry program, which has never existed in the city before. And that takes a little bit of time, right? And so what we haven't really been focused on is external storytelling. So as we move forward into 2025, that's where I'm going to be looking. We're going to be taking all of the hard work we've been focused on for the past couple years, talking about our standards, our action plan, all of those things that build up stability in a program and make it possible to actually implement new exciting policies, and bringing those sort of more to an external facing process. So last time I was here, I discussed that 2025 will be sort of our next big outreach push. I'm still calling it 2025 Year of the Tree because I think I asked everyone here for a creative answer, and so far no one has come to me with a cool, fun name, so still putting that out there as a request. But that's what we're really pushing forward in 2025, and so that'll be a year of concentrated outreach efforts. Look for updates every month coming out that we'll work with all the departments on, sort of streamlined messaging about our current tree-related programs and bringing new opportunities forward as well. Of course, we'll have fun activities and events as well. And what'll be coordinating nicely with that is my other big update is we're finally implementing our $5 million Grow Tucson grant from the USDA. And of course, what has really allowed us to kick that off is I've also made an exciting new hire. Vianney Avila is also in the audience, so our team has just doubled in size very quickly. And I'm already so grateful for Vianney because we kind of swiped her from the Desert Museum. So she brings a wealth of experience and knowledge, and her leadership has already managed to get us to this next level of grant implementation that I was not able to do on my own. She's working very closely with our community partners to kick off our neighborhood planning process. And of course, we'll come back to all of you with updates not only on the grant, but also as projects get individually planned and co-created with neighborhoods, they'll be all across the city. So we would love to see all of you out at an open house or a planting event coming soon. So we'll keep everyone updated on that. We are, of course, in the middle of tree planting season as well. So a plug for our Saturday tree planting in Menlo Park. I think we're planting a record number of trees this time with TCB, well over 100. I can't even actually remember how high of a number it is. So every hand will be very much welcome at that particular planting event. So I think those are all of my current updates, and looking forward, happy to talk about anything in particular as well, of course.
And Nicole, if I could jump in for a second, you didn't describe what you did on your first day 4 years ago with the city.
I mean, my first day was Tim, me, his family, and a behind-the-scenes tour of the zoo. So I can never forget feeding giraffes as my day one work activity. I was like, wow, this is gonna be awesome.
Well, congratulations, Nicole, on your upcoming, was it 4th anniversary as a City of Tucson employee. You're quickly catching up to me, my 17 years. But Fatima, thank you so much for the incredible presentation. I just keep in awe of the work that you're doing. Glad to hear that you're adding to the team, right? But underneath you and, of course, the help of our city manager, Tim Demure, and Nicole, you've all have managed to bring millions and millions and millions of dollars to be able to implement our Tucson Resilient Together, which is very important because we did not have, we've always wanted to do this work. And by the way, our Tucson Resilient Together plan was created in record time, unlike any other city in the country. We did it in 14 months. Usually cities take 3-4 years. We did it in 14 months with plenty of community engagement. So congratulations on all of the work, and welcome to the City of Tucson, Karina, as well as Vianney. Really happy to hear that we're adding hands and brains into the work that that you all are doing. I guess my question is, talk to us a little bit about what our climate action team does and the process that happens there. And then my second question is, if you can explain how the City of Tucson's heat ordinance compares to the heat ordinance for Pima County and the state of Arizona.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you for that question. I'll take the first one. So we are very lucky that we have these core climate action team. That means now 4 people. We're very excited. But we also have a 16-member, including the core team, cross-departmental climate action team. And so we meet monthly, and so we talk about, in those monthly meetings, we share updates, but we also use those meetings to coordinate on implementation. So many departments, and by the way, the climate-related work is not something that just like the climate action team does. Like, it's across departments, and that cross-departmental coordination it's crucial and important. And we have been able to work across departments, specifically to advance actions in the TRT. We have worked with DTM, so we're currently developing, I didn't include it in the report, but it'll be on the end-of-year report. We're designing bus stops with green infrastructure that started several months ago, and so that's gonna support the large grant that DTM and Santran received, because we're not starting from zero with those designs. And so our core team really focuses on guiding the implementation, looking at funding, looking at opportunities to collaborate across departments, so very targeted implementation efforts. And also, doing the behind-the-scenes coordination and organization of community events, drafting things. But then the 16-member climate action team, it's very helpful in providing the expertise on reviewing things, letting us know that they have opportunities for collaboration, also coordinating in grant writing. So we submitted in April a large grant with the Primavera Foundation for the Community Change Grant, the EPA grant. And so that, from our end, that work or that proposal required a lot of coordination across departments. So it was looking at what are the projects that are already planned that might need some additional funding, or that there's funding gaps. And so knowing what every department is doing is very, very helpful in drafting those grant proposals. And so we do a lot of behind the scenes, but also coordination across departments. And then we do have a strategy in terms of these are the actions that we're gonna focus in the next quarter. And now that we have a larger team, we're starting to plan for the next 6 months, which is a huge upgrade for us. So not day to day. Now we have a little bit more capacity to look into the future. But yeah, there's a lot of coordination and a lot of implementation across departments, and also community-facing public events. We have our stakeholder meetings, but we're constantly showing up to our TRT community partners events to give presentations, and in some cases, training on the work that we're doing.
And then on the
ordinance.
Yes, on the ordinances.
Yes. So when we developed the heat protection ordinance and the administrative directive, we work closely with the Pima County, Sarah Davis, and in drafting the language. We also, began or exercised by looking at what other cities have done. And so I would say that our ordinances between the city and the county are, in general, contain the same information. The counties does have a little bit more detail. And there's a couple things that are different. For instance, the county specifically calls out the creation of a advisory committee to oversee the implementation of the ordinance. Ours doesn't, but we already have an advisory committee that was established through the heat action roadmap. So that was an action within the plan. So we put out an application, recruited some folks, and so and we're co-leading that with your office, Mayor. And so that advisory council is already in place. We do expect, we have several members of the committee, that are part of the labor union representatives. And so our expectation is that they're going to help us, guide the implementation of the ordinance, also evaluate it. We had committed to you all that we'll provide the one-year evaluation. And so we're currently collecting some data to do that. But in general, going back to your question, I'm sorry, I went offline. Going back to your question, the ordinance are similar. There are some differences, mostly like details that the county provides. And we implemented ours first. So the county, I believe that they took a lot of what OSHA was proposing to enhance theirs. And so now we are going to evaluate how it goes, and then we'll come back to you with some suggestions on how to improve it for the next summer season.
Excellent, thank you so much. And I know that you talked about intersection and collaboration between departments, and I just wanted to point out that the intersection between climate and the climate work that we do, and of course, housing and supporting our residents that are low-income residents in our community. I just want to make sure that I heard correctly, that we heard $1.4 million WIFA grant that is helping us to improve city-owned public housing with low-flow toilets, faucets, and appliances, which is one of the grants that we are currently received, where we're putting to work this climate work and resiliency work into making sure that we have and continue investing in affordable housing. So saves water, takes care of removing and putting new appliances into affordable housing. And so congratulations, I'm really happy. I know that our climate work is centered on the first and worst hit by climate change, which are seniors and children and low-income communities and communities of color throughout the city. So appreciate that work, and I'm going to open it up for other colleagues if they have any questions or comments. Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Cunningham and Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Say this to all the departments. Some of my favorite Tucson cities staff doing fantastic work. Some specific questions. The energy study presentation Friday, you're going to send out a Teams link. Will that be recorded so people who can't view at that time can see it later? Great.
Yes.
And it will be the same link? Is that how it works?
That's a good question.
You could find out and let me know. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Post it to the Climate Hub.
Yeah, we can
post it to the Climate Hub would be perfect.
Yeah, we could do that.
So, summer was hot this summer. Summer was hot last summer. I think the cooling center discussion we have this winter is essential because we say we have a number of cooling centers. I'm going to brag. Ward 3 has the best cooling center in town. And not because of me, or not because of my staff, though we're supportive, because we have a partner that is compassionate, knowledgeable, who goes out when it's slow, they go out and recruit. Frankly, cooling centers are for people who are on the streets. If your electricity goes out, it's common that you have a neighbor or a relative, or you can go to a motel, right? It's people who are suffering, who are living on the streets that need these cooling centers desperately. And it's kind of a crime that we have cooling centers being run by Parks and Recreation rec techs, people who know how to check out basketballs, but really don't know how to diagnose mental illness or, oh, your leg has a wound and it's septic. We better get you help right away. or have knowledge of all the services that are available to these people. So I hope we have a robust conversation, and I would like to bring in the people who ran our center as expert advisors on this. They were cheap. These people are saints. I mean, their budget is $10,000 for the summer for staffing. And with a little bit of money and training, we can be providing much better services. And wonderful that we have an expert on mobile homes. In my ward, we have a lot of deadly mobile homes. People die in them when they can't turn on their electricity. I'm hosting a meeting of some concerned mobile home residents who realize that predatory owners are overcharging their utilities, right? The utilities come to one bill and then it's distributed to, and they're overcharging and not giving out receipts and then charging again. And there's just some bad practices going on in these most vulnerable of shelter situations. So thank you. Finally, trees are the answer. The mayor has shown us the way. And we've also learned that trees are vulnerable. The stronger storms that we've learned are going to happen. If the tree is improperly cared for, improperly watered, improperly pruned, it was the wrong tree in the wrong location. And so I'm so happy, Nicole, for your work in helping to teach everybody in the city. I mean, we have so many people who are doing wrong things with trees, and we need to get them all doing the right things and everybody planting trees. Plant your seeds. I mean, I'm growing trees in my backyard, and I'm not a very handy guy. If I can do it, we all can do it. Thanks.
Right, and on that point, Vice Mayor, it was so painful this monsoon season to see so many trees down because of climate change, right? We're getting really intense monsoons. I think even a tornado hit Tucson in Ward 4 and I think downtown. And so it's really scary. And I think that how is it that we think about, right? How are we going to protect the trees that we plant and the trees that we have? And I don't expect you to answer that right now, but I think that we've got to put our heads together as to how we protect the trees that we have and are planting. So, and then on the second point that you made in terms of manufactured housing, I know that Housing Community Development has applied for a $22.6 million HUD price grant, which would be rehabilitating or replacing manufactured housing in the city of Tucson with much more energy efficient units. So I just want to note, before I pass it to my colleagues, we, the city of Tucson, this team and others in the city of Tucson are have a total of $178.3 million of grant applications out for both the federal government and state programs. So we are continuing with our aggressiveness in terms of going out for any available funds that will make a difference in the life of our community. With that, I think Councilmember Cunningham, Santa Cruz, and then Fimbres, and then Councilwoman Lee.
As we look to the future for climate resilience, I always like to think about nuts and bolts. So much of climate resilience that we look into is on a global scale. And we've done with our trees program, we've made a dent, I feel, in the heat island effect. I think that's incumbent and evidenced by the discrepancy in temperature that Phoenix and Tucson enjoy right now. I think that absolutely happened because we were way better at them than they were. So I think about nuts and bolts things that are related to resiliency. And I made a little list, and so I'm going to go through some stuff that I think might help us out over the years. I think that as we go through our sustainability campus and as we develop it, every year we look to new technologies. Every year we look to things that are burgeoning and that are new that we can kind of mess with. I mean, the best part about it is when we look at our sustainability campus, I don't think we should just look at a fancy landfill. I don't think we should just look at a centralized recycling center. I think we should look at it as a research campus and see kind of what research we can do with whatever. And I think there's so many different things that come out. Compressed natural gas, I know we're working on that, and we're going through that process. And I think that I'd like us to finish that, close that loop. We've kind of gone back and forth, and I think that at this point we should see something that's producing. I think that would be a cool thing to look at, and whether or not we decide to deliver it to homes or we decide to use it for garbage trucks, or that's a other discussion. I don't even think we can have that discussion unless we're actually producing recycled CNG. So let's try to get there. Tires. Okay, so tires. I know that you can use them for running tracks, but what I'm understanding is you can use them for bicycle and parking lots now too. I think there's some burgeoning technology that gives us some opportunity there. I think that'd be a win. I think that'd be a win when it comes to stormwater runoff. I think that'd be a win when it comes to enhancing youth track facilities, but most importantly, our bike paths, and maybe even working with the county for rubberized bike paths. I mean, we'd be pretty high in bike paths right there, but that's actually a good thing, especially on the loop. This is something that is going to be a much longer conversation. It isn't necessarily within, but it's absolutely important to global sustainability, and that's microgrid co-ops for solar. And this is an idea where either mobile home parks, as we were just talking about, I think that'd be the best place to start, can build solar panels all at once as one group and purchase capacitors and batteries and run an off-grid program where the HOA or almost like it could be a municipal improvement district where the city would be the electric company and all of the power would be generated from rooftops, but we'd store it either in a land remnant or in the corner of a park or in some public area. We'd store that energy and redistribute it, and then we'd be competing directly with our franchisee. But that's okay. That's actually a good thing. That's good for the consumer, and it's a new way to think about cooperative microgrids. I think that technology is 2 or 3 years away. We don't really have a economical capacitor battery array yet, but I think we should push for that. We talked about stormwater capture earlier. We have one of the most robust rainwater programs, but stormwater capture and taking some of those big storm runoffs and actually storing it underground and then pumping it back into our system is a good thing. Also blending it with our wastewater system and purple piping gives us cleaner water. Expanding our fusion blocks program. We've been really good. I think we're leaders in that around the country, but I'd really like to see when we have projects within the city, and this is a challenge to all of our other department directors. When you have a project and you're looking at material cost, why don't we look at fusion blocks that are made right here in Tucson? There's a whole 55-page thing about urban farming and xeriscaping and citrus trees for Tucson, even though they're not native, and all these weird other things that are out there. And I think they go into the discussion about sustainability. But again, let's walk before we run. But those are some things that as we set forth strategic plans in the next 20 to 30 years, if we don't try to get build your life slow. Don't try to do too much too fast. And that's what I think about. I think about what can we do realistically in 30 years, a little bit at a time. And imagine if we had all of these things in the next 25 years going full robust, what kind of city we'd have, what kind of community we'd have. So those are my challenges to you. I appreciate the report. You guys are doing an outstanding job. We're one of the top. I've got a question about an EPA grant for you later offline. Other than that, let's go.
Thanks, Paul. So I have a little bit of running the meeting. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate these quarterly updates because y'all have so much going on. Congratulations on the expansion of your team. How exciting to have so many people working on this. Let's see. I was curious about if there were specific benchmarks or goals set for this next quarter or year. I know that we have this funding and a lot of that's the implementation, but just kind of curious. I know that we're all super excited about the bus stops and the green infrastructure improvements. I had the opportunity to meet with students from the School for the Deaf and Blind. And I know this is not your shop right now, but I think as a way to collaborate with other city departments about having an audible piece to the bus stops, and also just Braille, so that they could understand what was happening there. So if that's something that we can be thinking about, as, even though it's out of your scope, but I think we need to be thinking holistically all the people that we're serving. So curious about some of these goals for this next quarter year. And the other piece, I see you have young, energetic staff. How are we thinking about involving more young people? We know that there's a lot of activism with young people, specifically at the University of Arizona with their Divest Club. How can we tap into that energy to kind of help us really push this action forward?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you for those questions and suggestions. In terms of goals for the next quarter, we really want to get started with a public-facing dashboard that would have key performance indicators. So we are currently working internally to identify what would be some of those indicators that will show impact across the community. And so we're working with departments to do that work, and we're hoping to have at least a draft of that by end of the year. And so for the next quarter, we really want to focus on the implementation, again, of the FEMA Resilient Hub Planning Grant. It's a really cool grant because it's going to allow us to reflect on the summer work, look at our cooling centers, their functionalities, usability, gaps, and take it to the next step. Do an assessment of what are the pieces that, or how ready are they to become resilient hubs. And so we're gonna be doing that survey, but I think the coolest part of this grant is that we're going to develop a community resilience leadership academy. And so in that work, it'll be, right now we have 8 modules that will walk community members, frontline communities, through a process of, high level, what is climate change, what are our risks and vulnerabilities, what are your neighborhood risks and vulnerabilities, and through these Leadership Academy, we'll provide and develop the tools together for community members to develop a preparedness plan at the neighborhood level. And so we're very excited because we also, as part of that grant and also as part of other grants, we have the ability to fund some pilot projects. So they'll identify what are some of the needs in their neighborhoods, but we'll also have the ability to fund some of those. So it'll be planning/implementation that would serve as a larger pilot project, because if this works, then we can really replicate it across the community. So it's a lot of engagement work. It's a lot of strategic work on developing what that Leadership Academy is gonna look like, but also on the ground implementation work. And we're very excited that we now have a community relations coordinator who's gonna help us continue to develop the relationships across the community, including with the youth. The youth was critical in not only developing, the emergency declaration and all the work that the city has done around climate. And so working with them, it continues to be important. So thank you for that. And I'm very happy that we now have a little bit more capacity to increase our engagement and outreach efforts. So we'll make sure to do that work with youth.
Vice Mayor, who is next? Councilmember Fimbres and then Councilman Lee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to give kudos to them for securing $16.1 million to enhance bus stops and replace aging infrastructure. That's really good. Thank you guys for doing that.
Thank you.
Also, this year the cooling stations close at 4 p.m. at the peak of the heat. Can the hours be reconsidered to accommodate peak heat hours next year?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you for that question, Councilmember Fimbres. So yeah, part of the work that we did this summer and like that multi-jurisdictional coordination really allow the city and our region to extend the hours of cooling centers. So I believe last year the city's cooling centers were not open on the weekend. So this year they were open through the weekend. And that's thanks to the effort of Parks and Rec Director Lara. And also the county opened, so they opened their libraries to the community as cooling centers, and some of them were open until 6, some of them until 7 p.m. And so not only the days of operation extended, but also the hours. And collectively, that created a more robust network of cooling centers across the region. But again, we will be reviewing the efforts that took place this summer and improving them for the next.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Keep up the good work.
Councilwoman Lee.
I'll be super fast. I just want you to know that I'm a fan of both of you all. Your reports are always just super high quality, super professional, and your presentations are always so concise and exactly what we need to know we get. Congratulations on 4 years. Congratulations on the team growth, and you all have been doing such tremendous work and huge volumes of work in the year. So I just want you to know that I acknowledge that and really appreciate everything that y'all are doing. So great work.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would second that. Very incredible work that is being done. Thank you, Ms. Luna, for all of the incredible leadership that you've brought into the first ever climate resilience officer position. I'm looking forward to all of the work that you're doing, and am happy that you always include mayor and council in your work. So thank you, Nicole, and welcome to the new team members. Really appreciate to have you with us.
Thank you.
So we move on to item 7. I've requested time for mayor and council to receive an update on the efforts to support housing unsheltered persons and the regional opioid response, as well as how the city is addressing the concerns expressed by residents and business owners in Tucson. So I know we have an incredible team here with us. And I know that you have a presentation. Mr. Tamir, did you want to start us off?
Thank you, Mayor. Just quick introduction. This is a topic that we've had as an ongoing Mayor and Council item at least every month. And last month, we really leaned in beyond just unsheltered homelessness and included the significant work that's going on battling the public health crisis of opioids and fentanyl addiction. So, and as part of that, your direction to us was to also start down the path of gap analysis to look for, we have a lot of services, but are they all connected? And what are the barriers to accessing them? And what are the gaps in that service menu? And so we began that work, and today we'll focus on an update, but also starting to address some of those gaps that we've identified.
Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you for letting us give an update. We will be focusing on the data portion first. So as we've shared before, the issue of homelessness is a complex one requiring a multifaceted collaboration that addresses the diverse needs of individuals who are experiencing it. While compassion and a desire to help are essential, we must also ground our efforts in a data-driven approach to ensure that our interventions are effective and impactful. Balancing the needs of the unsheltered population and community concerns regarding safety and property and the environment are paramount. Measuring our performance outcomes can come from us tracking data from various sources to direct our efforts. Sources like information gathered from the encampment dashboard with input from the harm assessment, the Built for Zero website on coordinated entry, the homeless management information system, and the point in time count highlight the crucial role of data collection and analysis in understanding homelessness in Tucson. This isn't simply about gathering numbers, it's about using the information strategically to inform policies, allocate resources efficiently, and ultimately make progress towards ending homelessness. These data points help to track key metrics such as the number of individuals experiencing homelessness, their demographics, the success of our outreach programs, and housing placement rates. We also work with partners to send responses to those who may be reporting complaints as a result of activities reported in their area, sharing information to triage the issues and find out who needs to respond. We are currently exploring how to create a database to track shelter bed availability and open housing units, which would significantly enhance outreach and navigation efforts and ensure that individuals in need can access available resources quickly. Comprehensive data collection within our dashboard provides a clear picture of the scope of our problem, allowing us to identify trends, hotspots, and the specific needs of the unsheltered population. For example, data analysis as of late has revealed a high prevalence of substance use in encampments, which then can inform strategies for connecting individuals with appropriate services. Data collection also allows us to track and tailor the effectiveness of our interventions. As our outreach programs, are our outreach programs reaching the intended population? Are our housing initiatives leading to a decrease in the number of unsheltered individuals? Are indicators like the point in time count and Built for Zero moving in the right direction? By analyzing the data, we can identify what's working, what needs improvement, and adjust our strategies accordingly. We can also set ambitious short-term housing placement goals and track progress. We can hold ourselves accountable for achieving meaningful outcomes, and data transparency also fosters public trust and support for initiatives aimed at ending homelessness. A commitment to data collection goes hand in hand with other critical strategies such as the Housing First approach, low barrier shelters, discussions on how we can decongest shelters to move people through, and as well as coordinating systems of care involving various agencies and stakeholders. As our city manager mentioned, we did hold a meeting on October 8th with regional representatives on a gap analysis, and the results of that will be forthcoming. But in conclusion, data is not just a tool that we use, it's a foundation for a more effective and compassionate response to our homelessness issue. By embracing a data-driven approach, we can move beyond simply reacting to the crisis and instead implement strategies that are informed, targeted, and ultimately lead to lasting solutions. And with that, I'll pass it to our Housing First Director, Brandy Champion.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, I'm going to explain today a little bit about low barrier shelter because I just want everybody to have an understanding of what that is. So low barrier is commonly used, as we all know, but the term is not universal. People deliver it differently from place to place. So for the Tucson area and Housing First specifically, we consider low barrier to be a place where people can bring their pets, their partner, whatever their partner is, and their belongings, their property, right? So, you know, as long as they're willing to participate, we want to bring them into shelter with whatever their household is, what they say it is, right? Low barrier shelter is designed to minimize the obstacles for these people, and it does not require alcohol and drug testing as a precursor to coming in. Although substance use is not allowed on property, we don't require a sobriety to come into our shelters, right? We have consequences if you do use on property, especially if it affects the safety and well-being of other residents. These consequences often strike a balance between maintaining a welcoming environment and ensuring the safety of both residents and the person. We use a lot of harm reduction measures and practices. Participants actively work with staff to formulate housing plans, develop their life skills, as well as additional support and connection to resources that they so desperately need. Otherwise, they're not beholden to strict practices that some shelter providers may have or other housing providers may have. Low barrier shelters aim to meet people where they are without imposing strict conditions that create barriers, but steps are taken to ensure the safe and healthy environment for all involved. I'd like to also give you an update. This marks our third year of being in Housing First, delivering Housing First services, so I'd like to give you those numbers. So in the first 3 years, Housing First in outreach, navigation, and shelter has assisted 4,163 people. We have delivered 2,080 mobile showers throughout the community. We've housed from shelter outreach and navigation 1,164 folks, and we've provided financial assistance to 1,337 folks, and that's like eviction prevention, rent, move-in costs, ADA upgrades to people's units that might need grab bars or what have you, food security and other supportive services. We also have 187 beds of supportive housing now in Housing First and are maintaining that case management with those folks and hope to get more. Our HEART team also has 67 people on their caseload, keeping people in their vouchers. One thing that I wanted to do is thank this mayor and council, because what I really feel like you've done, and Councilmember Santa Cruz got to present this information the other day at Old Pueblo Community Services Housing First grand opening, is that we started with 5 in Housing First, and we've now moved up to a staff of 40, delivering all of these various services. And something that this mayor and council really believes in is best practices. Doing the best practices and evidence-based practices, right, that work. And with a staff of 40 people, we have 67% that are lived experience. And I think it's important that I express that here today, because these are the people that can connect with our community members that are still experiencing, whether it's homelessness, substance use, what have you. We can, trauma, mental health. Our lived experience staff really connects with those people, and that's what's brought us to these numbers today, in 3 years in. So I can't wait to see what we do with the next 3 years, and how we can move this forward with community safety, health, and wellness, all of our other partnering divisions and departments, and Pima County, and what we can do next. So I just want to thank you again, Mayor and Council, on this. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Liz DaCosta. She's our State Housing Director for Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me here today. So I think we all see across the state and across the country the crisis of homelessness and the lack of affordable housing for our community and members. So really excited to be here today to talk to you a little bit about what the Arizona State Medicaid Agency is doing to try to address the issue through one of our housing initiatives, the Housing and Health Opportunities Program. I'm going to see if this clicker works for me. There we go, perfect. So state Medicaid agencies have the ability to apply for something called an 1115 waiver. It's where you can receive expenditure authority within the Medicaid agency to be able to actually cover innovative programs that you wouldn't typically see a Medicaid agency be able to cover. Within Arizona, our access department has been able to apply, has been working to apply for this actually since 2020. So it's been a long time coming. Really what it is where we sought waiver authority from our federal partners at CMS to be able to actually cover health-related social needs interventions for Medicaid members. What we saw was, we all know that there's concerns with social determinants of health and an individual's ability to really be able to engage in the healthcare system when they lack affordable housing, they don't have access to transportation and food. So the state sought out to do a whole person care initiative back in 2020. And one of the key components to that was to really try to build out an intervention that can cover housing-related needs for our members. We received that approval from CMS, our federal partner, back in October of 2022, and that's the program we're going to talk to you all about today. It's going to bring in $98 million annually in federal resources into the state for us to be able to cover these housing-related needs for eligible members. It's a demonstration project, so our goal is to try to demonstrate the effectiveness of this so that we'd be able to expand to additional populations for years to come. So we have a lot of evaluation and monitoring requirements, and there's a lot of information available publicly online, but you can see the goals on the screen that we seek to increase positive health and well-being outcomes for target populations, and then reduce the cost of care for individuals who are successfully housed, reduce homelessness, and maintain housing stability. One of the key goals of this program is to, in the middle one, right, think about the money that the healthcare system is spending on emergency department visits for our populations of individuals experiencing homelessness today, and actually flip that. So rather than that person needing to go access the emergency department just to try to meet their basic needs, we're actually paying for them to live in an apartment in the community. So these are the services that we were approved to pay for within Arizona. The first is outreach and education services. So currently within the Medicaid system, we have a mandatory managed care state where all of our members' benefits are coordinated through their managed care organization. You're probably very familiar with Arizona Complete Health in Pima County, but also like Molina, United Healthcare. Those managed care organizations are not able to have a network of providers that provides outreach and education services today. It's not currently a Medicaid covered service. So if you think about some of the work that Brandy's team is doing to get out and outreach members, you know, maybe that member has a health home that's responsible for them through the managed care system, but now Brandy's team is the one doing the outreach because that health home doesn't have the capacity to be able to do that because it's not a covered service. So that's one thing that this program tries to solve for. When we talk about filling gaps, is that we'll be able to cover outreach and education services within the Medicaid system. What we're doing right now, because this program actually went live October 1 of 2024, what we're doing right now with this intervention is our program administrator is contracting with known outreach teams across the state. We have a targeted list of individuals who meet eligibility. Those individuals who are not adequately engaged are getting sent over to the outreach team so they can get out in the community and do the work to locate them, establish relationship with them, and help them be informed of the rest of the services available to them. Really important and very innovative is our ability to actually pay for transitional housing as a Medicaid entitlement benefit under this 1115 waiver authority approval. So we built that out into 2 interventions. The first is the ability to pay for a member to stay in an enhanced shelter. So when Medicaid received this approval from CMS, we really looked at, you know, what's going on within the housing continuum across the state right now. What are some of the best practices that are working for our community members that help address unsheltered homelessness, help outreach teams have an immediate location in which they can help a member move into so they have a safe, stable location to reside while they're working on accessing the rest of the services. And that's our shelter services, right? You don't need to have a lease or an inspection completed before you can move in. You can literally take a person right off the streets whenever they're ready and help them move into this location. So we've built that out as a new provider type within the Arizona Medicaid provider type processes where there's now an enhanced shelter setting. So eligible members will be able to stay in these locations and then charge a per diem rate. So every night that the member's there, it can be billed to Medicaid. The other is the ability to pay for short-term rental assistance. So we know that we don't want members to have to stay in shelter for any longer than they have to, right? We want to help them access the rental assistance, financial assistance to be able to lease up in the community of their choice. So we're going to also be able to pay for short-term rental assistance, and we're building that out in the means of kind of following the Public Housing Authority practices for how they administer rental assistance. So the member will basically get a voucher, and they'll be able to take that voucher to go find an apartment that they want to lease up in the community. Lots of requirements with that, with how you're partnering with long-term subsidy programs, because we know a standard lease is 12 months, so we can get into questions around that. But we'll kind of keep it high level today. That's a goal that the state is working on, is establishing those partnerships with people who operate long-term subsidies so we can have a seamless transition from the Medicaid short-term rental assistance to the longer-term subsidy for that member. The other thing is incidentals in the housing space, right? So oftentimes members have utility payments that they're in arrears for prior utility companies that they don't have the access to resources to be able to cover. So eligible members would be able to access security deposit assistance, utility deposit assistance, and even the ability to pay for those utility arrears. And then really important with the Medicaid system, right? I think we constantly are looking at each other for how do we leverage our services best? And within Medicaid, it's that we want to be the leader in providing the supportive services to members who are Medicaid eligible, so they have the right level of behavioral health and physical health connection that's helping them stabilize in their apartment, understand the terms of their lease, understand how to be a good tenant, good neighbor, but also how to respond when there's a behavioral health crisis in that unit. So really building out that intervention and capacity within the Medicaid system under our pre-tenancy, tenancy sustaining services. So I know this all sounds great. It's like this is the solution that we've all been looking for, and I think that there's a future there with our partnership, but one of the requirements that our federal partners gave us for this program is that we make sure that we create certain clinical and social risk factors for eligibility. When you have a Medicaid entitlement benefit, when you determine that that member is eligible, they're entitled to that benefit whether you have the financial resources to cover it or not. And so we have to really make sure that we're trying to demonstrate success with a very specific subpopulation throughout this demonstration period so that we can remain budget neutral essentially and be able to expand this program for years to come. So our eligibility criteria is that members must be experiencing homelessness and also have a serious mental illness designation and be diagnosed with a chronic physical health condition that was found to be a driver of healthcare costs, or homeless SMI with justice involvement. And you can see the further details for the justice involvement on the slide. So we are taking a data-driven approach within the Access Medicaid system for this program, where we actually already have the data from claims data, from SMI determination processes internally in our warehouse, right? That tells us these are members with serious mental illness who have concerns for homelessness, who are diagnosed with these physical health conditions, who would be eligible for this program. And then using that data to send those members over to our program administrator so that they can target efforts and focus in on that specific population. So there's not currently a referral process for this program. It's all driven off of internal data, identifying high needs members, and then helping to get them connected to these resources. We held a lot of community meetings over the 2 years between the time that CMS approved us for this ability to be able to pay for these services to where we actually had to go through like protocol development and rates development and all that stuff, right? So we held a lot of community meetings to hear about, well, what would a community-based organization need from the Medicaid system in order to be able to onboard, to be able to provide services like these to our members. And we heard that there are concerns with the administrative processes with onboarding as a Medicaid registered provider, that it's challenging for community-based organizations to submit Medicaid claims for reimbursement, that our licensure requirements are often challenging for like a faith-based community organization to be able to access those resources under Medicaid. And so all of that conversation and information informed our design for how we're going to operate this program. We moved forward with, rather than giving the dollars to our managed care organizations, we are contracting with one statewide H2O program administrator who will coordinate these benefits for us across the entire state. They're going to be the ones who do the direct contracting with providers who are going to provide these services to members. They were tasked with providing a solution to receive an invoice from these providers in a similar fashion that provider is submitting invoices now, but then they are the ones responsible for that administrative requirement of turning it into a Medicaid claim for access. So there's a lot you could probably unravel there, but in the interest of time, I'm going to keep moving so we can get to questions. But we selected Solari as our H2O program administrator. That went out back in July of 2024. So they've been working over these last 3 months in partnership with Access to implement the program and get it ready for that October 1 go live. Solari then subcontracted with Banner Health. So a lot of the expertise around Medicaid claims and billing and establishing a provider network, we're still going to have that, through that subcontract with that large health plan, but it will just be one, contact for anyone who's interested in learning about H2O. You just go to that one location, Solari, to get information for your members. So here's some of the stuff that they're doing today. They're hiring all their key leadership staff. They are currently contacting providers to work with them through the onboarding process. And so City of Tucson has been actually a major leader in this space, where we envision a day where potentially a municipality could be drawing down on Medicaid dollars when you are providing direct services to members within your city. You can build out that line of business where you have that expertise in-house like you do with your police and fire departments, right? But if they meet the qualifications of our H2O provider, they would actually be able to draw down on Medicaid resources to cover some of those costs. So think about that, $98 million annually from the federal government coming and being contributed to your city staff to provide services to your members. We are further developing our closed loop referral process for coordination of care and tracking. There's a phone system set up, so Solari has a really nice website folks can go to now. If you search Solari and H2O, there's a phone number that members can contact if they have questions, community providers can contact if they have questions, and then setting up that claims and reimbursement process. I showed this again because there is some confusion that often takes place with, well, what role does the statewide housing administrator play in this? So what I mentioned just before was on the left-hand side, our H2O program administrator, Solari and Banner. They're responsible for coordinating the entire benefit for us across the state. But then we also have our statewide housing administrator. We have a contract with them. We've awarded that to the Arizona Behavioral Health Corporation and their subcontractor, Home Inc. So they're the ones that are responsible for administering all the rental assistance within the H2O program. So if you think about Solari as overall, but then anything tied to actual rental assistance where money is being paid to a landlord on behalf of a member, that all goes through our statewide housing administrator, ABC and Home Inc. So just to kind of recap on one of the most important things that the program has to focus on is that outflow. How do we make sure that if we move a member into an apartment using short-term rental assistance, that they have that long-term subsidy to be able to transition to? And then how do we make sure that they have the right level of supportive services available to them to help them truly be able to sustain housing? And so what we're doing in partnership with our federal partners at HUD and CMS and also the ACL is looking at what other waiver opportunities are there from a federal level for us to create some policies and procedures that will allow for public housing authorities to more seamlessly partner with Medicaid programs that provide short-term rental assistance. So just to give it some real-life context, it's that imagine if a member moves into an apartment using Medicaid short-term rental assistance. We don't want that member to have to fill out a new application or go through a new inspection just to be able to access the longer-term subsidy from a public housing authority. So working in partnership with our federal partners to figure out, well, what systems can we put in place where they can actually accept the statewide housing administrator's application in HQS so the member doesn't have to experience anything. It's just really like it's a fun source change in the background. So lots of work being done on that. And we have a roundtable with a lot of our key federal partners coming up here in December to work on that further. And I know that was a ton of information, but want to leave more time for questions. So yes, please, thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. DaCosta, for presenting to Mayor and Council. I have a lot of questions, but we don't have a lot of time. So I did want to open it up for my colleagues on the council with questions, and I saw Councilmember Cunningham putting up his hand immediately, and then Councilmember Ulick, and then Councilman Lee.
So I want to fill in some gaps. When we on board with Solari and get that first 30 days paid through Access or through Medicaid, what is the mechanism so that we can get the next 9 months paid, or does Medicaid cover that? I'm just trying to figure that part out because that's new to me, man.
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. Yeah, there's several services that we're now approved for to cover under this waiver authority. And so we can pay for outreach indefinitely. There's no time frame on that.
Right.
We can pay for the supportive services indefinitely. There's no time frame on that. The key guardrail CMS gave us was around the transitional housing for no more than 6 months. And so that, at the member level, that's a benefit to the member for no more than 6 months. And we've built out protocols where we've partnered with other resources so that there's a long-term subsidy available at the end.
Look, it's better than we're getting now, so I'm all good with that. My issue is that in the past we've had situations where we put someone in rehab for a 28-day, like remember when you do that access placement or that Medicaid placement for 28 days, you'd have to wait. If the person blows their placement, it takes another year to replace, right? So on that 6 months, person leaves the system, goes back out. Hey, it happens. We all know people who've been there. What's the time frame when we can re-enroll them back in and take that 6 months? And I'm just curious. I'm not saying if it's never, it's never. I mean, that's not the end of the world. It's still better than we're getting now. But I'm trying to see, because we know that despite all of our efforts, which are, as good as they can be, we're going to have folks that are going to revolve through. So I'm just trying to figure out what are the limitations on that?
Yeah, and I think it's really important too that the Medicaid system is very large, right? We've got behavioral health residential facilities that we pay for. We have inpatient treatment centers, hospitals, right? That's the Medicaid system as a whole. So this is a very unique intervention just focused on covering services related to the permanent supportive housing model. So a member would, the 28 days in regards to a member being in an inpatient setting, that's something that's separate from what I'm trying to describe today. But the 6 months is a lifetime max right now.
Okay,
Yes,
no,
yeah.
that answers that question. Next part is on this H2O piece, can we use that 28 days, 4 days at a time for detox? I guess is my next question. Can we onboard them and use it for detox bed space, hoping that the light will go, but if it doesn't, at least we can detox them again within however many days we want. That's my next part.
Yeah, and great, thank you so much for your question. And I think so, our crisis services that pay for our detox services within the Medicaid system are separate from H2O.
Right.
But what we're trying to build out with this enhanced shelter model is if you look at like Desert Cove as an example, the shelter that the city of Tucson, you all have supported. After a member exits detox, they need another place to go before they can move into an apartment. And so we want to build out this enhanced shelter model so that the member can discharge from detox into an enhanced shelter, maybe Desert Cove. Desert Cove is now submitting for reimbursement requests from Medicaid to help with your operational expenses until we help move that member into permanent housing. Hopefully they don't have to go back to detox now because we've stabilized their social determinants of health and help them move towards preventative care.
No, this model really helps us meet some of the needs we have for the clients that we're serving. I mean, this is a big deal for us. My big thing is that I kind of dropped the gauntlet about a month ago. I said, look, this is the challenge. We've got only so many people who actually want to go to detox that day. And I'm still trying to put that challenge out. If you want to go to detox, we want to get you there in 4 hours in Tucson. That's our goal. And it's a hard one. I mean, it's like a moonshot, man. But I think we can get there. And this gives us that opportunity for aftercare. And if we can get our folks trained up through this Solari system, I think we've got a nice little move where we go the 4 days for detox. And then we've got like higher barrier or mid barrier non-congregant shelter is kind of a winner for this, especially if people are working at least a 12-step or a 7-challenge type program. So I'm totally on board. I got to tell you, Ms. Della Costa, you were very impressive. That was one of the best. I've been on this council for 14 years. It's one of the best presentations I've ever seen.
Oh, that's kind. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I guess my question, and then I'll let my colleagues jump in. The city's Housing First program, which we created, and by the way, are leading in terms of what we're doing in Arizona, would this program would possibly be able to contract with Access and pay for outreach navigation and then the usage of our Housing First shelters. So Desert Cove, possibly Wildcat, and others, correct? Is this what I'm hearing? Okay, this is what I'm hearing. This is really incredible because
And our supportive services that deal
And the
with the
supportive
housing.
services,
So,
okay.
yeah.
this is music to my ears because I have been asking how we, the city of Tucson, involve other governments to help us with this very complicated and complex issue that cities around the country are having to deal with. And so for us to learn that the state of Arizona through Access can be a good partner to help cover these services is absolutely amazing. And I want to make sure that our team understands how much I love this and how much we should be doing whatever we need to do to partner with the state of Arizona and Access with the H2O program, because we're already providing the services that you're all intending to pay for. So with that, we're going to Councilmember Ulick, and then Councilwoman Lee, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you. Liz, it's great to see you, and in transparency, I was in the mix with one of the Medicaid health plans as Liz drove this incredibly complex, extraordinarily difficult stand-up. And to know that you hit the mark on October 1 is really impressive. So I echo Councilmember Cunningham's applause there. In terms of the city's coordination with this resource, I do, Arizona Complete Health and our multidisciplinary outreach team, along with the HCD team, did meet recently to talk about how can we share information. So I think that our takeaways from that meeting were, number one, that data sharing element. How can we share with Medicaid and Solari or the health plan information about folks we know who are out there on the streets who could benefit from this? And so that's one piece that I know our city team will be continuing to work with you, Liz, and Arizona Complete Health and the other players in the mix. The other question really did have to do with making sure that we're partnering with the right entities. We may be the right entity to outreach folks or provide services. And having said that, we're also talking about folks who are suffering from serious mental illness and could benefit from peer outreach and trained behavioral health outreach, which I know is available through the Medicaid system. And so I guess, Liz, in terms of the city's coordination with your efforts, what would you suggest in terms of that? Would it be through the REBA, Arizona Complete Health, which is the health plan for members with serious mental illness in this first phase? Or what recommendation do you have in terms of coordination moving forward?
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. I think that I'm just going to say this again. You'll remember, right? The Medicaid system is very large, right? So even think about this H2O population of members who have an SMI designation with this chronic physical health condition and also justice involved. That's a subpopulation of our overall number of members with serious mental illness that Arizona Complete Health has resources for, right? So I think one of the most important things to first talk about is that the city staff should be coordinating directly with the contacts at Arizona Complete Health so that we can make sure that just for all the Arizona Complete Health members, there is improved care coordination. What H2O seeks to do is to try to build out additional resources and integration to try to fill some gaps and support those efforts. So we work really closely with Brandy and Jason and folks on really trying to implement H2O, and then we will take those learnings and we will be able to transfer them to the rest of the system as well.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Lee and then Councilmember Sumbeck.
Thank you, Mayor. I have something for each of you. So Madi, I love the idea of the dashboard to get real-time shelter availability. I have, for the past 4 years, been really interested in a citizen development application build. So essentially we leverage the talent in the community, people who want to volunteer to help us solve problems from a technology standpoint, because I know that our IT department is very, very busy. There's also a way to create a safe container for development. Something like this I think would be a perfect candidate to talk to our CIO about and others to see if we may be able to leverage some talent in the community to help us solve this. From a technical standpoint, it shouldn't be too difficult to create something that people can just manually go in and update and help solve that up front. So that would be really interesting to see if we can leverage some talent to help us solve that. Brandy, amazing job to you and your team. We've talked often about the effectiveness of case management and how we solve this one person at a time and working closely with one person to meet their needs. So I know we're in the middle of a budget cycle, but I'm always curious if there's more that your team needs to help us get where we want to get from a case management standpoint. So I don't know if you want to speak to that right now or just think about it, but.
I will speak on it a little bit. I think that this H2O program opens up a lot of doors, and it's a much simpler process than I'm used to coming from a nonprofit into the city. We did work with Arizona Complete Health on the SMI population. We had an SMI caseload that was housed, and it was really difficult. The ratios were off. This also makes sure that our ratios are correct, our client to staff ratios, and that they're manageable. And I think that this billing process is a lot more streamlined than what I'm used to. At first, when I heard Access, Terry and I traveled to go and hear all about it, and I was like, Access, yeah. But this is a much simpler process, the billing process. Our staff could easily do it. They're already doing the things that would marry whatever systems you guys have on the background. It's been explained to me. This is something that we can really utilize as far as the case management goes and ramping that up, not only on our Housing First side, but on our community safety side as well. So for the behavioral health and all of those things. So.
That's awesome. Perfect. And then the question, I guess you go by Liz and not Elizabeth. So this, you mentioned that the detox services or the program is separate from H2O. So Tim, kind of as we think about gap analysis, one thing that I had heard in a conversation about a year ago, I don't know if it's true or not, but that 30 days is not sufficient for some folks to go through a detox process, and that's the max with Medicaid. So I'm not sure if that's the case, but that could be another gap where we need to do some advocacy to make sure people have longer programs to access through ACCESS to help solve that. And then I'm really, really excited about the possibility of being able to bill and expand our services. So I'm just curious from our team what the next steps are on our end, to get onboarded as a provider and kind of what that looks like in terms of a timeline for accessing these services. So I don't know who would know that, but I'm definitely curious on next steps.
I can start, and I'll turn it over to Liz if you'd like to add to that, Mayor and Council. So first of all, as far as resources go, I just want to also put in a plug for later tonight. On the regular agenda, you're going to have a very final step to take about the Safe and Vibrant City ballot measure that's going to go before the voters. And all of the work we're talking about in this space throughout this day, but from P-CHIP to this item to resilient bus stops, that is all part and parcel of what's discussed in what you've already put on the ballot for the voters. So definitely there's an opportunity for this community to invest further in this work. As far as onboarding, what I heard earlier is we're leaders in this already. And so Liz, would you like to just talk a little bit more about timeline?
Thank you so much. Yes, and I touch on the crisis conversation too in detox. We have a crisis administrator who can come and speak with you all as well about your particular concerns related to length of time in detox and services. So that's available. And then, yeah, City of Tucson is absolutely a leader, because if you think about a municipality onboarding to provide Medicaid covered services to members, right? That's another bit of a big deal that you have to try to investigate your legal contracts and everything. So it's with your team right now. They're all working in partnership directly with our administrator Solari to understand what all opportunities there are for them to onboard as providers and then get through some of the legal agreements. So I think we'll just continue to let them do their work, and we'll see it come to fruition soon. Thank you.
Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Trying to keep it super brief because I know that we're going over time. So thank you, Mr. Costa, for sharing more about this much needed statewide pilot program, and for also just kind of getting in the weeds and trying to streamline this. I guess the question I had for you is, according to HUD in the city of Tucson, although Maricopa County has a lot more number of unsheltered people, the percentages over there are about 50 are sheltered, 50% are unsheltered, and that in Pima County we have 68% of our homeless communities unsheltered. So just thinking through the numbers of like how many qualify in Pima County and how many qualify in Maricopa County, is that something that's going to be taken into consideration? Like, are these numbers fixed, or are we kind of keeping pace with these percentages?
Thank you so much for your question. I think if you look back on the Maricopa County point in time data, we just started to see that switch from our unsheltered numbers actually being decreasing instead of actually increasing over time, right? And that's because of the level of investment that funders have put back into shelter services to help make sure members don't have to sleep on our streets even while they're waiting to access permanent housing. So this is what this program tries to do, is bring in another funder, the Medicaid system, who understands the best practice of shelter services and trying to bring in additional resources to build that out further. So I think we're going to see that in Pima County too, with the Medicaid system coming in and supporting this intervention. And the goal is to continue to have others provide support, the dollars to be able to support shelter services. As far as the population, you know, it's pretty similar to what we see for the number of members with serious mental illness across the state. The numbers are pretty much the same. We don't see that grow too much because of the evaluation process that's behind it. But what our goal is to demonstrate cost savings throughout this demonstration period, that we can look at what is our reduction in spend with the emergency departments, our reduction in spend with the inpatient admissions, to then take those dollars and actually put them towards health-related social needs interventions. So no additional money, just refocusing where we spend money to where we'll be able to have more funds to open it up for additional eligible populations.
All right, so last thing, moving forward, what do you need? How are we good partners in, you know, in this pilot? Like how do we make this a success?
Yeah, I think you all are. So inviting me here today, thank you so much for your question. You have an amazing team though. So as Brandy mentioned, they've been an active partner with us over the last 2 years to say, oh, yikes, your Medicaid billing processes that actually informed our H2O program administrator decisions. So everything you're doing right now, just keep doing it. And thank you so much.
I was going to end with that we have an incredible team providing incredible services to our unsheltered community. And I am so happy that the state and Access is moving in this direction, because we have seen evidence wherever Housing First programs are used that there is savings, money savings, and stabilizing people, getting them out of the street and stabilizing them. And so this further, in my eyes, further shows proof that it is much less expensive to house them, stabilize them, and then wrap around the services that they need in order for them to be able to move into not just temporary, but permanent housing, and take one additional person out of having to live in the street. So this is incredible. Thank you, team. Thank you, Brandy, Mari, Liz. Thank you for coming to present to us. I am looking forward to good partnership. Really appreciate you all. We are going to move on to our last, well, almost our last item. Time has been set aside for Mayor and Council to receive an update on state and national legislation and regional committees. And I know that Andres is coming up. Mr. Tamir, you want to?
Just was going to buy a few moments for Mr. Cano to reach the table, and he's here.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mayor and members of the council, and of course, Mr. Manager, for always covering for members of your team. I will say, Honorable Mayor, members, it was enlightening to listen to the last conversation, to hear the importance of our state and local governments working in coordination, and we'll continue to monitor the situation so that Access, our Medicaid provider, continues to work cooperatively with our partners on the ground. I'll begin with an important update out of Washington, D.C. As you know, Congress is currently out of session until after the November elections. We anticipate that they will return Congress around November 12th. You may have read that the Biden-Harris administration is pushing for Congress to return sooner to allocate additional disaster relief funds. The Small Business Administration has exhausted its funding for disaster loans in response to Hurricanes Helene and Milton. The Speaker of the House has indicated that it's unlikely that members will return before the election, citing the need for impacted states to assess the damage before action is taken. We do, however, have some good news coming out of Washington, if the clicker will work, and that is that we have received $4 million from the Housing and Urban Development Lead Hazard Reduction Demonstration Grant Program. These funds will allow the City of Tucson to address lead and other housing hazards in over 400 housing units, providing safer homes for low and very low income families with children. Tucson's Housing and Community Development team will also be working with medical and social service providers to further support these families, ensuring that they receive the necessary care and assistance. Congratulations to your HCD team, Honorable Mayor and council members. This is yet another win for our city. Next, I wanted to provide you with an update from the state capitol. As a reminder, I'm going to be coming to you these next couple of months with updates from an entity that you may be aware of, but I wanted to do a quick refresher. There's an entity of the state called the Joint Legislative Budget Committee, otherwise referred to as the JLBC. The JLBC is a key body of the state established in 1966. It provides nonpartisan analysis on state budget matters. It's led by an independent director and economists, and it makes recommendations on the state's revenues, expenditures, and future fiscal needs. They issue monthly and quarterly economic forecasts, fiscal notes for proposed legislation, and annual appropriations reports to guide the state budget, including analysis of state tax revenue. So given that context, let's take a moment to consider some recent headlines that you may have seen. This is why I wanted to tell you a bit more about JLBC. The first headline, Budget Outlook Shows Fiscal Trouble Ahead for Arizona, October 13th. On October 14th, from the Capital Times, limited growth and increased spending needs pose tough choices for Hobbs. Now, why are these headlines so gloomy? Well, it's because, you guessed it, it was a JLBC report that just came out. And here's what we know. The JLBC, which forecasts in 3-year increments, tells us the following. There will be very limited discretionary spending available by the legislature and the governor next year. How much, you might ask? Well, for context, lawmakers this year approved a $16 billion budget with lots of cuts, as you may recall. They'll have just $53 million available for new one-time spending next year, with a total of $159 million to spend over 3 years. So between fiscal year 26 and 28, $159 million to spend. To make matters perhaps worse, JLBC estimates that K-12 spending is set to rise more than $500 million in the fiscal year that's forthcoming, driven by the expiration of Proposition 123 and the growth of the Empowerment Scholarship Program. And while JLBC, as a nonpartisan entity, does not comment on policy matters, lawmakers are, of course, sounding the alarm on the fiscal cliff underway. I wanted particularly, Mayor and council members, to show you what JLBC also shared on urban revenue sharing, which of course is how the city of Tucson receives its state shared revenue. Here on this next slide, you'll see, should have expanded this a bit more, but urban revenue sharing is projected to be 1.6 billion, decreasing 1.18 billion, then 1.24, then 1.3 billion. So you're only seeing urban revenue sharing going down over the next 3 years. This continued decline is a major concern for local governments like Tucson, as it impacts the revenue available to fund critical services and initiatives. And as we look ahead, it will be important to address how we can manage this reduction while maintaining our commitments to public safety, infrastructure, and housing programs. Those are the updates from the state capitol. I wanted to give you all a quick reminder about the upcoming November election and the ways that your constituents can check how to participate, request your early ballot by mail, check your ballot status, find an early voting site, and also find your election day polling site. You can go to pima.vote. And something that folks did not know is that you actually still can request your early ballot by mail. You have until October 25th to do that if you would like, and you have to get your early ballot back pretty soon, by October 29th, the last day to vote early in person on the 1st. Lots of information before you. We had a packed agenda, Honorable Mayor and members of the council, and with that, I'm available for any questions you may have.
Any questions, comments from my colleagues? Thank you so much, Andres. Really appreciate your report. It's well done as always. We now have item 9. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? Seeing none, we move on to item 10. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? None at the moment. Study session is adjourned. The regular session, I'm going to give us a little bit more time than 5:30. What time is it right now? We're going to start at 5:45, the regular session, so we could get a little bit of time to stretch the legs and then come back here and meet. Thank you all so much, and thank you to the audience that is with us. Please give us a little bit of time, and we will be back to start regular session. Thank you. you.
Mick Santa Cruz. Mr. Cunningham. Here. Vice Mayor Dahl.
Here.
Mrs. Lee. Here. Mr. Fimbres. Mr. Fimbres. We see him on. Mixulik.
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here. Before we go to item 2, the city attorney will go over the rules of decorum for mayor and council meetings. Mr. Attorney.
Mr. Fimbres.
Here.
Thank you, Mayor. Arizona's open meeting laws provide that members of the public may attend and listen to the proceedings during tonight's public meeting of the mayor and council. Arizona law also allows the mayor and council to enforce rules and procedures for public attendance and the observation of the meeting to ensure orderly behavior and to prevent unnecessary interference with the public meeting. So here are the rules that apply. The rules require decorum and orderly conduct by the members of the audience. No person attending the meeting shall engage in conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, including any statements or conduct that interrupts persons who might be addressing the mayor and council, or that disrupts the discussions of the mayor and council themselves. The mayor has the authority to ensure compliance with the rules of orderly conduct. If disorderly conduct or disruptive conduct continues after a warning, and this is that first warning, the mayor may direct the removal of persons from the chambers or recess the meeting itself if necessary. If disruptive behavior makes it necessary to clear the chambers, the persons who disrupted the meeting will not be allowed to return to the chambers for the remainder of tonight's meeting. As a final note, please be aware that interfering with or preventing a lawful public meeting from being carried out in an orderly manner not only violates the rules of participation, but also violates Title 13 of the Arizona Revised Statutes.
Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Pastor Philip Cruz of Rincon Mountain Presbyterian Church. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Would you pray with me? Almighty God, as we come into your presence this evening, we are thankful for your watchful care over your people. We thank you, O God, that you have established governments. You appoint officials over us. We render them honor and we pray for them regularly because you have told us this is good. We thank you, God, for these are leaders who work hard to make sure that Tucson is a city where human life flourishes. We thank you, O God, that they seek to make life better for everyone within the bounds of the city. And so we ask that you would grant them wisdom for that, for it's a difficult job. Lord, would you allow them to have the support, the resources, the encouragement that they need. And may we as a city follow their lead. May we be unified as they are unified. May we walk in a manner that pleases you as we fulfill the things that they give us to do. Lord, may we be citizens who act with right thinking and godly actions. We ask that you would bless this city. Be with those that are first responders. We thank you for their efforts and their willingness to sacrifice for us. We think of those who are victims of domestic violence. And we ask that you would comfort those who are victims, that you would convict those who are perpetrators, and that things would be set right within families. We know that as the family falls apart, so our society falls apart. And so would you keep families together, and would you restore unity within marriages within this city? We thank you, God, that you are a God that loves people, for you have created us, you made us, and you have set your affection upon us, and you watch over us to make sure that we live in a manner that's good. So give us wisdom and grant this city council the wisdom that they need tonight for this particular agenda. And may peace rule. And we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands.
Give us wisdom and grant this the city council the wisdom that they need tonight for this particular agenda.
Little feedback there, you know.
Thank you, Pastor Cruz. Really appreciate you for gracing us with your presence. Just for the record, I'd like to say that Councilmembers Fimbres and Ulick will be participating electronically through Microsoft Teams. And those that are participating electronically, please remember to mute yourself if you're not speaking. All righty. So we move on to item 2C.
Proclamations.
I'm going to do 3 proclamations today. One proclaiming October 2024 to be National Manufacturing Month. The other is proclaiming October 2024 to be Cybersecurity Awareness Month. And then last but certainly not least, proclaiming October 2024 to be Sickle Cell Disease Awareness Month. And again, as I've done before, I would love to invite any of my council colleagues to join me for any of the proclamations or all of them. So here we go. I'd like to invite these individuals that are hopefully with us in the audience. City of Tucson Economic Initiatives Director Barbara Coffey, Jacqueline Vega from the City of Tucson, Carla Bernal Morales, Vice President of the Arizona Technology Council, Kristen Bidgood from Southern Arizona Manufacturing Partners, Autumn Hoffalt from Women in Manufacturing, Tom Howard, Sergeant Aerospace, Dean Wilson, Industrial Tool, Die and Engineering, and from Pima County, we welcome Kelly Maslin and Andrew Bevington. Thank you all for joining us. And let's see, I don't know if you want to hold this. Thank you so much. I just have one with larger font. So on behalf of the City of Tucson and the Office of the Mayor, it is my pleasure to declare October 2024 to be National Manufacturing Month. And whereas National Manufacturing Month is a flagship initiative of the National Association of Manufacturers, and whereas Manufacturing Month provides students, parents, teachers, and community leaders a chance to step inside companies, educational facilities, and more to see promising career opportunities in modern manufacturing. And whereas manufacturing is an important part of the Tucson economy, generating 14.3% of gross domestic product, which was slightly higher than the nation's, and whereas recent data indicates that the average Tucson manufacturing wage is $105,735, which is $26,088 above the national average. Wow, I got into the wrong business. Whereas manufacturers in Tucson produce aerospace and defense products, computer and electronic products, fabricated metal products, machinery, food, and more. Whereas earlier this month, City of Tucson Office of Economic Initiatives and our regional partners hosted a showcase of local manufacturing facilities, and the Arizona Tech Council brought it together with their annual Manufacturing Pavilion Business Expo. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim October 2024 to be National Manufacturing Month in this community, and encourage all residents to celebrate our local manufacturers and what they contribute to our lives and economy. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 22nd day of October 2022. Congratulations. Does anyone want to add some comments? All right.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mayor. We appreciate your leadership and your support, all that you do to be our #1 economic developer for this community and supporting the work of our industries. And what I'd like to do is let Jacqueline Vega on my team share what we have accomplished and the partners that are here today, and thank them for their work with us.
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you, Mayor and Council. I just want to take a moment to thank all of our partners that have made Manufacturing Month a success. The AC Tech Council had their annual business expo last week, and this year they included a manufacturing pavilion where companies showcased their work and connected with other Tucson companies. Pima County showed their support as well by also having a proclamation at their board and supervisors meeting. Women in Manufacturing hosts monthly tours to showcase manufacturing companies in our community. And lastly, we had 90 students participate participate in Manufacturing Day, where they toured 2 companies and also Pima Community College. So thank you to Pima County, Southern Arizona Manufacturing Partners, and our company partner Sargent Aerospace, FLS Smith, AGM, Ivaro ITDE, and Helmint.
Alrighty. Our next group is our Cybersecurity Awareness Month. If we could ask our very own City of Tucson IC Director, Chris Mazzarella, to come up here, as well as our Deputy IT Director, Chuck Boyer, Chong Korn, City of Tucson Cybersecurity Manager, City Hall IT Supervisor, Lloyd Adams, and cybersecurity staff who work to keep us protected. So anyone else that wants to join us up here, come on up. I knew that Councilwoman Lee would come, and she is a cybersecurity expert herself, and so she calls herself cybersecurity nerd, but okay. If you'd like to hold this. Alrighty, so on behalf of the City of Tucson and the Office of the Mayor, I'd like to declare October 2022 to be Cybersecurity Awareness Month in this community. And whereas, as a leader in science and technology, the City of Tucson recognizes the vital role technology plays in our daily lives and our increasing reliance on digital systems. And whereas cybercrime continues to grow in frequency and impact, disrupting our daily lives, posing risks to our community, costing businesses and residents billions of dollars annually. And whereas cybersecurity education and awareness are crucial for everyone, including small businesses, large corporations, financial institutions, schools, government agencies, and anyone who connects to the internet. And whereas Cybersecurity Awareness Month, observed nationally in October, is a time to raise awareness about the importance of cybersecurity and promote best practices to protect against cyber attacks. And whereas valuable educational materials, training programs, boot camps, and support services are accessible to individuals and businesses by the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, Pima County, the City of Tucson, and numerous local partners. And now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim October 2024 to be Cybersecurity Awareness Month in the City of Tucson, and encourage all residents, businesses, and organizations to engage in cybersecurity education, protect their personal information by using unique, strong passwords and multi-factor authentication, avoiding scams, and reporting suspicious communications and activity. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 22nd day of October, 2024. Congratulations. Thank you for all you do. Do you want to say something?
Madam Mayor, members of council, just thank you very much for the recognition of Cybersecurity Month. This is a huge, important thing to support the city. It's part of our civic duty for not just the employees, but everyone in the City of Tucson to keep their data safe and secure. Thank you.
Can't hear whatever.
And last but certainly absolutely not least, We have a Sickle Cell Awareness Month proclamation. If I could ask Moses Akpan, President of the Sickle Cell Foundation of Arizona, Cindy Komar, President of the Arizona Blood Alliance, Keisha Coleman, Aquila Gilbert, Marta Reyes, Jimena Reyes, Angela Reyes, and Dacia Reyes. Please join us up here. Come on closer. All righty. Okay. And if you'd like to hold the proclamation, thank you. Alrighty, so it is my honor to be able to proclaim October 2024 to be Sickle Cell Disease Awareness Month in the city of Tucson. Thank you so much for all you do to bring attention to this disease. So whereas sickle cell disease is a group of chronic inherited conditions that affect 100,000 Americans, and whereas sickle cell disease disproportionately impacts individuals from certain racial and ethnic backgrounds, over 90% of individuals with the condition are Black or African American, and between 3% and 9% are Hispanic or Latinos. And whereas people with sickle cell disease may begin experiencing symptoms in infancy or early childhood, which can include severe pain, organ damage, and risk of stroke. And whereas treatment options are different for each person and depends on their systems, and patients with the disease may struggle to find appropriate care for the condition or experience stigma or discrimination within the healthcare system. And whereas by educating others about sickle cell disease as a public health concern and the meaningful programs that improve patients' lives, as well as recent advancement in treatment, research, and quality of care, we can improve the lives of people with sickle cell disease. And whereas together we can work towards a future where people with sickle cell disease can live fully without pain or impediments and ultimately experience a cure. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim October 2024 as Sickle Cell Disease Awareness Month in the City of Tucson and encourage our community to work to eliminate sickle cell disease, improve the quality of life of those living with the condition, and celebrate our progress towards future treatments. Together, we will secure a healthier future for all Tucsonans and our Arizonans. And what is whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 22nd day of October 2024. Thank you so much for all you do. You want to say something? All righty. So we have a couple of you that want to say a couple of things. We'll give the mic to the youngest one of them.
Hello, my name is Jimena Adali Reyes. I am 11 years old. While I may seem like a regular person without a disability, I have sickle cell disease. Thank you, Mayor and Council members, for making this proclamation happen. We need more awareness and people to understand this illness. As I grew older, I learned that I can't do what normal kids do, like running, PE, or volleyball, which is one of my favorite sports. All of these things cannot be done due to the illness I was born with. I have different blood cells in the shape of crescent moons, while everyone else has full moons. If these crescent moons get connected, I have a pain crisis. A pain crisis is when a part of my body starts to hurt for days, weeks, and even months. Yes, that could happen. I am determined to believe this illness cannot stop me. Therefore, I enjoy every single day and live a pretty happy life. I'm not going to lie, it is pretty hard living with the disease, but that hasn't stopped me from having dreams of one day being a volleyball player or running a marathon. I would also like to believe that sickle cell disease will someday be a disability that gets attention and recognition like it deserves on a medical level. We do not seek out for pain medicine just for fun. We ask for it because we live in pain. We have low energy because that is part of our disease, and we cannot do many activities to protect our bodies. Thank you again for making this happen.
Honorable Mayor Regina Romero, council members, Tucson leaders, all Tucsonans. With a heart of gratitude, humility, and sincerest appreciation, and on behalf of the sickle cell warriors, their families throughout Arizona, the Sickle Cell Foundation Board of Directors and staff, I'm using this opportunity to give a heartfelt thank you to all the dedicated doctors, nurses, social workers, indeed all the hospitals, clinics, staff, Arizona Department of Health Services, Banner Diamond Children's Hospital, Phoenix Children's Hospital, Northwest Medical, TMC, and wherever sickle cell patients are treated. Thank you for being sickle cell champions of our healthcare system. The Sickle Cell Awareness Month is also a celebration of the heroic effort of all our supporting partners, Candlelighters Childhood Cancer Foundation of Southern Arizona, the American Red Cross, American Heart Association, Banner Health Network, Kwame Lasita Foundation, and others in meeting the social determinants of health needs of the sickle cell community. A special recognition goes to Health Resources Service Administration, HRSA, Maternal Child Health Bureau, for the 5-year newborn screening grant. ACD warriors, wherever you are, we were honored by the governor's proclamation of the Sickle Cell Awareness Month. We thank our state leaders, local and national leadership of the leadership of the city of Tucson, our great mayor, council members for today's proclamation. This is a great day. Let's celebrate. My name is Moses Akpan, president and founder of the Sickle Cell Foundation.
Can we call on like everybody that showed up for it? Can they take a picture? Whoever showed up for the sickle cell proclamation, please feel free to join us. Nice job. You can stack up over here too. Big family. Scooch in. Yes. Act like you know each other. Okay, I'll go with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Item 2D,
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication 303 dated October 22nd is received into and made part of the record. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, we move to item 3. City Manager's Communication number 299 dated October 22nd is received into and made part of the record. Time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? Alrighty, let me see over at the virtual members. Alrighty, Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, on a personal note, I want to wish my father a happy 95th birthday. He turns 95 on Friday, And I'm here in Michigan to celebrate that with him and make sure he can continue to enjoy safe and healthy time in his home here. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cunningham?
So this year, I was able to cut down on my teaching. I used to be a teacher. It was one of my favorite things, a teacher and a coach. And that's what I did full time until we earned the voters gave the city council a full-time salary. So I don't teach as much anymore. 3 years ago, I had an incoming class of 6th graders, and they were a really nice group. And I gave up coaching basketball. But over the last 3 years of coaching basketball until last night, we won 2 city championships at Gridley Middle School. And so my 8th graders, thank you. But that's the cool part. The kids that would have been my 8th graders this year, they won their 3rd city championship in 4 years last night under the tutelage of Andre Bearden, who's their PE teacher, my former co-PE teacher and head coach. And we'll honor them later this month, but it's a really special group. And I'm just so proud of Gridley, and that's a Ward 2 middle school. They beat runner-up Dodge Middle School, who is also a Ward 2 middle school. And so we were very excited to have the city championship, so congratulations. And on that note, speaking of Gridley, one of the things we do at Jesse Owens Park every Wednesday is we host a Wednesday Hoops basketball program, and that serves Gridley Middle School, it serves McGee Middle School, it serves La Petite Academy, Harold Steele School. I mean, it's a great program, and we've really done some crazy excellent things for that park. And I'm really excited to announce that this Friday, we're gonna open their splash pad. So all 4 major parks in Ward 2 will have splash pads. We're opening a super splash pad at Jesse Owens Park at 3 o'clock. All kids from the community are invited. There will be treats, there will be no tricks, but we'll have a great time. And just as the splash pad season's open, it's gonna be like a little bit above 90 degrees on Friday. So we're pretty excited, and I hope you all consider coming out and checking out Jesse Owens Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. 3 upcoming events I'd like to announce. So in October, there's so many events, so many good events. First one is Saturday from 8 to 10 at 11th Avenue and Flores Street. And you probably never heard of this intersection. It's just off of Oracle. But it's an intersection that was experiencing a lot of vulnerability, a lot of bad things happening there. One of the solutions was to make it a dead-end intersection and put some stuff there. And we brought in green stormwater infrastructure, and it looks beautiful now. We're celebrating that and doing a cleanup Saturday, 11th and Flores from 8 to 10. Sunday is Cyclovia. And if you don't know about Cyclovia, look it up, download the app, spend a couple of hours of the whole time riding your bike or walking. So many great things to do during Cyclovia. And the following Saturday, Ward 3 and many others are sponsoring a cleanup at the Santa Cruz River at Curtis Park, which is in the Flowing Wells neighborhood, from 9 a.m. to noon at 2110 West Curtis Road. Hope to see you at one of those events.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of events coming up. So this Friday, October 25th from 6 to 8:30 p.m., Fuga has its monthly Bicicleteada del Sur. Join us for a spooky bike ride through the streets starting at the El Pueblo Center. Come dress in your best costume and participate in the costume contest. This is a free event open to everyone. Bike reservations are available, so don't miss out on this fun-filled evening ride. The location is at 101 West Irvington Road. And then on Saturday, October 26th from 9 to 11 a.m., Menlo Park neighborhood is having their tree planting event. You can come help make a difference by volunteering to plant trees along 325 North Grande Avenue. This event is organized by Tucson Clean and Beautiful and Trees for Tucson and the Menlo Park Neighborhood Association. Volunteers are essential to help make our community greener. To sign up to volunteer, you can go to www.tucsoncleanandbeautiful.org and be part of this special cause. Later that day, On Saturday, October 26th, from 2 to 10 p.m., the Mi Gente Presents El Chisme 2024 tour will be at the Cultura and Chicano Vibes Festival. It'll be a day full of politics, performances, music, food, and drinks at the MSA Annex at 267 South Avenida del Convento. The featured performance will be by Las Cafeteras. And then on Sunday, October 27th, our office is also continuing to co-sponsor the Chicano Vibes event with the car show, fashion show, music, food trucks. Everyone's invited to be part of this vibrant cultural celebration on its third annual celebration. Also, just to add a little more to what Vice Mayor Dahl said, that we are asking the community to join us for Ciclovia on Sunday, October 27th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. It's Tucson's favorite car-free event where the streets from downtown to South Tucson are open for walking, biking, playing, and a lot of fun. There'll be various hubs along the route, including Armory Park, Drachman, Montessori, and Luna y Sol. There'll be something for everyone. Come create, connect, dance, and enjoy a day of healthy, active living. And we want to thank the event sponsor, Arizona Complete Health and Living Streets Alliance, for putting on this annual event. And then finally, on Sunday, November 3rd at 4 p.m., join us for the 35th Annual All Souls Procession on Tucson's west side. The event will begin at Speedway in Grande, where participants will assemble around 4 p.m. The procession begins at 6 p.m. The route will head south on Grande to Congress, turning east on Congress, and then south on the Avenida del Convento, leading to the grand finale site in the Mercado District. The evening will culminate with the restoration of care ceremony and the burning of the urn. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. If you didn't already have enough things to do after hearing all of my colleagues speak, I just want to let you know about Tucson Police Department's 29th Street Coalition annual Trunk or Treat event that's happening this Friday, October 25th from 5 to 7 p.m. at Pima Community College 29th Street campus at 4355 East Calle Aurora. There's going to be music, candy, games, and more. Please stop by if you can and come say hi to us at the Ward 4 booth if you get a chance. That's all, Mayor.
Councilmember Funes, do you have your hand up?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, go for it.
The grand opening of the OPCS Center for Housing First was held on Thursday, October 17th. It was a great opportunity for those experiencing homelessness to obtain their services they need to improve the quality of life. I want to thank everyone who attended this great event. The past September, October 19th, the Sunnyside Unified School District hosted a March for Peace. The event was created in the wake of school threats, not only in southern Arizona, but across the country. Students, parents, and community members showed up to show their support, putting on an end to violence. We want to thank Becky Quintero, president of the school board, for being there, Jose Gastal, the Sunnyside School District superintendent, for supporting efforts with this event. Another event which took place on Saturday, October 19th, was the Footsteps for Healing at Silver Lake Park. It was dedicated to building safety and the unity for survivors and families impacted by forms of violence. I want to thank the many who showed up in the event to support the ending of domestic abuse. I want to invite to Santa Rosa Center Halloween event be held on Friday, October 25th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at 1080 South 10th Avenue. Went everyone to the Fairgrounds Neighborhood Association Halloween event be held on Saturday, October 26th from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. La Mariposa Park, 301 South Aviation Drive. Lastly, I'm proud to mention that Tucson High School is celebrating the 100th anniversary of their main building. The building opened its doors for the first time on October 10th, 1924. Celebration is planned to commemorate their 100th anniversary. Thank the mayor for giving her proclamation. Birth dedication on November 2nd. To begin with the flower over the Arizona Air Guard at 12:45 p.m. as well as speakers and following. Please contact Jerry Strutz, the Tucson High School Badger Foundation at 791-390-9911. Go Badgers. Madam Mayor, I hope you're there too to say hello to him. That's all I got, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. I have a couple of activities that I'd like to invite the community to. The city of Tucson is putting together a community corridors tool. I'm really excited to invite all to join us for 2 upcoming community meetings where you can learn about the proposed community corridors tool and share your feedback. These meetings are a great opportunity to engage directly with our planning team and help shape the future of development along Tucson's transit corridors. The in-person meeting will be held Wednesday, October 30th from 5:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Tucson Convention Center, 260 South Church Avenue. The virtual meeting will take place on Monday, November 4th, 2024, from 11 a.m. to 12:30 in the afternoon, with details to be shared on the Community Corridors Tool website. Ahead of the meetings, you'll be able to review the proposed code and submit your thoughts through a feedback form on the Community Corridors Tool website. Your input is crucial as we work to make our city more inclusive and sustainable. So let's come together to envision a vibrant, accessible future for Tucson. I look forward to your participation. And then I'm going to be celebrating with TUSD as they receive funding for 10 electric school buses. Next week, I look forward to celebrating the inauguration of TUSD 10 electric school buses with EPA Region 9 Administrator Marta Guzman, TUSD Superintendent Dr. Gabriel Trujillo, the TUSD Governing Board, and TEP representatives, who's also a partner with TUSD. Thanks to EPA funding, TUSD will receive 10 electric buses, 5 chargers, and the infrastructure to support 10 additional electric buses in the future. I want to thank the Biden-Harris administration for prioritizing the health of our students and bus drivers who get them to school safely. The city of Tucson has been leading the effort on decarbonizing our public buses, and I'm so excited to see Southern Arizona's largest school district join our effort. With that, we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 300, dated October 22nd, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening. I'm just going to use my time tonight to add my voice to those who are reminding you all there's an election coming up, as if you could possibly forget. While the election is November 5th, you don't have to wait to vote. The Pima County Recorder's Office has already opened 6 early voting locations. Even if you don't have your early ballot yet, you can still request one up to October 25th, and then you need to have it mailed by October 29th. It's a big ballot with 2 cards and 24 elected officials and 13 statewide propositions, plus, depending on where you're located, up to 6 additional items. So my ask is that you make a plan to vote and get out there and do it. And you can find additional voter information, polling and vote center locations, and much more at www.pima.vote. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Item 5.
Liquor License Applications Report from City Manager.
City Manager's Communication Number 304, dated October 22nd, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have requests for 1 new license, 1 person location transfer, and 6 special event applications. All are in compliance with city requirements, so an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 and 2 and 5C 1 through 6 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved, Mayor.
So moved. Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
Ms. Clerk, do you have any announcements for this item?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. The green light on the lower dais will turn on when you begin speaking. It will turn yellow when you have 30 seconds left of your allotted time. When your 3 minutes are up, the light will turn red and you will hear a beeping sound. If that happens, please conclude your remarks immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clerk. Our first speaker, and I just want to remind the speakers to please state your name if you're a resident of the city of Tucson and or if you're a retained speaker. Chelsea Ortiz. Can you use the taller mic, please? There you go. Thank you.
My name is Chelsea Ortiz. I'm a Tucson resident representing myself. I'd like to share my thoughts on TEP in the hopes that Mayor Romero and the council will seriously consider having GDS Associates conduct a robust public power feasibility study. I'm very excited that this is something that can even be done as my electric bill keeps getting more and more expensive. I'm a high school counselor and I don't make a lot of money, so this has been a real issue for me. The company that owns TEP, Fortis, to my mind, it seems that their top priority is increasing annual dividends for their shareholders, not ensuring the well-being of Tucsonans. Fortis's website says that they believe in local decision-making, and so I believe that the locals of Tucson should get to decide whether or not they want to continue doing business with them. I'm not really interested in the vision that some business from Canada has for our energy sector. I believe that working-class Tucsonans can best determine what our needs are. The Atlantic Business cites that before it was Fortis, it was Newfoundland Light and Power, a, quote, vitally important local company. People depended on it for reliable and affordable power for their homes and businesses, end quote. It seems that in the pursuit of maximizing shareholder profits, they've forgotten that other communities also want and need reliable and affordable power. I'm also worried that TEP's plan to transition off of coal, while I do want to see that happen, will end up bringing increased rates. They've said that they'll need more gas generation amid increased use of electric vehicles and quick ramping gas plants to serve an unexpected influx of new businesses. I don't think that they're transitioning quickly enough, and I really don't trust them to not report project delays in the future. So I really, really want a thorough feasibility study conducted to see about making the switch to publicly owned power. Thank you.
I believe it's, I am so sorry if I mispronounced your name, is Lee Siski? Seski?
Hi, I am Lee Zishi. I am a Ward 1 resident and a first-time homeowner recently, and I'm here tonight to say that I full-heartedly also support public power and am thrilled that the city is studying the feasibility of a public utility. I organized with the Tucson Democratic Socialists of America, and earlier this year we sent you all a petition that was signed by over 1,300 people supporting public power and asking you to do a rigorous study that looks at the needs of working class people. That petition is now up to 1,468 signatures. The big boost that we had was actually a social media post we did saying all eyes need to be on this study. So this is something that your constituents care a lot about, and I want to thank you all for doing the study. I also want to thank the council members that have met with us on this, Councilmember Santa Cruz and Cunningham, but I'm mostly here today because I'm actually very concerned what I've heard from some other council members in the news saying that this is going to be too expensive, it's going to be too challenging before the study has even been conducted. I think that's very premature to make assumptions before the study has even been done, and what it really does is it still gives TEP so much control over our lives, right? In addition to hearing, when I was out canvassing, in addition to hearing people talk about insanely high bills, $800, $1,000, someone even said $1,100. People were just very grateful that somebody was out here trying to take on TEP. They feel they're being, controlled by a monopoly and they want something different. I'm also a climate justice organizer in my day job. I've worked with a lot of utilities across the country, and I can tell you, besides pretty much like the evil pipeline companies, private utilities are our biggest obstacle to climate justice right now. And TEP is no different. They are continuing to invest in frack gas. They will not give just transition funds to the indigenous communities that they have poisoned with their coal power plants. And they are constantly advocating for people to get less and less when they have solar on their homes. The other thing I would say, doing this as a climate advocate for a living, is that if Tucson is serious about resiliency, we have to address the issues of our energy system, not just transition from renewables to transition from fossil fuels to renewables. We can't have the boot of a Canadian corporation on our neck. And so what I'm really asking you all to do is to be bold. I know that you inherited not a lot of climate action. We are digging ourselves out from a hole. I'm not naive about how challenging or expensive it would be to take on a private utility like TEP, but the moment requires it. We saw what happened in Asheville, in Roswell. People are dying. And so I will also say in all that devastation, there is hope. People want this. That is what I have found talking to them. We have to take over TEP if we want a livable Tucson. Thank you so much.
Jean Lucasless, I'm sorry.
Hi, my name
Use
is...
the teller mic. Yeah, there you go.
Stupid. Sorry. My name is Gene Lucasco. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I'm a resident of Tucson, and I'm here because I'm really concerned about TEP's continued control over the distribution of electricity in Tucson. I'm a substitute teacher. My partner works at Taco Bell, nights at Taco Bell. This summer, our AC was set to 81 degrees all summer, and it was so hot. I have fans running in every single room. My partner has an autoimmune disorder that makes heat affect their body, but we couldn't lower the AC because this problem of these, ever-expanding bills. TEP continues to raise rates year after year, and nothing is done about it. It's really horrifying. The Corporation Commission, as you guys know, is basically captured by the Republican Party and by these the interests of utilities, unfortunately. The situation is just dire. I want to share now some data from a U of A project on heat deaths in Arizona, which I think is related to for-profit, electric utilities. So I'm going to read this now. So this is part of a national epidemic, but while the heat-related death rate has roughly doubled in the past 20 years in the country as a whole, it has increased roughly tenfold in Arizona. Arizona's rates now dwarf other states known for hot weather. For example, Texas broke its record with over 300 heat-related deaths in 2023. Yet Maricopa County, Phoenix, had twice as many, 645, despite having less than 1/6 the population. And Pima County, Tucson, had a death rate almost as high as Maricopa County. Despite the fact that summer in Tucson averaged 7 degrees cooler than Phoenix. As Fortis continues to chase the dollar, as TEP, that's Fortis's parent company, TEP's parent company, Fortis, continues to chase the dollar, more people will die. These climate emergencies aren't coming, they're here. We see the temperatures going up and up. I mean, Phoenix just broke that record for, I think it was like 70 plus, over 110 degree, or over 100 degree days in a row. I know mayor and council care about climate change. I know this because you guys passed that climate action plan last March, so thank you for that. And I know there's a feasibility study that you guys have commissioned. I've talked to hundreds of people about this, canvassing, both for Tucson Democratic Socialists of America, as well as the AFL-CIO, which had a campaign sending people door to door in Tucson, and I worked that this summer. I went all over the city, actually out to Flagstaff even, talking to people about utility rates. And it is just so out of control, and people are going to die, or are dying, or are going to continue dying. We cannot have a for-profit system in this city. We have to change things. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Fife. Robert Fife. Robert Fife.
I'm kind of nervous, so I'm sorry. First time I've been here. Give me a minute here. Mayor, can you hear me? Mayor, is that too loud? All right, Mayor Regino Romero and City Council, it is a real pleasure to speak to you today. Unfortunately, I have come to you today to ask for your help in dealing with an unfortunate, ongoing noise problem that has been going on for almost a year now at 3700 North 1st Avenue, apartment 2118. I have exhausted every possible remedy on my behalf in a peaceful and friendly manner, from contacting my landlord to calling the apartment security to calling the police 20 times, and the loud drum and bass sound still continues to vibrate and bang through my walls into my apartment in the middle of the night after 10 p.m. My address is on your speaker list card. I get maybe 2 or 3 hours of sleep a night. I have become very tired and sick from it. I have called 911 at least 20 times, but the police have never showed up. Can you please help me? The noise seems to be getting louder and louder. I'm beginning to feel scared for my life. Will you please help me before something happens to me? That was it. You have my phone number?
Mr. Fife, we have your phone number and your address, so we're going to give this information to the city manager's office so we can find you some help.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fife.
All right.
Okay. Ethan, I'll talk. I think it is. I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time with Alcock. I think it is. Ethan.
You're good. It is unfortunate last name. I am Ethan. I'm speaking here on behalf of myself, and I'm a resident of Tucson. I just want to add my voice to those of the people who've spoken before me in supporting a publicly owned utility company. I come from it from a bit of a different perspective, though, from my work in a local nonprofit housing provider, where I worked with this nonprofit to help hundreds of people off the streets and into permanent housing, and work to get them jobs and skills needed to succeed in the world. And I'm really proud of that work. But one of the biggest things that actually challenged us was the cost of AC. And that was because the grants that we used to pay for people's rent didn't often cover utility costs, which were often separate than the rent. And so for many people, those first happy moments where they got to enter their new home, where they would be living now, as soon as they switched on the light switch, that TEP bill started ticking. And you guys have already heard, TEP bills are really expensive, especially during the summer, when people need to be inside, need to be running their AC. And so for people who are just recovering from homelessness, it was impossible to pay. So our people who were supposed to be taken care of were coming out of the summer when TEP gets to kick people off, gets to take people's electricity away, with hundreds, if not over $1,000 in electricity debt, something that I don't think should exist. And this didn't work for anyone, really, in this situation. It didn't work for the people we were trying to house. It didn't work for us as a nonprofit. And it wound up not working for the city, too, which was funding this and trying to get these people off the streets. And what I see in a publicly owned utility company is finally the ability for the people of Tucson and the government of Tucson to set the priorities for what we want from the utility company. To say the goal for the utility company should be to serve the people, especially our most vulnerable folks here in Tucson, and to serve the priorities of the city government, which is trying to do housing first projects, which is amazing. But when a private company in Canada gets to turn up the bills on folks who are trying to house, we can't really do housing first decently. So I thank you guys for taking this into account and for giving this feasibility study real thought. I hope that for all of the people in the city of Tucson, we get public power. I see my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethan. Clifton May. Clifton May.
My name is Clifton Mays. I am a Tucson resident. Mayor and council, I am speaking in regards to the idea of a public takeover of Tucson Electric Power, which I am in favor of. I live off a Social Security disability, and my electric bill is extremely high. A public takeover of Tucson Electric Power would likely lower electric bills because it would remove the perverse incentive of overcharging for electricity for the purpose of maintaining high profits for Fortis. I am very much in favor of a public takeover of TEP. I have talked to hundreds of people on 4th Avenue while I was gathering signatures for the petition to show public interest for the public takeover of TEP. A common theme I heard with the conversations was very expensive electric bills.
Michael Cajero.
Hello, my name is Michael Cajero. I live in Ward 6, and speaking for myself, there's been a lot of interesting things that I've heard you say. Sometimes I watch the mayor and council meetings, though I should not. I don't know. Anyway, it's very good. I'm glad that they show them. But there's one thing, last time I watched, there was a person, they were brought up the concept of homelessness and the idea what to do about these people, you know, and it must have gone on for like an hour and a half, and at least an hour, I would, to be on the conservative side. And then at the end, you know, the mayor said something to the effect that it just flabbergasted her. It was hard. It's a hard issue. No one's been able to figure it out, you know? But at the same time, you offer these, it's a dichotomy. You offer these people free bus rides, I guess. Maybe if they decide to live on the bus, you know, maybe that would be, they can be permanently on these buses. Now, in Chicago, I've heard they have tents. They use Tent City. You know, they got the idea from Joe Arpaio, I guess. But they use tent cities, and people seem to like them more than they like living in concrete and, you know, all that homogenized existence and that the city has. That's all it is. I mean, there is a solution to the problem, and that's to buy up all that property and make sure you have it in your possession. And downtown, places like the Mark, you know, I mean, when the university starts dropping and not as many people come because the weather is bad, you can put a lot of people, house a lot of people in those areas. You know, it may seem stupid and unrealizable, but it may come to pass. That's the problem. It may come to pass. I was surprised to hear that they had that big wipeout in Roswell. I mean, Roswell, why would they have, it's just, it's crazy. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Sarah Latif.
Hello.
Can you use the tall?
Hello.
Thank you.
My name is Sarah Latif. I own property in Ward 2, and I'm representing myself. So I'm here today because I'm the victim of a negligent, reckless person who caused a fire that led to complete loss of my property. The fire started across the alley when he had a bonfire in his backyard, and he was storing several propane tanks in his backyard. He then fell asleep at 2 a.m., and then 4 hours later, the fire spread across the alley to my house, to my neighbor's house, and the house across from that. So 4 houses and the city electric pole, all a total loss. And because of him, I lost everything in my backyard, my carport, my shed, and all of my belongings. And in response to my loss, the city housing development department poured salt on my wound by putting an illegal lien on my property. And not only that, they put 3 liens on my property, and now they're charging me 10% interest annually because of what he did. No one answers my phone calls. I called the city housing development department so many times. I sent them emails. I called and they told me Lori Pumphrey has health issues. Why is that my problem? She can't do her job. And so I didn't cause this damage. The law says that anyone who's responsible for the damage will pay for that damage. So why am I being charged for the fence that they put up to abate the situation he caused? So I've tried so many times to reach people. I called the council member's office. I called the city housing development department. I called so many places. I emailed. No one's listening to me. I don't know what to do because I have almost $4,500 in lien that is on my property now, and I shouldn't have to pay it. And at the end of the day, I ask you, this kind of damage and the magnitude of this damage, shouldn't it warrant further investigation as to what happened? He damaged city property. What did the city do with all of these expenses? Did they pass those expenses on to the taxpayer? Or did they investigate what caused the damage? Why did this guy cause so much damage and get away with it? That's criminal. It is. The unbelievable reality of this situation is that I had to come all the way over here just to tell you this, that I hadn't been able to, in the past year that this has been going on, that I haven't been able to get a hold of a single person who can at least help me make this situation right. That's why I'm here, is I need help making this situation right.
Ms. Latif, you did not include your address or phone number, and we're going to ask someone from the clerk's office to make sure that we get your address and phone number, and maybe even if you want to give us your email, so that we can try and get a hold of you. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council, for giving me this opportunity. I am a resident of Tucson, Arizona for 3 years now. I came down here as a retired special ed teacher from Chicago. My mom and my dad lived here since '88, and they still do. I want to talk about eliminating master meters in mobile home parks. I hear that there are a lot of problems with electricity here. I decided to join AMHO organization, which is a volunteer organization that stands for Arizona Association of Mobile Home Owners. What I do for AMHO as a volunteer is I take calls from people who live in mobile homes that can't seem to get anybody to help them. And when AMHO first was a part of this Tucson, it started under the Fire and Building and Life Safety Department. And for 40 years, they had a great running with 6 or 7 offices to help defend them, resources, any problems that they called in, they were able to resolve. But back when Doug Ducey was governor, he took AMHO out from under the Fire Building and Life Safety Department and did away with it. And now we are under the Housing Department. The resources of those 6 and 7 offices and all the people in them were also gone away with. They all worked with manufactured housing, and now we have 0, from what I understand. Now the Department of Housing, the first time I called them, they didn't know that we were under their care. And we constantly get calls from people, and that's what they tell us. Oh, you're not under our jurisdiction. Yes, we are. This has been a decade. So I went to a house across the street. I live in a mobile home park myself on Miracle Mile, Friendly Village Estates, It is master metered, but thank God my owner is not corrupt because he is not gouging us for electric. My electric bill, the highest this summer, was $190. That was in August during the hottest part of the time. Since then, it has gone down to $100. I have a double wide. The state of Arizona says that the mean cost of electric in the summer for one family household is $200. People in this park are getting billed $600, $800. This park is owned by Skyline Realty, and I have now been called to his third property that's called Flowing Wells Gardens, and now I've been called to his third, Sun City. They're all being overcharged for all of the utilities, not
Ma'am,
just
come
the
to a
electric.
conclusion, please.
Oops, I'm sorry.
That's okay. We have your address and phone number, and we have been hearing about this issue recently. Yeah, I
We
can't,
have a meeting scheduled the 30th.
that's wonder.
I
Please,
would be
please
glad
make
to
sure that you go,
participate
please,
in
yes.
any way and to help these people.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Alrighty, Garrett Weir.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Garrett Weaver. I am a resident of the city of Tucson. I live in Ward 6, and I am not paid to speak. I'm here to speak on the connection between climate change, immigration, and energy. First of all, Mayor Romero and Council Member Santa Cruz, thank you very much for your attendance and for speaking at the No on Proposition 314 rally. That is a very punitive proposition against immigration, and we really need to do as much as we can to speak out against that proposition. There is a very strong connection between immigration and climate change. Recently read a book called Nomad Century by Gaia Vance, who says that at our current warming trend of 2.7 degrees centigrade of warming by the end of the century, we are going to see a mass migration of 2 billion people by the end of the century. So if we are not currently an immigrant, it is those of us who are not currently an immigrant may find themselves immigrating very soon. So climate is an immigration issue. Immigration is a climate issue. So I'd like to thank you all for your bold leadership in conducting and passing the energy resources study and hiring a consultant, GDS Consultants. There's a lot that we can do to mitigate our impact on climate. Anything we can do to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions will reduce future warming and will reduce a lot of the trauma that we are going to see in the future. I know there's not a lot that we're a very small piece of that puzzle, but we can set a really strong example. We can really cut our greenhouse gas emissions through electrifying our buildings, electrifying transportation, and by making our electricity powered by renewables. And there's been a lot of talk about solutions to how we can make our grid renewable in these chambers. A lot of great ideas. I'd like to thank all of you from DSA for coming out today to talk about your solution. There's a lot of solutions that we could be looking at, and the GDS study will give us clarity and will give us, they will provide professional input, professional advice that is going to be quantified so that we can make a good decision going forward. I hope that when the study is released, that you will continue your leadership in addressing climate change and do it in a very big way when the study completes. So thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. Rick Rappaport.
Good evening. My name is Rick Rappaport. I'm a volunteer with Arizonans for Community Choice. I I'm better reading than I am speaking extemporaneously, but I'm very humbled by what I hear here at City Council, the need, the utility prices, the individual needs, I mean, it's very gut-wrenching to just sit in the audience and listen to this. I don't know what it's like up there, but you assign people to do things, and I don't know, it's a very compassionate group up there that addresses the needs of these people. I'm not going to throw a monkey wrench into taking over TEP. That study that GDS will do, I think, will provide clarity. But I wanted to point out one thing that will not be in the line item when you get that report. That's an engineering firm you hired, GDS, and they will look at poles and wires, and they will look at costs, hard rock costs. There's one cost that won't be there, and that's the cost of fighting TEP to basically for their existential life, because they will come out kicking and screaming. They will not go gently into that good night. Boulder, Colorado, with a population of 1/10 of Tucson, tried to municipalize, if that's a word, about 10 years ago. They spent 10 years, $26 million in legal fees. And in 2020, they gave up. 2020, they signed a franchise agreement with some climate concessions with Xcel Energy, but nothing what they anticipated to get. And the second cost, which no matter what study you do, is the study of health. The health costs of continuing fossil fuel soot in the air. And if we are in protracted litigation with TEP, which we will be if we try to take them over, I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'd love to take them over, but it will be so costly. That will drag out, and it's tantamount to not doing anything for climate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rappaport. This is going to be our last speaker, JP Salvatierra.
Madam Mayor, my name is Jonathan Salvatierra. I'm not a retained speaker. I'm a native Tucsonan in Ward 6. I'm grateful that someone else mentioned the TEP issue, because I have brought it to your attention a number of times that City of Tucson and Pima County can take over their services just within the water department for the same billing. And $1.6 billion is the budget for the Pima County. Just $200 million less is what Fortis took out of Pima County in 2022. That's just a ballpark number. But I really came here today to address an issue for 3 different generations of our children, our young adults that hold student loan debt. And it's a political football. It shouldn't be, but people would rather not want to get involved for one issue or another over this at this point in time. But I'm requesting that the City of Tucson and Pima County participate in conjunction with Habitat for Humanity in a modeled nationwide youth housing program that consolidates all qualified student loan debt within a 30-year loan term on a purchase of a new home. Now, to win these 3 generations of our youth and Hispanic with more immediate economic recovery, we need to reinvest in America's youth with federal housing infrastructure funding. Now, the goal is to win XYZ Gen and Hispanic acceptance by consolidating all student loan debt in a federal government clearinghouse that takes a 0.5% mortgage interest premium on the life of a new exclusive home ownership and student loan debt consolidation program. This government body will negotiate a discounted, complete student loan debt payoff and a full conditional lien release to improve their FICO scores and pre-qualification approval. There's no need to reinvest in the wheel. The current Habitat for Humanity has engaged the youth's sweat equity along with the mortgage funding at 0.5% interest. Now that 0.5% over 30 years comes to almost $47,000. We can do this. This is something practicable and useful. I've got factoids for
Salvatierra,
each of you.
we just need to come to a conclusion, please. We got your information.
The housing PITI will be $900 a month with the 0.5% interest.
Thank you, Mr. Salvatierra. Alrighty, that was our last speaker for the call to the audience. We're moving on to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through E.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is mayor and council's meeting schedule for 2025. Item C is emergency planning and preparedness, approving the City of Tucson's emergency operations plan. Item D is an intergovernmental agreement with the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality, ADQ, to fund and administer activities supporting the Hazardous Materials Emergency Preparedness HMEP grant program mission to ensure the safe transportation of hazmat materials. Item E is Housing and Community Development acceptance of a water conservation grant award from the Water Infrastructure Finance Authority of Arizona.
Have a motion, please.
So moved.
There's a motion, there's a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we need to go to roll call.
Mix Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham. Aye. Vice Mayor Dahl.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mixulik.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. Item 8.
Public hearing, Unified Development Code, UDC Amendment C8-24-01, Accessory Dwelling Unit Regulations and Timelines for Zoning Applications, Unified Development Code Amendment, Ordinance Number 12131.
City Manager's communication number 307 dated October 22nd is received into and made part of the record. This is a time and place legally advertised for a public hearing to take formal action regarding a proposed code amendment to amend existing regulations for accessory dwelling units and timelines for rezoning applications in the Unified Development Code in response to legislative bills passed by the Arizona State Legislature related to municipal zoning. The proposed code amendments bring the city's ADU standards into compliance with House Bill 2720 and zoning timelines in compliance with the requirements of Senate Bill 1162 by January 1, 2025. I believe we have a presentation by staff, and as staff comes up, I'd like to just open up the item. The City of Tucson has a strong commitment to making sure that we work diligently and creatively to address the affordability crisis in housing in the City of Tucson, and I know that it's happening throughout Arizona. When we passed our ADU ordinance back in 2021, we became the first city in Arizona to do so. I spoke how important it is to make sure that our residents have access to this important resource and for our residents to have more options for affordable housing. When we passed the housing affordability strategy for Tucson, the intention was to support the construction of housing units, especially affordable housing units, across the continuum, from housing first to temporary housing to tiny homes to home ownership. We know that housing is interrelated with other very critical issues in Tucson, like building climate resiliency, enhancing community safety, addressing equity across our community, and others. Therefore, investments in housing must be both strategic and impactful. At our one-year review of the ADUs, we created more equitable access to building ADUs by supporting the development of a library of plans and reducing impact fees. This action helped us right historic wrongs related to housing and zoning, such as the impacts of redlining and lack of access to capital investment and racist covenants. We know that home ownership is an important step in building generational wealth and breaking the cycle of poverty in Tucson. We also know that certain areas in our communities have benefited from the privilege of not only robust investments in infrastructure surrounding their communities, but they have also benefited from the ability of ADUs in their property, resulting in more passive income and generational wealth for those homeowners over time. So ADUs in the missing middle housing, including duplexes, triplexes, small cottage courts as examples. They have existed historically in older neighborhoods, such as West University, Sam Hughes, and Armory Park. As newer neighborhoods were developed in Tucson in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, zoning changes prohibited this type of infill. In other parts of Tucson, impediments to building ADUs included smaller lot sizes, historic disinvestment, especially in infrastructure and amenities in those neighborhoods. Taking these steps will address affordability by supporting infill and density, creating opportunities for building more affordability, and opportunities for passive income and for multi-generational families to stay together. I'd like to thank our Housing Community Development Department and our Planning Department and my colleagues on the council for continuing to make progress in this area. So with that, I just wanted to set the tone and open up for Corin Manning to present.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'm just going to give a brief overview of the proposed code amendments prior to the public hearing on this item. The code amendment before you tonight addresses 2 of 4 bills passed by the state legislature this spring related to zoning regulations that local jurisdictions, many cities, need to adopt. So the 2 bills addressed by this code amendment are House Bill 2720, related to accessory dwelling units, and Senate Bill 1162, which relates to timelines for zoning applications. Both of those 2 bills have a deadline for local implementation of January 1st, 2025. The other bills listed here, House Bill 2297, adaptive reuse for multifamily development, that amendment will be coming to you later this year, and House Bill 2721 on middle housing has a deadline of January 1st, 2026, and Mayor and Council recently gave us direction to begin the research process around middle housing and return to Mayor and Council earlier next year with some options around that. So again, a code amendment tonight addresses the first 2 bills on that list with a deadline of January 1st, 2025. So as you mentioned, Mayor, we have had regulations to allow ADUs for almost 3 years now in Tucson. Tucson was one of the first large cities to adopt regulations to legalize casitas or accessory dwelling units. However, this state bill does require some changes to our local regulations, which are in the amendment before you. So the key changes are that this would increase the maximum number of ADUs allowed per lot to 2 ADUs, with an additional ADU permitted on lots of 1 acre or more, if one of those ADUs are restricted as affordable housing in perpetuity. Currently, 1 ADU is allowed per lot. Additionally, this would change the way we calculate the maximum size of an ADU. Currently in Tucson, we calculate that based on lot size. According to the state bill, we will now be calculating based on the size of the primary home, still with a maximum square footage of 1,000 square feet. This will also update the building height so that the building height, the maximum height of an ADU permitted, will align with the maximum height for a single family home in a zone, which is generally 25 feet. This will also update the building setbacks and standardize that to be 5 feet from rear and side property lines. And this will also remove parking requirements, the proposed code amendment. I also want to mention a few areas where we are going beyond the state regulations, or we are able to keep our local regulations that have been tailored to Tucson. So a few differences between our regulations and the state regulations. One is that while the state bill requires 2 ADUs to be permitted per site, the state bill stated that it requires 1 attached and 1 detached ADU. Per lot. We have left that more flexible in Tucson based on feedback from our community members to allow more site-by-site flexibility. Additionally, in Tucson, we already allow 1 ADU on sites with a duplex. And this is something you mentioned, some of the older, more historic neighborhoods, Mayor, and this is something that's very common to see duplex sites. And so we do allow ADUs on those sites. While that was not something in the state bill, that's something we will continue to allow in Tucson. Additionally, one of the things we found, since we have the benefit of having these ADU regulations for several years and seeing some of the challenges and barriers, is we noticed that one of the challenges on sites where an ADU was being added with a duplex was that those 3 units would trigger commercial multifamily site standards, landscaping and parking, and standards that could be a barrier for smaller infill development. Now that most sites will allow 2 ADUs in addition to the primary home, we've changed that regulation, or are proposing to change that regulation to allow that flexibility to have up to 3 units and not trigger those site standards that can be challenging for small infill sites to achieve. And then finally, I did want to mention that in Tucson, we have a cool roof requirement for our ADUs, and that is something that will be unchanged by the state regulations. So we'll continue to require those cool roofs. Another aspect I wanted to mention is that the state regulations, while there are some restrictions on design standards, nothing in the state bill prevents us from continuing to require that all of the design standards in our historic preservation zones and neighborhood preservation zones are met by new ADUs, and ADUs in those neighborhoods will continue to go through a design review process. So that's the proposal related to ADUs. The second component of the code amendment relates to zoning timelines. This was, again, driven by a state bill, and this will require that we put in place a 30-day timeline for staff review of zoning applications, and also puts in place a 180-day timeline for mayor and council to review rezoning applications. There are a few areas that are exempt from this, so any area that includes a historic landmark or historic preservation zone or a planned area development, those applications would be exempt from this new timeframe. And I want to mention we just did some required reporting to the state on our rezoning timelines, and almost all of the rezonings in the past year met this timeline. So Tucson is already, by and large, meeting these timeframes for our rezoning applications. These code amendments did go through a public review process, so we got community input through some community meetings that we held in July, and this proposal has gone through Planning Commission at a study session and a public hearing in September, and at that public hearing, Planning Commission did recommend approval of the proposed code amendments to mayor and council. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I think we'll go through the public hearing and then ask questions if there are any, if that's okay with the colleagues. Okay, so let me see. Ms. Clerk, do we need to announce a public hearing or anything like that? Okay, so speakers have 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether you live in the city, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. We have a couple of cards, so I'm going to call our first card, Logan Havens.
Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you for taking the time to allow us to speak today. My name is Logan Havens. I'm a resident of the city of Tucson. I am not a paid speaker, and I'm speaking for myself. Around this conversation, I've been part of the dialogue through the years for accessory dwelling units because I am somebody that believes in creative housing solutions. I don't think ADUs are going to solve all of our problems. These are just a small lever that can affect a small amount of housing. We've seen it's not a dramatic effect so far, but it does offer us some flexibility. When it came time for the planning and development, received the grant for the model plan library, my partner and I decided that we were going to enter to offer another alternative option of a pre-approved plan. The reason we did that, we wanted a quality unit available for people that would be at a more affordable cost. Generally, architecture fees are relatively high. We tried to charge as little as possible, and we have a sliding scale that we have offered to people that are people with limited means or people willing to rent under market value. So we've tried to make this as accessible as possible, and rather than like a specter of what this could do to our city, I wanted to talk about today the individuals who have bought the plans and the people that are in process of building these units. So far, we've had 6 plans since the competition. Around March is when we were able to get our plan set through through planning and development into the pre-approval stamped process. Of those people, we do have one person that is planning to rent the unit. That person grew up in Tucson. He has a house. He wants to build a back unit and rent it out. We have 2 people that are wanting to make them as art studios, as workspaces, as an overflow for when family and guests come. We have one that is being built by a lovely woman who is wanting it for interim housing for her friends and family because they have been between housing multiple times. So she wants to make sure she has a stable place for those people. And then we have 2 being built as housing for elderly parents. And before the ADU code amendment, I built a small casita, a detached sleeping quarters in my backyard. At that time, that was the only thing possible. You were not allowed to have a kitchen. You were not allowed to rent it out. This ADU code amendment has allowed people that I've seen be able to build housing for senior parents, be able to build value in their properties. It hasn't been an easy process. It is still difficult to build a housing unit in the city, even in ADU. It is still expensive. We're in a city where the housing costs are above $300,000 on average. 5 years ago, that was half. So we're at a city with escalating housing prices. This isn't an affordability solution, but it is an opportunity for people to build housing. I've seen the contractors' pricing. I've seen units being built around $150,000 up with an average around $180,000. If we can offer that, it's not affordability, but it does offer a more accessible housing option that can be used for rentals. And statistically through the country, they are being rented below market averages. So the process is there are still complications, there are still hurdles that deal with code. There are still things that I personally am with feedback of us getting these through the housing process. Some of the housing units have been over 6 months in permitting because of historic preservation zones, because of different things. Our goal is to try to make it where it's more accessible for average people and not just developers. The more complicated the code gets, the more regulations we add to them, the more it makes it even difficult for us as trained professionals to get these units through, but then it gets more expensive, more costly, and more challenging. So I'm excited for this state housing policy. I applaud you for pushing forward with our adoption of the policy, or the ADU Code Amendment 3 years ago. As we move forward, I'm excited to see some of the regulations removed. I'm excited to see housing become more accessible, and I'm excited to see what we can make. I'm excited for creative solutions. I really appreciate being able to be part of this solution finding. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Havens. Alrighty. Gustavo Silva.
Hi, I'm Gustavo Silva. I'm a resident of the city of Tucson, and I'm here to speak for myself. As my partner said, we have a model plan in the model plan library, and I spent the past 9 months helping people going through the permitting process. The permitting process for ADUs is difficult, very, very difficult. The only lucky person that's passed fast took a month. The rest are still in hurdles. We're getting asked for things that are pretty crazy. Like, does anyone here know what the elevation of the next upstream manhole cover for their house is? Like, not even the city knows. If you reach out to the city, they can't tell you that information. So I applaud you all for like taking a stance and putting more lax regulations than the state. Like, currently it's hard. Setbacks are hard. They're prohibiting people to build. We have 6 ADUs in permitting. Out of those 6, 5 required variances. Those variances have all been approved by the city. So the only thing that has done is taken more time, more money, and more effort from all the homeowners and the city. All of those variances will not be needed with the new code. So we are moving forward. We are creating more space for ADUs. I believe in housing. I think we have to densify the city. I think it's more beautiful to think, how do we preserve the desert? We doesn't densify the city. All of our lots are huge. They're all unutilized. Of all of these ADUs, no one's using, even with a casita in their lot, no one's using more than 40% of their lot. So we still have space. We still have space to densify our city, and let's focus on that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silva. Meredith Aronson? I thought that was you.
Yeah. Good evening. Meredith Aronson, speaking on behalf of myself. I'm not a paid speaker. A resident of Tucson. I am the proud owner of 2 units in my backyard after a year of interest, I'll put it that way. And they were 2 units from the casita competition. A couple of you have had the opportunity to see them. And I think this is a time for creativity. I'm excited about the state law coming translated to Tucson. I do think the ability to create 2 ADUs in the backyard that are both detached, for example, is pretty exciting. I was very interested in what a compound, for lack of a better term, could look like. How do you build a small compound within a Midtown lot is an interesting question. We can live together differently. You can age in place differently. It's not simply a matter of creating another unit on a property. And so that's what we did. We created a little space. One of them, under the prior code, needed to be a guest quarters, right? Which means no formal kitchen. The other is an ADU. In the future, both can be ADUs. But I think this is less about where we are now, but where we could think about in future creatively. The cost of the impact and fees for the 2 units were very different. No surprise, right? And I understand the impact fees are levied at the state level. But I think we're going to need to take ownership of the impact of that. So for the larger unit, a 1-bedroom from the casita competition was $5,900 for fees. The smaller unit, which is 144 square feet, a very small limited unit, guest quarters, was $888, right? So at the level of what we're trying to accomplish, the thing I want to underscore is people will choose, as Tucson historically has, the guest quarters as the solution because of those differences in fees, I predict. So you have to ask yourself, as we go down the path to maybe a future where you could have a subdivision on your lot and have someone buy one of those units, what's the impact of an individual choosing the guest quarters as the solution because of the cost? And is that the path that we want for the city of Tucson long term? And I would say from my perspective, I think that's a mistake. And I understand that's a relationship with the state, but how do we find a more creative path there? Because I think it's a predictable outcome, and I think it's not the outcome that most of us should want, right? If we're trying to build housing, we should expect that these units are houses, not simply guest quarters if they possibly can be houses, which means they have more than a sleeping quarters. It means they're a kitchen and a bath and a place to live. And so I would ask, not necessarily for the question of compliance, because I think what's been produced is really wonderful work and the process was good. But I do think as we go forward, this is something that needs to be taken very seriously. I was a bit appalled because I have not built casitas before at the level of the fees, but I have the ability to pay for those fees, and I made a point of going into my own personal debt to commit to the project. There are plenty of people who won't be able to make that choice, and I think if we're talking about housing affordability and ADUs being a part of that solution, that's worth taking on far more seriously. So I appreciate an opportunity to talk with you, and I really would love to be part of the solution in any way that I can possibly support. Thank you.
Thank you, Meredith. And I believe it's Valerie Lane.
Hi. Before I begin, I think I need to disclose that I was appointed to the Planning Commission a few short weeks ago, so I had nothing to do with the writing that is before you, but tomorrow night will be my first Planning Commission meeting. Tonight, I'm a resident. I speak for myself, and I like to think on behalf of the entire city of Tucson, of course. So my name is Valerie Lane. I am the owner of the Urban Infill Project and a practicing architect with a focus on housing. I've worked with City of Tucson residents on upkeep of our neighborhoods for 16 years. I started the Urban Infill Project a little over a year ago, or yeah, a year and a half ago, and since then I've sold 20 sets of pre-permitted construction documents for small-scale housing units. Some have been used as ADUs and some as new construction on empty infill lots. I am entrenched every day in the usability of this code and how it's impacting local people. The Casita bill and the upcoming changes in House Bill 2721 that addresses missing middle housing are heavy-handed legal actions mandating that cities implement zoning solutions to an out-of-balance demand for affordable housing. One aspect of affordable housing is ensuring an accessible pathway to the permitting and construction of new housing units. Therefore, the charge is for cities to remove as many barriers as possible so that homeowners and small-scale local businesses can build success around the industry of housing and construction. So first, I'd like to address a couple of barriers that I think need attention. The first glaring barrier comes in the form of impact fees. These are state-mandated fees used to pay for public utility and are associated with new construction, tapping into public utility for the first time. ADUs are typically built in conjunction with existing site utilities, meaning the impact fees have already been paid for that property. I am an advocate for eliminating impact fees for second and third dwelling units. Currently, any housing unit with a unique address incurs an impact fee. So an ADU incurs an impact fee, but a sleeping quarter does not. This is a very important distinction that needs to be recognized and maintained. There are many residents who need more space and cannot afford to pay the expensive state-regulated impact fee. This sometimes is seen as a zoning loophole, and some form of this must remain intact unless the impact fees for a second or third dwelling can be eliminated. These fees are substantial enough that they impact the affordability in a huge way and are therefore a barrier to entry for many middle to low income residents. Another notable barrier is the current threshold for when commercial site requirements and development packages are needed. The development package permitting and review process is very time-consuming and expensive. Bringing a residential site up to commercial standards can cost up to $50,000 or more in construction. The added time and costs are a hindrance to access for small-scale and new developers to contend with. This will further allow bigger out-of-state developers to dominate the market of missing middle housing in Tucson. The requirement for a development package should be brought to 5 units across the entire residential code, not exclusively for ADUs. This aligns us with the banking industry. This would align us with Pima County. It is important to state that the proposed changes to process for low-stakes, small-scale residential housing projects are intended to help the city staff with efficiency and timing in their review turnarounds. Higher stakes requests, such as rezoning, would remain intact, giving community ample time and opportunity to weigh in. Next, I would like to talk for a moment about preserving the unique and special qualities of our neighborhoods. Because we are tasked with allowing for 2-story ADUs with reduced setbacks in traditionally single-story, low-density neighborhoods, we can address public concerns around privacy and quality of space by requiring privacy mitigation for upper-level windows and creating exterior buffer zones between buildings. The specifics of what privacy mitigation or buffer zone features are should be left to the designers and homeowners. It is not the zoning code's purview to dictate every single design feature that is or is not allowed. That is cumbersome and time-consuming use of code, and designers are equipped to handle this. As an alternative, Tucson's flexible lot development code already has many applicable components that could be claimed here. Overall, we must foster a trusting relationship between registrants or designers and the governing review bodies so that both groups remain focused on the opportunities and successes that will result from this type of progressive zoning change. Oh boy, adaptive change is essential to meet the evolving needs of our residents and our state government. I have one
Need
paragraph.
to come to a conclusion.
Okay. Tucson needs a thriving local housing industry with builders and infill developers who are our neighbors. To support them, we need a robust zoning code that empowers these small-scale developers to build diverse housing options, including short and long-term rentals. This creates financial opportunities for residents and ensures we have successful, reliable builders within our community. We've already made progressive changes like upcoming residential parking requirements, and now it is time to embrace this next evolution. It has been very inspiring to witness the collaboration between the city governing bodies and industry partners to ensure that these changes benefit our entire community.
Thank you, Ms. Lanes. That was the last card that I had for this item. Is there anyone wanting to be heard on this item? Mr. Salvatierra.
Thank you for allowing me to share, Madam Mayor. My name is Jonathan Salvatierra. I live in the University area neighborhood, and there are some caveats to this that need to be considered, not as just a simple allowance, but a conditional allowance. One is the fact that I'd call it an attractive nuisance. When we have vehicles that are parked on the city streets, the crime rate is much higher in these areas that are more densely crowded. And the cars on the street are subject to smash and grab. And it happens all the time. And we hear about the catalytic converter issues too. If there is sufficient area on the premises for the vehicle to be parked off the street, that's very, very important. The other item is a member of our Tucson Residents for Responsible Government mentioned the fact that if you have regular sanitation department pickup, if every single spot along the street is manned by a car, then you won't have the ability to put your garbage out for the recycle or the other. That's something that is also a conditional thing. The other really important thing is with Barrio Viejo and our local neighborhoods around 4th Avenue and whatnot, if you change the current parking, the paid parking from its current status of Monday through Friday that ends at 5 p.m., and extend it to Saturday and every day that's patrolled up to 8 p.m., what you will also do is remove these people from the ability to park their vehicles. There are a lot of students that live downtown, Barrio Viejo, and the surrounding area, and it's not going to work. It needs to be conditional. It has to have also, a very important aspect of it is just the timeliness of allowing the neighbors to kind of understand what's going on and, oh yes, this is important to us, but we need to identify these considerations and not as just a quick, fast, hurry up and get it down the road type issue. We are very concerned as homeowners about having, a safe neighborhood and our community as being something that's very attractive and worthwhile to everyone. There's another demographic in this that I hadn't really considered until just today, and that is that from Pima County School Superintendent Dustin Williams, he mentioned the fact that there are 1,100 TUSD students that are also parents and homeless. Now, if the parents, their original parents have the ability to have an ADU on the premises, it would really help that demographic. We have Project More in our neighborhood that is specifically for these students, and it needs to be expanded and accelerated. At least the Project More can only take 120 to 150 students. And with 1,100 waiting and needing this opportunity, they were deprived of that opportunity during COVID. So they have a 22-year-old limit to their offering for this requirement. Maybe it might be considered to be expanded to 25, age 25, to still get through that program, give these young kids a chance to get a foothold. Don't make them dependent on some social programs the rest of their lives. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salvatierra. That was our last speaker for this particular item. If there is no others wanting to be heard on this item already, that's okay. We could hear what you have to say. Yep, go to the tall mic and just make sure that you say your name and if you live in the city, if you're a retained speaker.
Yes. My name is Maureen Pollock. I live in Richland Heights East, Ward 3, and I came late to the meeting, and I apologize. One of my neighbors tried to write a letter, and she couldn't be here tonight, but this is her letter. It's very short. Dear Mayor and Council, I am writing regarding the state legislation that gives rise to the pending modifications to the COT zoning code. I'm unable to attend the hearing on October 22nd. The legislation was passed in the name of increasing affordable housing, but that's mostly nonsense. I do not believe it increases affordable housing. Small builders use the legislation to develop property in neighborhoods without regard to integrity of the existing neighborhoods. The city and council should not allow further damage to occur to the damage of existing neighborhoods. Sally Darcy, she's also a neighbor. Richland Heights East has very generous lots. We have setbacks. We have setbacks greater than 5 feet. And it seems to me that if I'm going to allow my neighbors the rights to put ADUs in, you're depriving me of a property right because now I no longer have my 10-foot, my 15-foot, whatever it is. I've got someone who's 5 feet away from my yard. And I work in affordable housing all around the country. And I don't think the way that this legislation has been offered is actually affordable housing because the ADUs that we have in our neighborhood, one neighbor says we have at least 30, are not affordable housing. They are accessory dwelling units, and they are very expensive short-term housing for property owners, and quite often these property owners are not actual homeowners. They are outside investors. So affordable housing, I get, I just don't think it works in all neighborhoods. And when I sat in on the Zoom meetings for these affordable housing, it was discussed that neighborhoods that have existing setbacks would be honored, but the way this bill is written, it does not sound like they are being honored. And that's all I had to say. Oh, and I'm just speaking for myself.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Really appreciate it. Anyone else in the audience wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none, may I have a motion to close the public hearing, please?
So moved.
Second. There's a motion and a second. Any continued discussion? Here. To close the public hearing. Hearing none, all those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Ms. Clerk, you're requested to read ordinance 12131 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12131 relating to planning and zoning, amending the Tucson Code, Chapter 23B, Unified Development Code, Sections 3.5.3, 5.8.9, and 6.6.3, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure on this item?
Mayor, I move that we adopt and approve ordinance number 12131.
There's a motion.
Second.
Second.
There's a motion in a couple of seconds. Any discussion on this item? Councilmember Cunningham and then Vice Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz.
So about the impact fees, I know that's a big issue. We're going through that review. It'll come in next, like in the spring, and we'll probably be able to make some adjustments. I'm a big stickler for impact fees. I actually think they serve a lot for parks and first responders, parks, and transportation. They give us some opportunities, but, big but there, I don't think we'll make it prohibitive, so it doesn't make sense. Right now, under kind of what's being proposed, ballparkish, if you're building a one-bedroom under $749, it should be around $2,600. And hopefully, if it's an ADU, it would drop down to, something less. Well, we've got to see kind of how all the formulas come out, but I just wanted to let you know you guys are being heard. We totally understand that piece. I think there are some neighbors that are they're not concerned necessarily about ADUs. They're concerned about neighborhood preservation and the historic pieces to it. And so we've got to walk that fine line. And I think there's some opportunity to do that, especially if neighborhoods actually go historic and have DZRBs and stuff like that. So I think there's a good line to walk here. I like the idea that we're going to be leaders in this, but I wanted to let you know that everybody made incredible contributions to this discussion. And Meredith, I really appreciate meeting with you, and I will get over there, I promise. So other than that, that's all I have to say, Your Honor.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I know the intentions were good, but it rubs me the wrong way when our local elected authority is usurped by the legislature. Just want to get that out front. I also know that we don't have a lot of wiggle room with what we are adopting, and congratulations to city staff for going through the process, the public involvement, coming up with, I think, is what's the best possible response to what we've been forced to do. And some of it's good. I want to acknowledge, though, that Ward 3 has received emails, and I'm sure my colleagues have, listing concerns like impacts to neighborhoods and impacts to privacy. Unfortunately, most are simply objections that we cannot address because of the direction from the state. I want to highlight one important concern, that this may have the unintended consequence of facilitating more student housing and Airbnbs, which don't do anything to help with our desperate need for permanent, affordable housing. This could be an unintended result that's the opposite of what the state and what we would like to see happen. And I hope that someday that there will have some tools to deal with Airbnbs, because we get complaints about this all the time, and I think they are taking away from our housing stock. I was heartened to hear Mr. Haven's report of the ADUs that he was involved with. I appreciated hearing specifically what people plan to do with them. And I hope most of the ADUs will be built just for those reasons and will continue to provide for those reasons and not be transferred at some point down the line into Airbnb situations. When they provide housing for friends and family, permanent rentals, and especially a place for elderly relatives to be close to their supportive family members, great. And in fact, I've always known them as mother-in-law cottages, right? That's so I do request that we receive regular updates as we move forward. I'd like to see the trends and understand whether these are actually providing housing for people. And maybe it's a small thing, but a piece of the puzzle. For people who need it, not just another vacation home that's taking away from our hotels, motels, and resort industry. Providing a vacation home for someone who doesn't really need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Santa Cruz?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think I feel compelled to respond to what Vice Mayor Dahl said about the student housing. I think a lot of the reasons why we had an issue with student housing was because the University of Arizona had never had a plan for building out the student housing that was necessary, and that got spilled out into neighborhoods. I also want to say, having been a U of A student, students like myself also deserve to live close to campus and go to school and be able to walk and ride my bike like other people. And so I think we shouldn't be prescriptive in who these casitas are for and how they should operate, because I think we all enjoy owning our private property, and then feeling entitled to tell other people what to do with their property is always an interesting concept for me. So as the mayor said earlier, casitas are common in certain neighborhoods in Tucson. Many owners of historic homes have benefited from having the privilege of a casita to use as a guest house or as housing for an aging parent, independence for a young adult who can't afford their own place, And also for many families, it's been a source of rental income and a way to build generational wealth. This privilege has been severely limited to only certain properties until recently, and I feel like that's the moral imperative, what we're being called to rectify with this piece of legislation. As a renter and a mother of 4, I'm committed to this work of increasing our housing stock so that not only my kids, but all young people can afford homes just like many of our parents did growing up and have the opportunity to build generational wealth. Our community is grappling with skyrocketing rents and a housing shortage, which leads to housing insecurity. So we gotta get creative. We know that ADUs isn't necessarily affordable housing or gonna fix our housing crisis, but it's just one of many tools, one of many opportunities to create housing. For decades, Tucson developed around the car and created sprawl. We got used to having large lot sizes. We have, like the mayor also mentioned, the decades of exclusionary zoning restricting neighborhoods to just single-family homes. And that has made housing over time more expensive and contributed to our vulnerability here in the city, especially after the pandemic hit, when our housing costs skyrocketed. We know that being creative about these different housing models can help reduce our transportation needs. I get to walk, ride my bike, or take the streetcar everywhere I go, which has been a big help for not only myself, but for my kids going to school. We know it can reduce energy use because we know size is the single biggest factor in the environmental impact of a house. I live in a less than 1,000 square foot home with my 4 kids, and I guess the costs, the utility costs that other folks were speaking to, I was thankful that because of the size of my house, I don't have to pay as much. We also, I had the opportunity to visit Meredith's home, which was beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. Just the ability to share resources and build community around these housing options. We need more flexibility in housing that makes sense for the environment, for different lifestyles, for financial reasons. Housing needs change over time. Most people want to stay in their homes as they age, but finance and social isolation can be a problem. A casita helps our elders meet their needs without moving by opening doors to intergenerational living or modest rental income. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other comments on this item in terms of discussion? Vice Mayor, I know my gut reaction always is, why is the state legislature preempting or telling, cities across the state how to get things done? But in this particular case, the city of Tucson passed our ADU ordinance before the state. And I distinctly recall that our ADU ordinance was different before it was limited by some concerns from neighborhoods. And so we limited the square footage. It was going to be a bigger square footage allowance when we first suggested the ADUs in the city of Tucson. And so, as I said, it bothers me for the state legislature to tell cities and towns what to do, but in this particular situation, as the city of Tucson led in creating the ADU ordinance first, I think that it allows for the state legislature to participate in creative and innovative solutions. And make sure that other cities and towns are taking a look at this and helping create this housing opportunity for other people throughout our state. In terms of the historicity or the historic preservation zones, I just want to make sure that the city of Tucson will have the ability to help with the design standards for that particular HPC.
Sure, Mayor, I'd be happy to clarify that. So there is a provision in the state bill that says an an ADU cannot be required to match the design features of the primary home. And this was because in a lot of cities around the country, we've seen that the ADU kind of becomes, sometimes people have wanted to make that the mini-me version of the primary home so that matches exactly. And so what this will do is it cannot match exactly the same finishes, same roof, but it can be required to fit in with the design standards of that historic preservation zone so that it matches the neighborhood as a whole and complements the existing character of a historic preservation zone or a neighborhood preservation zone. So basically the accessory dwelling unit would not be treated differently than any other new construction in that historic preservation zone, meaning it needs to comply with the established design standards of that zone.
Okay. The other question I have, and I think we've talked about this at the dais and around our study session table, is the impact fees. We heard tonight about impact fees and how exorbitant they are to be able to build an ADU. And part of the reasoning why we wanted to create the ordinance that lets residents in Tucson build ADUs was to be able to create some affordability and the possibility of an affordable option to move in, the granny, or to even have, the boomerang kid that's coming back from college or going to college but still wants a little bit of independence. I know that we had talked about impact fees and changing those. I think we're in the process of changing those. Tell me a little bit about how we can correct that.
Sure, Mayor. So the city is currently in the process of updating our impact fees. It is something that we have spoken to our consultant about to help us take a look at the options there. And I know there will be a study session in the coming weeks. And I do believe that will be a topic of discussion at that study session.
Alrighty, any other questions or comments on this item? Hearing none. There's a motion and a second. We need to go to roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham. Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mick Sulik.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Ordinance 12131 passes by a vote of 7-0. Thank you all for participating tonight. Item 9.
Public hearings. Zoning, Houghton East Neighborhood Plan Amendment, TP-AMD 0324003, southeast corner of Houghton Road and Broadway Boulevard, Community Commercial Use, Resolution number 23836.
City Manager's Communication number 308, dated October 22nd, is received into and made part of the record. This is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing for a proposed amendment to the Houghton East Neighborhood Plan Non-Residential Development Policy 2.E, submitted by the Planning Center on behalf of Mr. Carwash. The applicant is seeking to amend the non-residential building height restriction from 20 feet to 30 feet. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. When I call your name, please come forward and make your presentation. State your name, whether you live in the city, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. Do we have any cards for these?
Just one, Your Honor.
Okay, so our speaker is Linda Schaub. Linda, thank you so much for waiting so long for this item.
You know, this is past my bedtime now. My name is Linda Schaub. I'm a native Tucsonan and a 42-year engineering draftsman, retired from TEP, so don't mess with my pension, please. I'm here representing the Houghton East Neighborhood Association. It is separate from the neighborhood plan, of which I was the team lead with the Fry's fiasco 7 years ago, that we ended up finding out that the developer had paid off one of the residents to be on their side by way of wrought iron around their house, their windows and everything. It wasn't a direct money, but it was services provided. We found that after the fact. So I am very engaged and very committed to my area, to represent my area, and to hold you accountable to the HENP. Now, I know 20 feet to 30 feet, that 10 feet's a lot, that's a big stretch. So I'm hoping that this Mr. Car Wash, excuse me, will adhere to not only the HENP, the people around the corner, and the lighting and the signage, because it's not going to fly if they go against the grain. It is currently only 20 feet, and we also have another one, but unfortunately it's not in the HENP, but it is a assisted living right, almost directly right behind my house. But because I have no standing, I can't argue against it, which also, because they want to raise the height to 24 feet and it's currently limited to 20 feet. So they want to do that. They're probably going to get it, you know, whatever they ask for. Forgive me for being very cynical, because the last time, 7 years ago, I invested so much time and effort and changed some of the rules of having I just drew a blank, being able to have a PDF and JPEG presentation, which has never been allowed before. And I appreciate and I hope that is still going on with the people that are involved, because I had 1,300 signatures on my petition against that. So with that said, I'm just want to go on the record as saying I think 30 feet is exorbitant for that area. I do understand that the elevation of that lot is lower than the Safeway that is behind it, but it's going to bring in more traffic. And my goodness, how many Walgreens have gone belly up because they were built on every corner? Well, now, what are we going to exchange that for? Car washes? And what are we going to do? At least with a Walgreens, like Paul was pointing out to me earlier, at least with a Walgreens building, it can be repurposed into something else. How do you repurpose a car wash? What good is a purpose for a car wash at the end of its life? So anyway, that's what I have to say. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Linda. Really appreciate you. Alrighty, so I think that we can close the public hearing if there's no one else here to speak on this item.
So moved.
Alrighty, so there's a motion to
Second.
close the public hearing. There's a second.
Second.
Any additional discussion on closing the public hearing? Hearing none. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Alrighty, so what is the council's pleasure on this item?
Your Honor.
Alrighty, before we start, I just need to make sure that I reiterate for the record that the public hearing is closed, and then we need to read the resolution number. So Ms. Clerk, please read resolution 23836 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23836 relating to planning and zoning, amending the Houghton East Neighborhood Plan in case TP AMD 0324003 for property at the southeast corner of Houghton Road and Broadway Boulevard to increase building height from 20 feet to a maximum building height of 30 feet in the scenic corridor zone and setting an effective date.
Okay, now we could go to Councilmember Cunningham.
Couple things. So first of all, Linda, it's great to see you. And Fry's has still not been built. So let's talk about this one. One is that this is an ex-Chevron site. There was actually a Chevron station that had or was supposed to have a car wash built on it. There's some functional pieces on the car wash for the height, but because of the elevation, my understanding is the horizon is not going above the Safeway at all. So I was pretty comfortable with that. And also, this plan amendment only applies specifically to this property, specifically for this height piece. So I was comfortable with moving forward because it was going to be a car wash anyway, and we weren't going higher than the other buildings. Yes, the Circle K / Walgreens / mattress store / car wash phenomenon is a phenomenon. But as I've said from this dais in the past, we can't pick winners and losers. And to be fair, to some degree, Mr. Car Wash chose their corporate headquarters here. They have been well, up until today, I thought they were an excellent partner to the city, but that's going to bring me to my next part of my comments. So it's been brought to my attention that we've had some issues in the 500th store just opened, and we've got some issues over there. We've got to resolve them. And so I want the applicant to go on the record that you're going to resolve them before you start building this thing, because we've got an ADA compliance issue on the sidewalk. We've got some sign code violations, and we've got a lot of people pretty upset. And we've got too good a partnership with Mr. Car Wash to get this thing. So is there a way we can get that addressed real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Lexi Welt with the Planning Center, 2 East Congress. And yes, to answer your question, we are actively working to rectify those issues related to the signs, to the sidewalk, as well as the lighting. So we are committed to addressing those into the future.
So, I mean, I can't tell staff to not issue permits until this gets resolved. It's not really, I mean, we've got to go forward with the two things, but this is an honor deal. And I think I've been pretty accommodating with the 4 car washes that have been built in my ward in the last 2 years, that I've done the right thing. So in this case, I just want people to be sure that the signs at the 500th store celebration, and specifically and super important, the ADA sidewalk, that has to be in compliance. It's just super important to me. So do we have a verbal word on the record that the developer's or the company's gonna handle this?
Yes, yes, you do. And just if I may add, which as part of the rezoning application, is there are a number of conditions that do address some of these items and as it relates to those concerns.
Yeah, and the conditions on the rezoning are pretty,
right.
They did a good job on all that, but we've got plenty of accommodations. I'm fine with that, but I just don't. One of the big things is that as an office in Ward 2, we are next door to Easter Seals, not by accident. We advocate for Disability Day for Tucson. And so hearing that the sidewalk ADA issue is an issue is a huge red flag to me. Even though it's a different store, it's a different project, I get it. And I'm sure that I'm sure there's a logical explanation, but the bottom line is that has to be fixed. And that's really, really central to this. And then also, we've got some sign code issues that I think they were up too long, or I don't really understand the thing. I know you're celebrating your 500th store, I get it, but that is a scenic corridor. So we can't be in a situation where we're accommodating a company, and we're approving I'm approving a plan amendment, something that I hate plan amendments. And Linda remembers after the fries, no more plan amendments. So this was a very technical thing, because I agreed that as far as the fact that there had been a car wash there planned at the Chevron, I was like, all right, this is probably very technical and we're fine. But still, I still need that assurance that we're gonna get in compliance at the other store.
Councilmember Cunningham, Avanthia Bardwell, project manager with Mr. Car Wash. I can assure you we're working through all of these issues right now. We just contacted our marketing team. All the signage is coming down this week, and the sidewalk is currently being constructed on.
Thank you. Go ahead, Linda.
I have a request, though, that if you change the height.
Linda, can you come over to the microphone so that everyone watching at home can hear you?
Yeah, sorry. If you change the height to 30 feet I ask that it's put into the HNP that is site-specific.
It is. That condition is already in there, 100%. It has to be at that, it has to be at that
As long as
corner,
it's site-specific,
100%. It's already in there.
I will be
I'll
okay.
I'll highlight it for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, I know that Councilwoman Lee also has some comments.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Linda, for coming tonight. I also want to thank Councilmember Cunningham for all of your work on this. The development is in Ward 2. However, I have a vested interest in the rezoning and amendment to the Houghton East Neighborhood Plan, since the Houghton East Neighborhood Association is split between Wards 2 and 4, and we work together to ensure that the Houghton Road and the corridor there is designated as scenic corridor, and it's developed for the best use in the area. As Councilmember Cunningham alluded to, I shared with him this morning the challenges that we're having with the 500th location that was just opened in Ward 4 at Houghton and Valencia. That's the 500th location nationwide, not just in Tucson. And the city is still working with the business to remedy these building violations relating to excess signage, violations in the outdoor lighting code, and unmet ADA requirements. We want to ensure that if Councilmember Cunningham supports this development in Ward 2, that the same mistakes aren't repeated, so that the neighbors won't experience the same challenges that we've had in Rita Ranch. We went to bat with the neighborhoods advocating for the development and ensuring them that they wouldn't have these problems, and they have. So it's been a real challenge for our team, and we've lost a little credibility. So this is very important and not something that we want you to have to go through. I just have a clarifying question. If we allow the building height to increase to 30 feet, is that 30 feet from the existing ground, or are they going to raise the ground up and then build 30 feet on top of that?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Lee, that's a great question. The grade is measured from the existing grade today. So from that where the site exists today, we only have the right to do 30 feet. So effectively, you'll see 27 from the neighboring properties, if you will.
Okay, so for clarification, the building will be no taller than 30 feet, and that's including the architectural details, the roof equipment, and everything, start to finish?
Yes, Councilmember Lee, that is correct. It will be developed in compliance with the scenic corridor overlay, which requires all aesthetic features, mechanical features, et cetera, to be in that height limitations there. So everything functional, architectural, mechanical will be within that 30-foot height limitation as required by the scenic corridor.
Okay, I'm going to support Councilmember Cunningham with the direction he wants to go. I just want to make it known that these are the challenges we had, and we appreciate the efforts to get this remediated. And we just don't want this to happen to anybody else.
And one more thing, it's in a shopping center with a Safeway already on it, and the roof is not going higher than the Safeway. So it should work, and higher on the horizon. So it should be okay. So with that, I'm going to move the plan amendment item.
So there's a motion. May I hear a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Alrighty, I just want to add, I appreciate the partnership with Mr. Car Wash. And I know that we're touting that we're at our 500 or 501 location in the United States. I do want to bring attention to the amount of car washes in the city of Tucson. There's a point sometimes that there's oversaturation of uses, and the Arizona Daily Star reported 108 car washes in the city of Tucson alone. I believe in quality development in our community and mixed uses and density. Of course, with the work of our neighbors in the areas where we are adding density and where we're adding mixed use development. So I just want to bring attention to the quality of development in our community and want to see additional types of development in our city. And it just feels as though in this particular field, there's oversaturation of car washes in our community. Just had to say that. With that, we have a motion, we have a second. If there's no further discussion, we need to go to roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mixulic.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Resolution 23836 passes by a vote of 7-0. Thank you all for your work on this. Really appreciate it. Item 10,
Zoning TPENT 0324-008, Mr. Car Wash, southeast corner of Houghton Road and Broadway Boulevard, C1 to C2, City Manager's Report.
City Manager's Communication Number 309, dated October 22nd, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 1.202 acres from C1 commercial to C2 commercial zoning. The subject parcel is located on the southeast corner of Broadway Boulevard and Houghton Road. Houghton Road is identified in this area as a scenic arterial roadway in the major streets and routes plan. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of the zoning subject to certain conditions. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Lexi Wellett with the Planning Center located at 2 East Congress here in downtown Tucson.
Lexi, thank you so much for staying with us. I know it's been a long meeting. Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. What is the council's pleasure on this item?
Your Honor,
Councilmember Cunningham.
I move we pass and adopt the item.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Alrighty, Councilman Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. The other questions are about the plan amendment. This is about zoning, more operational questions. I was happy to see the existing monument sign structure will be removed from the scenic corridor buffer area, and a new monument signage is going to meet the scenic buffer sign code requirement with no digital signage. That's great. I saw the restriction that the services and activities are going to be limited to business hours. Illuminated signs, vacuums, dryers, and other noise-generating mechanical equipment will be turned off during non-business hours, so after 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., that should be off. I want to make sure that includes the lovely multicolored, vibrant, bright lights that flash inside the car wash bay. I think it's a disco ball, if I'm not mistaken. That has been problematic for some of our neighbors who don't like to party all night, so is that also going to be turned off?
Yeah, just during service hours.
Okay, perfect. Love a disco ball. Others don't. To ensure the business is in compliance with the scenic corridor and outdoor lighting code, will the business have the lovely tube lighting exterior outline lining the building? Because in Ward 4, that's very bright fluorescent lights, and it lights up a lot of the neighbors' adjacent properties. So is that going to be a thing?
We are looking into that, and we're going to make sure that we follow city code with that and stay within the parameters of hours of operation.
That might apply to our dark skies ordinance, so you guys might need to turn that off at night.
Yeah.
Yes, we're working on that with the letter that was sent in September. Last question, will the applicant work with the city's Planning and Development Services Department if they plan on using temporary signs, not limited to the blow-up, banners, pennants, A-frames, and all the temporary signs? We had 27 unpermitted signs that got put up at the location. Some have been removed. It sounds like the rest are coming down, but will you all work with Planning and Development Services if you have that business need to put up temporary signs?
Absolutely. This was a really special event, so we do apologize for overdoing it. We were very excited, but we plan on working with the planning department and the city on any further temporary signage.
Okay, just trying to look out for you, Paul.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Alrighty, any further discussion on this item? Councilmember? Okay. This is just a voice vote, so all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. We now move on to item 11.
Establishing Truth and Taxation Policy and Tax Oversight Commission for 2025 Charter Amendment Proposition 414 revenues to ensure they will be expended for the purposes as approved by the voters as described in the community investments plans. That's ordinance number 12132 and resolution number 23838.
City Manager's Communication Number 311 dated October 22nd is received into and made part of the record. Does staff have a presentation on this particular item?
Honorable Mayor, yes, we have a brief presentation.
Alrighty. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. For tonight's action, this is getting toward the end of the mayor and council's road for putting Proposition 414 on the ballot for March in 2025. And so just a refresher of where we've been on this journey that's now coming up on a year. At your September 11th meeting, Mayor and Council called the March 2025 election and approved the ballot language for the question that will be put before the voters. But that action also had follow-on actions that were required. One is to develop and then approve a truth and taxation statement and document related to this ballot measure, and that is one of your actions for tonight. And then the other is to approve the community investments plan. And between the truth and taxation and the community investments plan, it identifies with a lot of clarity how the tax revenues will be used to improve quality of life in Tucson under the Safe and Vibrant City proposal. As a reminder, when you adopted the ballot language for Safe and Vibrant City, it allocated all revenues that would be collected under the half-cent 10-year tax, if approved, to 5 categories, and it assigned specific percentages to each of those categories. So if the voter approves Safe and Vibrant City in March of 2025, these percentages shown on the screen and as presented in previous presentations will be fixed by the voter. And the only way those percentages across those 5 different categories could be changed is by the voter. It's not the city manager, it's not the mayor and council. Only the voter could decide to change the distribution. And as a reminder, those 5 categories include affordable housing and shelter at 17.5%, neighborhood and community resilience at 16.75%, enhanced emergency response at 22.75%, technology investments at 12.25%, and capital investments for first responders is 30.75%. And I'll just emphasize that in the agenda materials for tonight includes not just the spreadsheet that many people have seen in the past that allocates dollars within the 5 categories across 49 different investment areas. It gives a paragraph or 2 about each of those investment areas. So those details about how these dollars would be deployed are provided in the community investment plan for adoption tonight. All of these activities will be overseen by a Safe and Vibrant City Tax Oversight Commission that you will be establishing tonight. And we recognize that annual collections will vary. So a sample budget was provided and developed around an $80 million a year tax revenue. That's an estimate of what this tax could generate. But since actual investments or actual revenues will vary, that Safe and Vibrant City Commission, Tax Oversight Commission, will be able to deploy how the dollars flow within the 5 different categories. But what's written is that there's going to be an actual annual budget process by which the manager will make recommendations that will be reviewed by the commission, and then the commission will make a recommendation to mayor and council for adoption as part of your annual budget process. So we've had past bond packages, past taxes, where you adopt a suite of projects or you adopt a multi-year program that once you adopt it, it basically flows through that commission and gets deployed by staff. In this case, because of the complexity, the intersectional nature of the work, and the number of variable things that could occur within those 5 categories and those 49 different items, you will have an annual role in approving the expenditures for the following year. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Assistant City Manager Liz Morales, who will talk about the truth and taxation in the commission in a little bit more detail.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor and Council, for your consideration and approval tonight. As the manager discussed, is the establishment of the truth and taxation policy for Proposition 414, Safe and Vibrant City. In short, this policy provides assurance to voters that this tax proceeds will be used for the purposes approved by the voters. It also establishes the Oversight Commission, which will be called Safe and Vibrant City Tax Oversight Commission. You will hear me say that a few more times, and I will try to say that without messing that up. This policy lays out how the funds will be expended within each category, and it's important to reiterate that the percentages do not change with the 5 categories. However, within each category, by recommendation of the city manager and review by the Safe and Vibrant City Tax Oversight Commission and final approval by mayor and council, the funding within each category can be invested based on the community needs and revenue generated on an annual basis. So what we know today could easily change in 5 years or 7 years or 10 years. The resolution specifically provides, and again, this bears repeating, that no change to the approved purposes of the tax revenues and the revenue allocation among those purposes can be made without first seeking and securing new approval from the city's voters. I want to share more in detail how the commission will be selected and the role and responsibilities of the Safe and Vibrant City. Is it? There we go, thank you. The Safe and Vibrant City Tax Oversight Commission is put into place to ensure accountability and transparency between the city and the voter. The commission will be comprised of City of Tucson residents who have expertise representing each of the 5 categories. Taking recommendations from mayor and council, the city manager will appoint the members, ensuring they have the skills and experience that will be beneficial to the commission and the city. The Safe and Vibrant City Tax Oversight Commission will monitor the expenditures of the Proposition 414 sales tax revenue. They will ensure that the sales tax revenue is allocated to the appropriate funds and expended for the purposes outlined in Proposition 414. And the Safe and Vibrant City Tax Oversight Commission will provide an annual report and recommendation to mayor and council annually regarding the allocation and appropriation on the revenue based on fiscal year. The commission will be tasked to consider applicable mayor and council policies and initiatives such as the Prosperity Initiative, the Housing and Affordability Strategy for Tucson, and Tucson Resilient Together to inform their annual report and recommendations. The commission is a critical piece guaranteeing transparency and accountability to the taxpayers as they have been for our other sales tax and bond initiatives like Prop 101, 407, and 411. As the manager discussed, the community investment plan materials spells out in great detail the 49 areas of investment, and they are interconnected and will result in a safer and more vibrant city of Tucson based on the needs that are known today. There are certain items that are clearly defined, such as capital projects, which will build needed assets like the new Southeast TPD, Tucson Police, and Tucson Fire Center, new fire infill stations, and technology investments, apparatus, ambulances, fire ladder trucks, and other vehicles. Personnel is included to expand the ability of our successful programs to deliver services like adding more community service officers, expanding the 911 and 311 communication system, and building up the community-based violence interruption and housing first programs. And the community investment plan also funds those programs that have demonstrated results, creating resiliency in our youth, families, workforce, and communities. These are programs that have a direct connection to increasing graduation rates, job placement, and building generational wealth. There are also financial investments that address the housing crisis, some of which include increased housing production and home ownership. It will stabilize housing individuals and families and result in ending homelessness for many of our unhoused neighbors. Prop 414, Safe and Vibrant Cities, will have a comprehensive, multi-pronged approach that we have heard from our residents and stakeholders are needed for the city to thrive.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Tim, so much for that introduction to the item. I just wanted to add before we move on to motions and continued discussion that, the mayor and council in the city of Tucson have been really diligent in our work to evaluate the needs of our community. And in the past 5 years that I've been mayor, and even before I became mayor as a member of the council, we have been very careful in terms of what we ask our residents to invest in. And it has always been a request from mayor and council to our residents based on the most emergent needs that we have at the moment, right? I remember Proposition 400 that was approved by voters because at that time, and we continue with the very similar needs, but at that time, we had not seen investment in our roads besides federal and state HERF. And that proposal was put in front of voters asking them to invest in our arterial roads. When we moved to ask voters to approve Proposition 101, the most urgent needs at that time was for vehicles and infrastructure like fire apparatus, protective vests, radios, new fire stations, police stations, and some funds for additional roads. When we ask voters for proposition to pass Proposition 407 for our parks, we saw the need that our parks, the infrastructure that our parks lacked. And most recently with Proposition 411, we asked our voters to invest in residential roads as well as investments in safety improvements for pedestrians and our bicyclists because we're killing way too many people on our roads. We, as a mayor and council and as a city, have been very deliberate in what we ask our residents to do and where we need their investment. Also, in the last 5 years, we have been very deliberate in creating a holistic approach to delivering safety in our community. We created our Housing First program. We created our Community Safety, Health, and Wellness program. We created our Place Network investigation that we're now calling our VIVA program to have Tucson Police Department partner with different departments in our community to not just provide public safety, but also safety, community safety, and investment and partnership with neighbors and businesses in certain areas of our community where we saw crime and gun violence levels at alarming levels. All of these programs, the housing affordability strategy, the housing first approach, our community safety, health, and wellness, our investment in affordable housing, and our commitment to public safety and investment in our infrastructure so that we make sure that our officers, our firefighters are well protected as well as are able to deliver the services and quality services in terms of emergency services to our community. All of it is working together to make sure that we're now putting Proposition 414 in front of our community and asking them, this is an approach that shows evidence that it is working. It is putting the right work in the right hands, and it is something that we're asking very seriously contemplated, very many months of work together, many years of trying out all these programs and making sure that we have the right approach and asking our taxpayers to really think about investment in community safety and creating a safe and vibrant city for all of us. This is the approach that we all know is working. And so we're asking the community to consider an evidence-based approach where police and fire and housing first and investments in youth employment and preschool investments, workforce development, capital investments, all of it will be able to offer our community a better quality of life. And so I just wanted to add this because I know that there are a lot of questions. What we're presenting to the community today that adds much more detail to the comprehensive approach that we've created is in front of people to discuss and continue making sure that they ask the questions that they have. And I also want to reiterate that this is not the only investment that we're doing in affordable housing. This is just a piece of the puzzle of what we're investing, because I've heard from constituents and residents, well, why are we only putting a certain percentage in affordable housing? Why are we putting a certain percentage in building neighborhood and community resilience? It is not the only place that we're investing from, right? This is just a piece of the puzzle of where we're taking funds to invest in affordable housing, to invest in building neighborhood and community resiliency, to invest in enhancing emergency response and emergency services. So I believe that after careful consideration, robust conversations, that the community will get on board with such a comprehensive way that Mayor and Council and the City of Tucson team have put this package together. So I just wanted to add that and hope that one of my colleagues will have a motion to approve putting this item on the ballot in March of 2025.
So moved, Your Honor.
There is a motion. May I get
Second.
a second? There's a motion and a second. I would like to invite my colleagues for any further discussion if there is.
And just before there's action on the motion, I think to make it clear, there's an ordinance and there's a resolution. So the best way to approach this would be to act on the ordinance approving the community investments plan and have a vote on that, and a separate motion to approve the resolution with
So,
the Truth
Mr.
and
Rankin,
Taxation and the Oversight
I
Commission.
have a question
Yes.
because I wanted to add some language on the safe and vibrant city, like this description, I don't know what you're calling it, the community investment
The community investment plan, Your
So
Honor.
on the community investment plan, I noticed that both the youth workforce and the preschool or child care investment didn't prioritize low-income families. Not that we want to exclude any family, but giving priority to low-income communities, because we want to attach it also to the Prosperity Initiative in terms of trying to eradicate poverty. Is there a possibility of adding language that gives priority to low-income communities in the preschool section and the youth employment section?
Yes, Mayor and members of the council, and the two programs that you're referring to are under the Community Investment Plan programs B7 and B8. B7 is the early childhood programs. B8 is the youth workforce development. They're both under the category of neighborhood and community resilience investments. If you want to add language that identifies prioritizing how those funds are awarded on an annual basis, what I'd suggest is that each of them reference the fact that the programs will be delivered via community partnerships under one or more competitive opportunities. And if you want to use language similar to what's in the Prosperity Initiative, I would just suggesting language so that that sentence would read, these programs will be delivered via community partnerships under one or more competitive opportunities They may prioritize applications that target reduction of concentrated and/or generational poverty and mitigation of the impacts of historic and/or systemic inequity. And that's the same phraseology as in those approved policies of the mayor and council.
And that sentence would be added to the early childhood program and the youth workforce development.
B7 and B8, correct.
B7 and B8. I just wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity to add that language.
If anybody's got an amendment, I'd be open to it.
Okay. Would you, so you would accept that additional?
100%.
Okay. So the motioner and the seconder? That's awesome.
So the motion as it stands is pass and adopt the ordinance and its Exhibit A with including the amendments that have been read into the record.
Okay. So ordinance 12132, do you still need to read that item, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Ordinance number 12132 relating to finance, public safety, community investments, and elections, approving the 2025 Safe and Vibrant City Community Investments Plan, reaffirming the city's commitment to expend Proposition 414 sales tax revenues only for stated purposes and declaring an emergency.
Alrighty, so there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Councilmember Cunningham.
Your Honor, I just wanted to thank you for all the words you had before, and I'm honored to make this motion. The reason I am is because I want to thank the staff. I know I've been pretty pushy with our department heads in the last month, really trying to raise our expectations. But with this package, you guys have really risen to the occasion and brought a very comprehensive plan that addresses the needs we have and the challenges that we're going to face over the next 3 years. And what we've found out is that the feds aren't going to bail us out, the state isn't going to bail us out, and the county isn't going to bail us out. We have to do this. We have to take this bold action. So many people come in here and challenge us to be bold. This is about as bold as it gets. And this is what this city needs right now. I'm honored to make the motion.
Any further discussion on this item? Alrighty, hearing none. We do need a roll call to pass ordinance 12132.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mixulic?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12132 passes by a vote of 7-0. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23238 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23838 relating to finance, adopting a truth in taxation policy with respect to the use of tax revenues in the event of voter authorization of the 2025 Charter Amendment for funding for the Safe and Vibrant City Community Investments Plan at the March 11th, 2025 special election, creating the Safe and Vibrant City Tax Oversight Commission and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, I move we pass and adopt the resolution related to the previous item.
Second.
There is a motion and a second to pass Resolution 23238. Any discussion on this item?
Nope.
Alrighty, let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mixulic?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23238 passes by a vote of 7-0.
Your Honor, I have a correction to make. There's a typo in what you just read. It should read 23838. So just making it clear that we approved Resolution 23838.
838.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so item 12.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Thursday, November 7th at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your week.